America fame and fortune. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 301. I'm always the one who gets hurt. In the screening room, a preview of Brad Pitt's new film The Assassination of Jake Simpson was in progress. Daniel, Alan Horn, Charles Roven and other Warner executives all had blank expressions. On the screen, Brad Pitt was wearing a cowboy outfit, looking quite imposing, and with a unique sense of hipster. But these Warner executives almost simultaneously thought of the latest Coca-Cola advertisement. The cowboy, who was originally like a hipster gentleman, turned out to be so awkward. Some even thought that this man should be trampled underfoot and ravaged, crying and repenting. It would be fine if Pitt used other looks in the film, but the sharpshooter James he played happened to be a typical cowboy. Not only Warner people had such thoughts, but even Pitt's side was not immune, including Maggie Darkhill. She felt that the film might not go well. The preview ended, and without waiting for Pitt, the producer and male lead, to speak, the Warner executives and film experts who exchanged glances with each other reached a tacit understanding. Alan Horn said, "Brad, we need to have a small internal meeting. Please wait a moment." Pete smiled. "Please do as you please." Warner executives and film experts entered the office next door. Alan Horn asked directly, "Isn't this movie a bit weird?" Several film experts have reached a consensus. One of them said, "It's not that the movie is weird, it's that Pete looks weird. His cowboy look is too reminiscent of the latest Coca-Cola advertisement." Daniel said, "Indeed." Charles Roven smiled helplessly. "When I saw Pete in a cowboy outfit appear on the screen, Coca-Cola came out of my head." Alan Horn saw that others nodded one after another and asked, "If the audience sees it, will it be distracting?" "Maybe some won't," the film expert said, "but some will definitely think of that advertisement." Daniel suggested, "I remember that the company signed a distribution contract with the crew." Alan Horn said, "When this project was established, a distribution contract was signed, but Pete was very confident at that time and refused to let us participate in the production investment. Except for today's film screening, we did not make any other advance investment, and the investment was basically zero." Charles Roven said, "Since the distribution contract has been signed, let's hold it for the time being and wait until the influence of the Coca-Cola advertisement fades before releasing it." Alan Horn couldn't give up on this film. For a simple distribution, the chance of losing money was very small. He made a decision. "Let's decide it this way." The internal discussion ended quickly in a few minutes. Alan Horn asked someone to find Pitt and formally informed him of the decision. Postponed release. Since marrying Aniston, Pitt has never enjoyed this kind of second-tier treatment. He was a little dissatisfied. "Alan, this film has been completed. Time is cost." Alan Horn raised his hand to interrupt him. "Warner Brothers' schedule is very full. We can't find a suitable time slot for the time being. We can't let such a film face the direct impact of those commercial blockbusters, right?" For a star of Pitt's level and a major shareholder of Plan B, he spoke politely, "Give Warner some time. I will let someone notify you when there is a suitable schedule." The 6 major distributors are at the absolute upstream of the industry chain. It is normal for the schedule to be tight. Pitt urged a few words and left Alan Horn's office. When he went downstairs to meet the other people, he happened to meet Banks, a Warner film watcher who participated in the film viewing meeting. "Hey, Brad, let's talk for a minute." Banks had a hard time getting ahead at Warner Brothers, so he had other ideas. Pete asked, "What's up?" Banks said, "About the release of James Bond." He quickly told Warner Brothers about their concerns. Pete didn't think much of it at first, but the more he listened, the darker his face became, and he couldn't help but think of the Coca-Cola ad. "That's about it." Banks finished selling and left quickly. "I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." Pete put his hands in his pockets, still trying his best to maintain his demeanor, and took the elevator downstairs. As soon as he entered the spacious lobby of the Warner building, he saw a new promotional poster on the Coca-Cola vending machine. On the poster, Martin, who looked like a cowboy, used Coke as a blessing, and influenced another bully cowboy who looked like him. Pete went to the lounge and sat down, wanting to be alone. He calmed down and gradually regained his composure. It was not difficult to find that Warner's decision was correct. If just James Bond was released into theaters when this ad had the greatest impact, there might be big problems. It would be better to wait. After figuring this out, Pete's anger flared up again. Why was I the one who got hurt? In the cold drink shop of Warner Studios, Martin came to the counter and asked for a cup of tea. Maya, a part-time actress, happily took the money and gave the change, same as before. Black tea, no milk and sugar. Yes. Martin passed by and was familiar with Maya. Seeing that she was very happy, he asked, "Did you get an important role?" Maya nodded heavily. "Yes, there are nearly 10 lines." Martin gave her a thumbs up, a big step forward. Maya's face with freckles showed a satisfied smile. "Among the 5 people who rented a house together, I was the first to get the lines." Martin took the black tea she handed over and suggested, "Let your agent run more. The more diligent he is, the more job opportunities you will have." Maya said, "He doesn't pay much attention to me. Take it step by step." Martin came to the empty table with the tea and sat down, waiting for Thomas to bring people over. Marcus has dealt with the funeral of the 2 dogs, Daisy and John, and several black people have been formally arrested. He will soon be able to free himself and start working on his memoirs. Thomas found a suitable candidate from among the contracted writers and screenwriters within WMA to serve as a ghostwriter to assist Marcus in completing his memoirs. Today, Martin wants to meet the playwright. There are no other customers in the cold drink shop at this time. Maya picked up a pen and started writing in a notebook. What she recorded were all her experiences and feelings in the studio. After working here for more than a year, Maya is still a small actor, but in addition to being an actor, she also tries to write something. It is not her own initiative, but she is forced to do so. It is too difficult for a simple actor to make a name for himself. Thomas then brought a man in a grey shirt into the store. The man was in his 30s, slightly fat, and had a beard. Thomas introduced, "This is Robinson, a playwright signed by the company, who has participated in many film projects." Martin shook hands with him, asked him to sit down, and asked Maya to bring 2 cups of coffee. He asked directly, "Have you participated in many film projects?" Robinson was not a newcomer to Hollywood. He knew the importance of resume and said, "I was a member of Mark Bowles' screenwriter team before." Martin had never heard of this person and was a little confused. Robinson elaborated, "Mark Bowles is the screenwriter of Black Hawk Down. As a member of the team, I participated in the script writing of this project." Martin knew that the writing of many scripts in Hollywood was also a model of assembly line division of labor and cooperation. Behind many well-known screenwriters, there is often a team to support them. These screenwriters naturally cannot sign their names on the movies. Each Hollywood movie can only sign up to 3 screenwriters, and signing means various online and offline divisions stipulated by the Screenwriters Guild. Robinson focused on the projects related to war. "My most recent work was on In the Valley of Ella, directed by Paul Haggis. Like other projects, I participated as a team member and did not have the right to sign the name." Martin asked, "Are there any scripts or works that you have written?" Robinson took out a printed copy and handed it to Martin. "This is the part of Black Hawk Down that I was responsible for writing. In the Valley of Ella has just been filmed and has not been released yet, so the script cannot be released to the public." Martin nodded and read it carefully. In terms of English writing, Martin is a poor student, definitely the worst of the worst, but his reading ability is normal. He has read a lot of scripts and has a certain ability to recognize them. Black Hawk Down is not an ordinary movie either. He has also seen it when he was watching the movie recently. Martin read the script for more than 10 minutes before putting it down and asking, "Why did you leave Mark Bowles' team?" Robinson hesitated and decided to tell the truth. "I have worked in his team for 5 years, but I still don't have the right to sign. I feel that if I work for another 5 years, it will still be the same. Although he, as my boss, has made various promises to me, I think the possibility of fulfilling them is very low." He smiled helplessly. "I also want to write my name on the script I created and sign the movie. Although I don't have any copyright for Marcus' memoir this time, I can sign it." Martin nodded slightly. In addition to the remuneration, there is indeed the right to sign, but the name of the ghostwriter must be ranked behind Marcus. Robinson said, no problem. Well, I'll ask Marcus out and meet together. Martin wanted to investigate in a more practical way, listen to Marcus's story, and then write it down. Robinson agreed immediately. Martin called Marcus and made an appointment to meet at Davis Film Studio. In less than half an hour, the two sides met in Martin's office. Marcus' situation is somewhat similar to Martin's. When he speaks, there is generally no problem, but when it comes to written expression, he is at a loss. Oral and written expression are completely different. Seeing that Martin found a suitable playwright so quickly, Marcus was very excited. He spoke and gestured with his hands, describing an experience when he first joined the SEALs. Robinson first recorded it in the form of a draft. After Marcus finished speaking a paragraph, he went into the meeting room next door alone and began to organize and write it. When it was almost time to get off work, he came out of the meeting room and handed the written paragraph to Martin. Martin quickly read it and handed it to Marcus. The latter read it and said, yes, that's it. Martin asked Thomas to read it again, and after confirming that there was no problem, he decided to hire Robinson. Chapter 302 Perfect Audition. Burbank, Leonardo Zappianway Productions. Martin came to the front desk, joined Thomas who was waiting here, and went into the dressing room together. Similarly, he called Robert who was far away in Atlanta. The high priest of the Coke cult immediately took action. There was no one in the audition room for the time being. Thomas said, repay the favor, repay the favor. I will do my best to fight for the salary and treatment you deserve. Martin nodded. Wait until the audition result is confirmed, then you can do it. He came to repay the favor, but the agent was not. Besides, the script was very explicit. Martin didn't care about the extent. He had taken off his clothes too many times along the way. Every time he took off his clothes, he always gained something. Even if it was a simple exercise that cost hundreds of millions, he also gained enjoyment and happiness. Hollywood has a very mature mechanism for nude scenes. There are corresponding prices and regulations for how much to take off and where to expose. These all need Thomas to discuss with the crew. Several stylists and makeup artists came in and began to style Martin. Thomas left the dressing room, but Bruce stayed there, examining everyone with wolf-like eyes. Today was a makeup audition. Martin's beard was shaved clean, and his long hair was restyled into an old-fashioned side parting. His already young and handsome face looked a few years younger. The old-fashioned clothes were brought over. The costume designer looked at Martin's large frame and said, change to 2 sizes larger. The assistant hurried to get them. The thin and weak feeling of a teenager can also be created through styling and lens. A well-proportioned and strong figure like Martin can change into oversized clothes. Of course, there is a limit to this. It would definitely be useless to get a Johnson who later gained unlimited muscle. If it was O'Neill, there would be no way. Under the careful care of several top makeup artists and stylists in the industry, Martin seemed to have returned to his appearance when he was 17 or 18 years old. On the other side, many crew members entered the audition room one after another. Director Sam Mendes, actress and producer Kate Winslet, investor Leonardo, original author Bernhard Sklink, and producer and screenwriter Anthony Minghella. Then there were representatives of the Screen Actors Guild. Kate asked, is the makeup artist done? An assistant said, it will take about 10 minutes. Casting director Gina led the team to adjust the camera. The original author Bernhard said, the time span is too long. Can one actor do it? Or a young actor who plays a commercial film? It's easy to solve it with 2 actors. Anthony had a similar view, but he also had doubts. The only problem is that 2 different actors can easily give the character a sense of fragmentation. Kate finally found Martin, the right person, and said, let's see the audition results first, and then talk about other things. Leonardo sat next to him and watched the play with great interest. Anthony and Bernhard said no more. They were about to audition, and the specific situation was clear at a glance. The door of the audition room was opened from the outside, and an assistant brought Martin in. Bernhard, the original author, looked carefully and found that the actor had a good appearance and a very strong aura. He could tell at a glance that he was a very confident person. This was very inconsistent with the temperament of the young male protagonist. Anthony was also observing Martin, but he would not make a judgment easily, because excellent actors are multifaceted. But at the age of 25, Martin greeted Kate and others one by one, and took a special look behind. As expected, the dedicated game crew members were concentrating on playing the handheld game console, and never participated in the actual work, showing extremely high professionalism. Sam Mendes took out a script, and handed it to Martin. "Let's start." Kate stood up, and walked in front of the camera. I'll act with Martin. The audition was a scene where the heroine Hannah changed clothes and the male lead teenager Michelle peeked. Casting director Gina glanced at the camera monitor and said, "Begin." As she finished speaking, Kate turned her back to Martin, unbuttoned her clothes one by one, and took off her coat. Martin sneaked to the edge of the prop curtain, and the shyness and ignorance on his face were gradually replaced by curiosity. He secretly stuck his head out, but shrank back under the urging of his inner morality. But the strong desire finally overcame the shackles of morality and the shyness of the boy. Martin seemed to be pulled by a magic power, walked out of the curtain, and couldn't help watching Kate take off her coat. The original author Bernhard stared at Martin blankly, as if he saw a real reappearance of the protagonist Michelle Berger in his work. The strong and confident actor opposite disappeared completely after the casting director shouted start. The person is still the same person, but in his eyes, he is no longer the same person. The temperament has completely changed. The confidence of a successful person is gone, replaced by the youthful restraint of a boy. When he walked out of the curtain in hesitation, people clearly felt his curiosity and desire for mature women, and even his eyes and expressions showed the kind of unspeakable but understandable greed for flesh. Anthony Minghella looked at the actor in front of the camera, and for some reason, he subconsciously turned his head to look at Leonardo. Leonardo in his 30s was just like this when he was in his best condition. Just with his eyes, subtle expressions and few body movements, he perfectly portrayed the youthful innocence of the boy. At this moment, Kate seemed to realize something and turned around. Martin turned around and ran past the curtain, hid behind the wall, held down his chest, and walked out step by step. After a moment, the contradiction and conflict between ethics and primitive desire suddenly broke out at this moment. The uneasiness and shame of peeping at the heroine changing clothes, unable to resist the temptation and desire, knowing that it was dangerous to come back, still struggled to walk back. At this moment, Leonardo cursed Martin in his heart, and then admired, "This pervert and bastard is really the most suitable to play a pervert. The little pervert is also a pervert." The audition scene ended here, and Sam Mendes shouted, "Stop." The hero and heroine in front of the camera seemed to be still trapped in the role, and couldn't get rid of it, and walked towards each other step by step. After walking a few steps, Martin took the lead and shouted, "Kate." Kate Winslet seemed to be completely immersed in the role's emotions, just like Hannah was going to do at this moment, reaching out her hand to Martin. The script was very explicit, and many shots went straight to the lower body. Kate's hand was the same. Martin took a step forward, grabbed her wrist, and said, "How did I act?" Kate broke away from the role, was silent for a moment, and then said, "Very good, it brought me into the play." Sam Mendes didn't pay attention to the front, but went to look at the monitor with producer Anthony. The picture taken by the camera is different from what you see with your naked eyes. Even Bernhard, an outsider, came over. After re-watching the audition footage, Sam asked, "What do you think?" Anthony said, "The audition went very well. Martin did a perfect job of presenting the character's mental journey at that moment. It was natural and smooth. I couldn't ask for more." "Yes, that's him." Bernhard interrupted hastily, "The Martin just now is the 16-year-old Michelle in my writing." Casting director Gina said, "It was an almost perfect audition." The audition was not over yet. Martin left the audition room, and returned to the dressing room to remake up and style. When he appeared in the audition room again, he had become a middle-aged man. If an ordinary young actor wanted to play a middle-aged role, especially a middle-aged person like Michelle with a complex psychological process, he would encounter various problems, especially in terms of mentality. But Martin was more relaxed when he played a middle-aged man than the young man just now. He was restrained, vicissitudes of life, and quiet, even a little autistic. After the audition was over, the original author Bernhard could no longer bear it and stood up to stop Martin, who was about to leave. Mr. Davis. Martin seemed to have not completely gotten rid of the role. His eyes were full of vicissitudes of life, and he just nodded slightly. Thank you. Bernhard's words were a little strange. The middle-aged German uncle's face was full of sincerity. You made the characters in my book really come alive. Martin just said, you're welcome. Bernhard grabbed Martin's hand and shook it hard. Martin then left the audition room. Bernhard turned and looked at the big guys in the crew. I'm not an expert in making movies, but I can feel the resonance between the characters and the actors. Martin Davis is very suitable. Sam asked Anthony, what do you think? There are many actors in the industry who can play a single teenage role or a single middle-aged role. Anthony is also an Oscar winner for Best Director and has a wide range of experience, but there are not many actors who can play two roles with such a long time span at the same time. He said directly, I give up my previous opinion. With an actor like Martin, why do we need to find two people to play Michelle? That will only weaken the character and the film. Sam looked at Leonardo, one of the investors. Leonardo said, Martin is very good. Not only his acting skills, but also his commercial appeal as the leader of the Coca-Cola cult is very good. We can also get sponsorship from Coca-Cola. There should have been Coca-Cola in Germany in that era, right? I remember that the United States had troops stationed there. He considered it from the perspective of an investor. With so many followers in the Coca-Cola cult, there must be a group of people who contribute to the box office for their leader. Among these people, Kate has known Martin for the longest time and knows him best. I said that Martin is very suitable for this role. Leonardo reminded, that guy is a lunatic. If he is in good condition, he can compete with Nicholson. Kate, you have to show your best condition. Originally, this is a play from the perspective of the male protagonist. If you perform a little worse, you will be suppressed by him. Kate was very confident. No, I just had a feeling that Martin can bring me into the play. Leonardo recalled the happy time with Martin. Yeah, I was in a very good state in the few scenes with him. Anthony stood up at this time and said, since Martin has been decided, there is no need to wait any longer. Go and inform him and his agent. Kate said, I'll go. Leonardo followed, I'll go with you. Chapter 303, Soft rice tastes so good. After removing his makeup, Martin saw Kate and Leonardo waiting for him. He smiled and asked, how is it? Any good news? Kate stepped forward and hugged him. Congratulations, you're my partner. Leonardo bumped fists with Martin. You guy, you always do a great job playing a pervert. Martin retorted, because I have a friend like you as a reference, I don't need to experience life, I can just act like you. This is not a place to talk. Kate invited the two to the lounge next to them. Don't say anything about each other. You two are bastards who like every girl you meet. Leonardo said affectionately. For so many years, you've been my only love. Facing her best friend, Kate was still as fierce as when she was filming The Ship. Leo, don't you feel guilty about saying this? Look at you. Your stomach is bulging with emptiness. Don't talk about me. Leonardo sat on the sofa. You're not much better. Martin looked at the two and said, actually, a line from Titanic is very suitable for you. Leonardo knew that this jerk had nothing good to say, so he didn't bother to ask. Kate was curious and asked, what's the line? If you dance, I'll dance too. Martin gestured and said, now, if you're fat, I'll be fat too. Kate raised her eyebrows and said, women, it's better to be plump. Martin nodded, that makes sense. Leonardo said, Kate, I suggest you be careful of this guy. Every time he arrives at a crew, he likes to talk about love with the heroine. Martin argued, don't slander people. Did the crews of the Hills Have Eyes and The Departed ever have that? Kate's gossip fire ignited. So, the rumors about you, Gillian Aniston are true? Martin neither admitted nor denied it. Leonardo said, he's just short of getting Gillian Aniston, his mortal enemies, together for a party. Martin changed the subject. Did your Appian Way also participate in the investment? Help Kate. Leonardo said half truthfully. Also, I heard that you, a bastard, are going to be the male lead. As a member of the trio, I have to show my support, too. Martin would never believe his lies. He gave her a middle finger and turned to ask Kate, when exactly will filming start? Are you going to shoot in Germany? Kate said, filming starts next month and will end in August if all goes well. Except for some location scenes that will be shot in Germany, most of the scenes will be shot at Pinewood Studios in Buckinghamshire. Martin knew Pinewood Studios, Hollywood's largest filming base in the UK, and all the studio scenes for the Harry Potter and Bond series were shot here. Leonardo said, by the way, I heard from old Jack that his old lover will also go to Pinewood Studios to shoot this summer. There should be quite a few crews there. Martin said, it just so happens that I'm bored in London. You and the old bastard can go to visit the set. Let's set up a meeting in London. Kate knew a lot. Are you talking about Meryl Streep and Mamma Mia? Leonardo nodded. Martin pondered and said, the power of firecrackers seems a bit small. Is there any fireworks shell for sale in London? If there are no fireworks shells, double kick firecrackers will do. You don't have to get close. Do you have a good idea? Leonardo immediately became interested. Don't worry, I will definitely take Nicholson to London to visit the set. The three of them chatted enthusiastically here, very harmoniously. In another office, the atmosphere was tense, and Thomas's negotiations with the crew were quite anxious. It took 2 full days, and they only reached an agreement on the basic salary and profit sharing. In the Hollywood industry, male stars are generally paid more than female stars. Martin is not as famous as Kate Winslet, but his basic salary is the same as the latter, all of which are $4 million US. When starring in art films, the stars' salaries are naturally lower than those of commercial films. On the one hand, the investors control the risks in the early stage and the project investment is relatively low. On the other hand, most of the star's income is transferred to the later stage, which can also motivate the main creative staff to show better performance. Martin is the same. The later stage share mainly involves the North American box office and DVD. When the North American box office exceeds the cost line of $30 million US, 2% of the excess will be used as Martin's share, and it is the most common tiered share in the industry. If it exceeds $10 million US, the share will rise to 2.5%, and so on, with a maximum cap of 4%. In terms of DVD, in addition to the union standards, there is also a 1.5% net profit share. This flying net profit share basically has no time limit. It is a veritable long-term meal ticket. After the beneficiary dies, it can also be inherited by the designated heir. The focus of the film's revenue is not the box office, but the flying later stage. The biggest benefit of winning heavyweight awards at the Oscars is reflected in DVD rental and sales and TV copyrights. Afterwards, Thomas and the crew agreed on the nudity clause. Just like the heroine Kate Winslet, the key point in the front cannot be exposed. After the film is completed, it will be at least R-rated if it is to be released in North America on a large scale. If the birds really come out to find food, it will become NC-17. After Thomas negotiated all the terms, Martin signed the actor's contract and took a makeout photo with Kate. The crew of The Reader officially announced that Martin and Kate Winslet will play the male and female protagonists and released a promotional poster. On the poster, Martin and Kate each occupy one side, showing equal ranking. As soon as the relevant news came out, Los Angeles critics who usually build good relationships praised Martin's choice. Kenneth Turan, the top critic of the Los Angeles Film Critics Association, highly praised Martin's choice in his column in the Los Angeles Times. After solving basic living problems through commercial films, Martin Davis showed his artistic pursuit and ambition to fulfill his acting talent. In the future, Hollywood will surely give birth to another artist. Several other well-known critics also mentioned this in their columns. The critics have a great influence on the Oscars. Before leaving Los Angeles and heading to London, Martin came to Louise's mansion. Not only Louise was there, but Kelly also came from Atlanta. Martin was a little surprised. Why did you come here suddenly? Kelly drank a glass of expansion screws prepared by Louise and said, I heard this slut talk about something about you, so I came here specially. Martin came to the bar, took a glass of wine handed to him by Louise, pulled out a high chair and sat down, and asked, what's the matter? Louise picked up the wine glass, gestured to the two of them, took a sip of wine, and said, "In the past 2 years, Kelly and I have made a lot of money through your project. I won't tell you how much we have made." Martin deliberately said, "It must be tens of billions." Kelly laughed and pointed at Louise and said, "She definitely has it, but I'm not sure." Louise pulled Kelly over and pinched her face hard. "Let's talk about business, don't go to the hair salon," she said seriously. "You care about the two of us very much. Kelly and I are not conscienceless people. Don't you want to be nominated for the next Oscar?" Kelly proposed that she and I jointly invest and hire a public relations team to help you with publicity and public relations. Of course Martin would not refuse. "You finally found your conscience and are ready to support me?" Kelly laughed crisply. "It's only $1 million US. Martin thought about it. "Can you keep a record of it and use it at the critical moment in the future?" Although their relationship has become more distant over the past year, Louise still remembers the time with Alexander the Great, and the funds invested in Martin's starring projects have been richly rewarded. She said, "This is just this time, and there will be more later. When you really go all out for an award, Kelly and I will also show our appreciation." Kelly continued, "Then we will hire a top PR team for you." This free lunch tasted too good to be true. Martin was powerless to refuse, both physically and mentally. "When you win the Oscar, I will chop it into 3 pieces and each of us will take 1 piece." Louise added, "Don't forget, the role is the foundation. Although there have been situations like Shakespeare in Love, do you want to be dragged out by the media, like Gwyneth, and always be whipped?" Martin said, "Of course not, although being black and red is also red." Louise said, "I will find a suitable PR team and arrange a meeting for you when you finish filming with Kate and come back from London." Martin stopped joking and said, "If you have arrangements here, I'll listen to you." Kelly couldn't stop getting angry and said, "We can talk about these things later." She came to Martin's side. She didn't know whether she drank too much or tripped. She was not stable on her feet and knelt on the floor. She supported the floor with one hand and looked up at Martin eagerly. "Let's talk about how to thank us." Martin knew that the business worth hundreds of millions of dollars was about to start again. He had been exercising and taking daily supplements, so there was no problem at all. Kelly said, "I don't want a broken Oscar statuette. I want a complete version of Mr. Oscar. How about this? Take you as a model and ask someone to carve an Oscar trophy and give it to me." "No problem." Martin agreed. He went back to cool Atlanta and asked Lily to carve a few quickly. Kelly laughed. "I will reward you." Louise walked around the bar and came over. Martin had rich experience in group fights. No matter how strong the opponent was, he must first aim at one and fight hard. After he completely dealt with one, he would beat up other opponents. Moreover, in a group fight, the more opponents there were, the more they would be uncoordinated, and they might even do more harm than good. These experiences include both Martin's actual combat summary and on-site teaching, and instruction from the real masters in the actor group in his previous life. In the next few days, Martin took care of the affairs in Los Angeles, took the crew's chartered plane, and rushed to London, transferred to Pinewood Studios, to participate in the filming of the new film. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 304. I feel better after vomiting it out. Compared to the depression of major studios in Los Angeles, Pinewood Studios in the UK is very busy. Nearly 10 crews are shooting here at the same time, and more than 30 studios are crowded. Martin just got off the Macute trailer and saw a group of boys and girls in Gryffindor school uniforms walking in the distance. The towering Hogwarts castle is the tallest building in the entire studio. Bruce followed behind, holding an old-fashioned coat in his hand. It was not comfortable to shoot in winter costumes in June. Martin quickly turned into a street. The old-fashioned tram stopped on the track. The surrounding scenery buildings were very damaged. The extras were already in place on the scaffolding. Sam Menz, wearing a short-sleeved shirt, came to Martin and looked at his look carefully. Against the background of the oversized sweater and pale makeup, Martin looked thin and immature, and also a bit sick. Makeup is also a very important part of good acting skills. Sam reminded Martin, remember the key to this scene: sickness, vomiting, moving, and encounter. Martin took the coat handed by Bruce, without saying anything, but just nodded slightly. Sam is a very demanding director. This is a long shot. I need you to be in the same state as in the audition from the beginning. I need you to go all out to interpret this role, not just superficially like in your previous commercial films. Martin still didn't say anything, and went straight to familiarize himself with the moving and brewing emotions. Sam walked back and asked, "Where's Kate? Damn, why hasn't she come yet?" Entering the set, he threw all the husband-wife relationship behind his mind. The dedicated director only had work in his eyes, and completed the work perfectly. Who is responsible for reminding Kate? I want her to appear on the set within 3 minutes. As soon as the voice fell, Kate Winslet hurried over. Sam gave a few instructions and shouted loudly, "All departments are in place, ready to start shooting." Several water trucks parked on the side of the road sprayed water, creating a downpour. Martin put on his backpack and went into the rain. He was soaked all over, but the cool feeling refreshed him. Bruce handed him a large piece of cake. Martin took a few big bites of the American cake with more sugar. He was so sick that he wanted to vomit, but he forced himself to endure it. The strong desire to vomit helped him get into the state quickly, and he found the feeling of being sick and about to vomit. Martin heard the order to start shooting. He staggered in the heavy rain, holding onto the mottled wall. His wet hair stuck to his forehead, blocking his vision like the rain, making it difficult to see the road ahead. After walking a few steps, the choking sweetness of the Western super dessert finally made him unable to bear it, and he could only hold onto the wall and spit out. Martin wiped his mouth, and continued to walk forward, passing by passers-by, and coming to the door of an old apartment building. In the set position, he must vomit here. Martin didn't need to find the feeling, or even act. The dessert he had eaten worked. He held onto the corner post, and vomited several times in a row. The camera was moving along the slide rail, capturing Martin all the time. In the real-time picture on the director's monitor, Sam Mendes watched every detail. Martin was in amazing condition, and every vomit was so real and natural. Martin turned into the apartment door, sat on the bench, and vomited again. This time, all the dessert he had eaten came out in a rush. Kate Winslet came in from outside, and the vomit splashed on her shoes. She stepped on the door, and was splashed with some more. Kate quickly dodged. Then, she brought water and a mop to clean up the garbage. Seeing Martin sitting on the bench with a pale face, and no energy at all, she pulled him up again, and warmed the boy's cold and sick body with her broad and warm arms. Sam called a halt to the filming, and announced that this shot was past. Martin broke away from Kate's embrace, bent over and turned to the side, and vomited twice more. Bruce immediately came over with a cup, and Martin drank the water to rinse his mouth. Kate came over, and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Martin spit the water in his mouth into the trash can again and said, "It's okay. I had sweet breakfast, and I just ate some sweet food. I have a low tolerance for sweetness and it's uncomfortable. I feel better after spitting it out." Kate understood that he did this for this scene and said, "You're really trying hard. Martin was very good at talking. You found me specifically to act with you. I can't let you down." At this point, he was about to vomit again. Kate didn't walk away, but patted Martin's back gently. Sam came over and asked, "Are you okay? Continue?" Martin raised his thumb to indicate that there was no problem. The crew didn't need to change locations, so Martin got on the tram on the street outside and continued filming. The weather here was very good. It wasn't cold after getting wet, nor was it unbearably hot. The filming lasted until almost noon, when Martin returned to the trailer to take a shower, change clothes, and have lunch. Pinewood Studios is more like a large-scale British town than a film studio, because there are various crews stationed there for filming all year round, with a strong commercial atmosphere and a large service area. The crew members of the Reader can enjoy a free buffet at any restaurant in the service area with their crew work permits. Martin got on the battery car driven by Bruce, and came to the service area. The car stopped in front of a restaurant. As soon as the two got off the car, they met an acquaintance. Martin nudged Bruce with his elbow and reminded him to look to the left front. "Old Bruce, your idol." Bruce saw the shorter blonde woman, and his eyes automatically turned to her perky buttocks. He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. It's much smaller than in Lost in Translation. The person in front was Scarlett Johansson. Martin said, "That's a close-up of the movie lens. This is real life with your eyes." Of course there is a difference. Bruce was indifferent. Close is better. Scarlett Johansson felt at her, but was strange, and turned her head subconsciously. Martin walked up to her and greeted her. "Hi, Scarlett, I didn't expect to meet you here." Scarlett remembered Martin. A few years ago, on Malibu Beach, when he was still an unknown little actor, he asked her to take a photo. Now, he is more famous than her. Scarlett smiled and said, "Martin, haven't we met for 2 years? 2.5 years. Martin still had a general impression. "We went to a beach party together." Scarlett said, "You remember it very clearly." Martin said nice things without hesitation. "Who can forget the time when I met Scarlett Johansson?" Scarlett couldn't help laughing and said, "A few months ago, I thought I could work with you in the same crew, but later I found out that you didn't join the crew." Martin was curious. "Which crew?" "The Prestige." Last year, The Island starring Scarlett Johansson was a complete failure in terms of word of mouth and box office, which blocked her path to becoming the heroine of a blockbuster movie, and she could only play a supporting role in a medium-sized crew. She said, "At that time, I heard that your information was submitted to the crew, and I thought you would become one of the male protagonists, but I didn't expect that it would be Hugh Jackman in the end." Martin smiled and asked, "Is The Prestige filmed here?" Scarlett replied, "Yes, it has been filming for almost a month." Martin said politely, "I will visit the crew some other day, when I have time." Scarlett nodded. Originally, Martin wanted to invite her to have lunch together, but when he heard that Scarlett wanted to have a vegetarian lunch, he immediately backed off. This reminded him of the terrible experience when filming House of Wax, and the little interest he had in the restaurant disappeared instantly. Martin entered the restaurant and quickly took some meat from Bruce to calm his nerves. After finding an empty seat and sitting down, Martin found that there were many people he knew in the restaurant. He saw Hugh Jackman. There was also James McAvoy, who was eating and chatting with Keira Knightley. The former was even more ordinary than in the movie, and A was not enough to describe him. It was estimated that McAvoy was older than her. Bruce knew more and said, "They are from a crew called Atonement." Martin didn't remember this movie. When he looked away, he found a blonde girl of about 12 or 13 sitting at a nearby table. She looked a little familiar. Probably a child star. It's not an exaggeration to say that this place is full of stars. After dinner, when Martin went out, he met Meryl Streep and Amanda Seyfried. When they were in Los Angeles, Leonardo said that Meryl was filming Mamma Mia in London. Martin, who was the lover of the eldest of the three bastards, took the initiative to greet him. "Good afternoon, Meryl." Seeing Martin, Meryl was a little surprised and didn't look happy. She asked, "Jack is here too?" Martin replied, "I'm here to work." "Jack didn't come." Meryl nodded. She didn't want to talk to Martin and went straight into the restaurant. After a while, she and Amanda found a place to sit down and eat. The latter was curious. "Are you and Martin Davis at odds?" Seeing the former nod, she asked tentatively, "Why?" "Meryl has been tempered for so many years, and her skin is very thick." She said directly, "If you and your lover are doing the happiest thing, Martin Davis and Leonardo secretly throw firecrackers into your room, will you be happy?" Amanda thought about it and misunderstood. She thought to herself, "These old actors are so playful." On the surface, she did not hesitate. No. Meryl remembered very clearly that Martin and Leonardo, those two bastards, threw firecrackers into the trailer, almost causing her and Nicholson to cramp and become inseparable. After dinner, she called Nicholson, who said that he would come to London to visit her in a while. Meryl was in a good mood. Having an affair with her old lover on the set was much happier than being with her husband. Pinewood Studios is so big that she can try different places. Then, Meryl thought of a problem. Martin, that bastard, was also in Pinewood. Nicholson had a very good relationship with him, so he would definitely come to find him. just in case. She decided to find a secluded place in advance to avoid being disturbed by those bastards. The crew of The Reader continued filming. During the first 10 days of filming, many ordinary interior scenes went quite smoothly, and Martin and Kate Winslet were in good condition. As the filming of those special scenes was put on the schedule, the crew's progress slowed down. Chapter 305, Push Hard. In the studio, that was built as a small apartment, the crew cleared the scene according to Kate's request before filming. Except for a few key personnel such as the director and the director of photography, everyone else evacuated. In front of the camera lens, Martin quickly tore off his clothes. He looked at Kate in front of him and rushed up. Kate turned over and pushed him down. The two people were entangled. Director Sam stared at the monitor, frowned, and shouted to stop. Cut. The two people who were immersed in the emotions of the characters were still entangled, and it took more than 10 seconds to stop. Martin and Kate's faces were so close that they seemed to see the flames in each other's eyes. Sam entered the set and the two separated. Emotions, actions, none of them are in place. Sam was completely in work mode and had long forgotten about husband and wife. He first said to Kate, "You are too passive and gentle. This is a scene dominated by the heroine, and the fishing net is released actively." He used gestures to strengthen his tone. "You have to push hard. Use the emotions that have been suppressed for 10 years. Exert your strength. Do you understand? Use your strength." Kate said, "I know." Sam looked at Martin again. "This is not how you pick up girls in real life. You are not a Hollywood playboy, but an inexperienced teenager. You have no experience. Do you understand? What about you now? Even a fool can see that you are experienced." It seems that Kate has taken the initiative, but in fact, everything is dominated by you, which is completely contrary to the setting of your role. Martin nodded. "I just need to passively bear it?" "Yes, you just need to passively bear the invasion of the heroine's storm." Sam pointed at Kate and said to Martin, "Do whatever she tells you to do." Although these words sounded a bit strange coming from the director's mouth, Martin answered immediately, "I understand." When the filming resumed, Martin simply gave up all resistance and let Kate control the rhythm, but after a few beats, Sam called for a stop again. The director was dissatisfied with the two actors. "You are not emotionally invested enough. Emotions. I can't feel your emotional communication. You are like a temporary couple on the set, with only body but no spirit." Martin and Kate had no choice but to let go and wait for the filming to resume before getting entangled again. Not long after, Sam called for a stop again. "This is the scene that requires the most emotional exchange. Without enough emotional exchange, what will be produced? A dry Saint serial movie." His voice suddenly rose. "This is the most artistic part. Through physical exchange, the emotions of the male and female protagonists are sublimated, and the beauty of art is created. Martin, you gradually find the feeling, but Kate, you can't." Kate took a deep breath. "Let me rest for a while." Martin subconsciously wanted to pat Kate's back. When he reached halfway, he realized that she was not wearing clothes. This was not the time for filming. He quickly withdrew his hand and said, "Kate, don't put too much pressure on yourself." Kate lowered her head and smiled. "You put too much pressure on me." Martin was helpless. "I can't help it. It's natural." The two picked up their own blankets, wrapped them around themselves, and sat in the rest area to meditate. The filming of the scenes was not going smoothly for several consecutive days. Director Sam was a little stressed. He sat behind the director's monitor and watched the wasted shots over and over again. His wife Kate performed very poorly in this scene. In the ordinary scenes shot some time ago, when Martin was in good condition, he could lead Kate into the play, but in these scenes, the setting of the male lead determined that he could not lead the female lead. Instead, the female lead had to take the initiative. Kate needed to guide Martin. Anthony Minghella came over and asked, "Is it still not working?" Sam pointed at Martin and Kate who were entangled on the monitor and said, "In this scene, the two released their passion through physical contact and formed an emotional bond. It was also the beginning of the real change in their relationship, but to be more precise, it was Kate. Kate's emotions were not as good as before." He shook his head. "Martin also has problems. He is too proactive." Some instinctive things are difficult to change. On the other side, Martin was also communicating with Kate. Kate said, my sensitive points are here, here, and here. Martin was helpless. These scenes are not used. I'm just a young boy who knows nothing. It all depends on you to guide me. Kate sighed. I don't know why. I can't find that feeling in the past 2 days of shooting. Feeling is something that cannot be seen nor touched, but it is very important for performance. Martin simply asked, do you have an instinctive dislike for me? How is that possible? Kate said, in fact, it has always been difficult for me to shoot this type of scene. Remember when we were in Atlanta? The kiss scene we shot at many NGs. Martin remembered that Kate had a big quarrel with the director at that time. He said, there are many similar scenes in this shooting. We always have to find a tacit understanding. It is not a good idea to NG every day. Kate thought for a while and said, it's mainly because of me. Maybe I want to use this role to impact the Oscar, which makes me feel more stressed. The previous scenes were easy to say. When you were in a bad state, I could lead you into the play. When I was in a bad state, you could also lead me into the play. But now I need to take the initiative and control the rhythm. Martin nodded slightly. Even though he was experienced and had a lot of skills, he could not play this kind of completely passive scene. Kate said, let's think about it carefully. How can we better establish a tacit understanding and realize the special emotional exchange between the two characters? Martin was also thinking about it. Kate was silent for a while and suddenly said, have you heard that when Nicole Kidman starred in Eyes Wide Shut, there was also a passionate scene that was shot several times, but the effect was not good. It is said that Stanley Kubrick used some special methods to make her get into the role. Martin thought to himself, Kate, are you kidding? Kate said something and then frowned and thought, this play is too important to her. The shooting started again and it was intermittent. After a whole afternoon, only less than 5 shots were shot. Director Sam was very annoyed and quarreled with Kate on the set. Kate has a hot temper and directly confronted Sam. Martin ran between the two and acted as a peacemaker to avoid a quarrel. This week's work ended with a quarrel between the couple. On the weekend, as there was no filming of the male lead in the first 2 days of next week, Martin originally wanted to go to New York. When he called, Blake Lively returned to Los Angeles. In the past 6 months, the two have been apart for a long time and even talked less. Blake was silent for a while on the phone and suddenly said, when you were in Los Angeles, I went to New York. I finally finished my work and returned to Los Angeles, and you went to London again. No matter how outstanding the male god is, after living together, eating, drinking, defecating, urinating, and sleeping, the halo made of gold will fade. As a female fan who successfully slept with her idol, Blake was satisfied. She still had a good impression of Martin and had relatively good memories. She decided to keep the good memories of the male god in her heart forever. So, she said, I plan to move back to my home in Burbank. I haven't lived with my parents and brother for a long time. Martin understood the meaning of this, adhered to his own principles, and faced it calmly. Okay, I can't go back to Los Angeles in a short time. Blake hung up the phone. Bruce brought him a glass of ice water. Can't bear it? Just go and get it back. With your means, it's not difficult. Martin picked up the glass. The cold water went down his stomach, and the boredom in his heart disappeared. He said, let's find a place tonight to have a drink together and call Kate and Sam. Before he finished speaking, the phone rang again. The caller turned out to be Leonardo. Martin answered the call and asked, are you guys ready to come to London? Leonardo said, I'm at the airport, waiting for Jack to come. The Mamma crew has a few days off, and Meryl called Jack and asked him to come over to visit the set, so I followed him. Martin was very aware of being a younger brother. Jack is our boss, and he came all the way to London to visit his lover. Leo, we younger brothers must prepare gifts well. Leonardo asked, are you ready? Martin vowed, of course I'm ready, and I will never let Jack down. Leonardo said, if you disappoint me, I'll call Blake and tell you which girls you've slept with. Martin sighed softly, we are breaking up. Dude, you're free. Leonardo sent his heartfelt blessings. Happy breakup. Happy single life. Thinking that he would be alone from now on, and that a special fate could come at any time, Martin's mood obviously improved. Call me when you get to London. Bruce saw Martin put down his phone and said, I've prepared everything, and I'm temporarily storing it in the warehouse of the props group. Martin asked, will there be any problem? Bruce said, it's easy to weld a few steel pipes together. Martin got out of the trailer first. Let's go and get the stuff out. Let's find a place to test it first. The two came to the prop group and took out 2 bags from the warehouse. One of the bags contained firecrackers. Not the scary type of the ones in Rabbit's house. I specially asked someone to make them. When Bruce was a soldier, he was stationed in the UK and bullied British soldiers with mortars. He knew a lot of people here. The charge is accurate to grams, and the height of the explosion after ignition is not very different. Martin took a bag and got on the electric car. Jack will definitely like it. Bruce drove northwest and went out from the north gate of the studio. There was a dilapidated building that no one was going to demolish, so he could set off as many as he wanted. He said, you 3 are such bad guys, you can really mess things up. Martin laughed. Happiness is not only about actively looking for it, but also about actively creating it. Life is so depressing, so of course we have to maintain an optimistic attitude. Passing by the studio of the crew, Kate came out and saw Martin and Bruce going to have fun and said she wanted to join in. The battery car carried the 3 people away. Not long after, there was a dull explosion in the distance, followed by a salute-like sound in the sky, and a cloud of colorful mist exploded. Chapter 306 Homemade Mortar. At noon on Monday, the 3 bastards enjoyed a French meal at the famous Ledbury restaurant in London. Eating French food in the UK is a British fashion that has been passed down for many years. Nicholson took a bite of the baked snails and asked, Martin, did you pick up any girls in London? Not yet. Martin was ashamed. I have brought shame to the organization. I'll treat you to dinner today. Leonardo was surprised. You didn't even find the target? Martin told the truth. I have my eyes on Scarlett Johansson from the Prestige crew, but she is a vegetarian and I can't afford to offend her. Nicholson pointed at Martin. Don't tell others that you are following me. It's embarrassing. Martin was helpless. The best English roses are all old. Zeta Jones, Beckinsale, and Rachel Weisz are all older. Leonardo went straight to the core of the problem. Don't you like girls in their 30s the most? Slander. Martin is also a single-minded person. I only like beautiful girls with good figures. Nicholson picked up the napkin to wipe his mouth and educated his 2 younger brothers. You are still young. You don't understand what the key is at all. The key is technology. You 2 idiots. Use your brains. Good technology is the key. He shook his head and stood up. Why did I make 2 stupid friends? Hey. Martin asked. Are you going to abandon us? I'll go first. Nicholson packed up his personal belongings and said, I'm going to visit some old friends. Don't wait for me tonight. I may not be back. Leonardo shook his head. He must be going to meet a woman. He forgets his friends for the beauty. Nicholson pretended not to hear and left. Martin continued to enjoy his lunch. Leo, did you see that? This is the leader of the trio, an old bastard. Leonardo said, we'll go give him a gift later. After lunch, the 2 drove the same car to Pinewood Studios. On the way, Martin made a phone call and said, yes, the old bastard went to the studio and will soon be on the set of Mamma Mia. Leonardo snorted coldly. Needless to say, he is definitely up to no good. Arriving at the parking lot outside the studio area, Martin got out of the car, opened the trunk, took out a long bag, and threw it to Leonardo, and put on another bag himself. The 2 took out their sunglasses and put them on, threw the long bags behind their backs, and walked side by side to the studio, like snipers about to set off. Meanwhile, the crew of the Prestige was at the station. Christian Bale finished his scenes today and left the studio to remove his Macupe. When he came out of the Macupe trailer, he met Cate Blanchett, who was visiting Hugh Jackman. Would you like to come in? Bale invited her at the entrance of the trailer. Blanchett's stone-like face had a strange smile on it. Pinewood Studios is very big. I remember there is a place that is particularly famous. I know that place. Many actors like to go there. Bale waved his hand and took Blanchett to the place where the electric car was parked. Blanchett followed automatically. I heard that you got rid of Martin Davis' audition for this crew. Bale got on the electric car, waited for Blanchett to sit aside, started it, and said, "Heath is my friend. He has been wronged. I will help him if I can. There are many people in the circle who help each other, not just Martin and his people." Blanchett said, "Your position is somewhat similar to Martin Davis. There are limited resources in this circle. You have to fight for what you can, and grab what you can." Bale is also a star who has fought his way up, so he naturally understands these principles. "I will not hold back on what I can grab." He laughed. "I will keep an eye on Martin. I can't do anything about the projects he initiated. If it's other crews and characters, we will deal with him." On both sides of the road, some very old pine trees began to appear. In the distance, a relatively sparse pine forest can be seen from afar. This is the famous symbol of Pinewood Studios. It is not only full of old pine trees, but also a well-known wild battlefield in the actor circle. Couples and polite greetings in Hollywood crews are too common. Some people have done it too many times and inevitably want to seek different excitement. The use style of Pinewood is inevitably close to the university woods. Bale is relatively more careful about the impact. He stopped the car at a distance and walked along the road towards the woods with Blanchett like friends walking and chatting. An electric car drove past at lightning speed. Blanchett looked up and found that the two people in the car were Jack Nicholson and Meryl Streep. There are many rumors about these two people in Hollywood. You don't need to ask to know what they are going to do. Blanchett couldn't help it and said, "Pay attention to the two of them. Let's choose a place near them and listen to their voices." Bale has been in this circle for 20 years and has rich experience. He understood immediately. It's super exciting to let the voices of Oscar winners accompany us. Blanchett laughed, and her laughter was particularly hearty. On the other side, Nicholson and Streep entered the pine forest together. A gust of wind blew over, which was particularly refreshing. The two continued to walk inside, and Streep said, "I saw Martin a few days ago. How did you become friends with that bastard?" "Because I'm an asshole too." Nicholson is very self-aware. He plays a lot and has a lot of bad ideas, which are especially to my taste. Since Marlon Brando went to see God and Warren Beatty got married, I haven't met a bad guy who can play with me for a long time. Streep asked, "A lot of tricks? More powerful than you?" Nicholson talked about something. "Martin, Leo and I went to Heidi Klum's pre-wedding bachelorette party. The tricks Martin played made everyone so excited that Heidi Klum even took the initiative to invite him to the wedding, ready to give it a try at the wedding." Streep thought it was outrageous. "They can't get tanned, right? Who knows?" Nicholson said, "Are we there yet?" Streep pointed to the front. "It's here." It was a big crooked tree. It was still alive, but the upper part was sunken. The bark was wiped off, and the exposed trunk was already covered with pulp, smooth like the bronze bull on Wall Street. Not far away, Bale and Blanchett stopped and hid behind a tree, and like the couple in front, they threw clothes rustling. On the outskirts of the woods, a blonde girl from the crew of Atonement wandered like a ghost. Saoirse Ronan tied her blonde hair into a ponytail behind her head, with a digital camera hanging around her neck. She used the cover of the woods to look for wild mandarin ducks. When she was not acting, she often came here to play as a pastime. When she was moving from the inside to the outside, Saoirse suddenly heard footsteps and quickly hid behind a big pine tree and secretly popped her head out to take a look. Two men wearing sunglasses and carrying long bags were walking towards her. At a glance, Saoirse recognized them. Leonardo and Martin Davis. How did these two people get here? Saoirse had been here for many days, so she knew what this place was famous for, and she could not help but make associations. Entering the edge of the woods, Leonardo looked at the sparse pine forest and asked, "It's a big place. How do we find it?" "No need to look carefully, we'll just bombard it randomly." Martin took off his backpack, unzipped it, took out a steel pipe as thick as his wrist, and gave an order. "Leo, you're the loader." Leonardo also untied his bag, which was full of firecrackers with fuses. The steel pipe in Martin's hand had two handles welded to the bottom and a thinner steel pipe welded to the top, like a scope. Leonardo asked, "Is it homemade? Will it explode?" Martin boasted to the sky, "Old Bull and I made it by hand. It's cheap, tough, durable, and violent." The two of them knew Nicholson. When the old man was with Meryl Streep, they didn't play too intense games. They got along more slowly and gently, and even if they made a fuss, it was just a scare. That's why he dared to throw firecrackers, to scare people in New York. Isn't this just a homemade RPG that has been cut down and cut down again? Leonardo said, you enjoy it first, and I'll fire a few shots later. Martin replied, no problem. He pointed to the firecrackers in his bag and said, get ready. Leonardo took out the cigarettes and lighter he had prepared in advance from his bag, stepped back and lit them, picked up a firecracker, and prepared to light it. Martin reminded, dude, be careful, don't put the cigarettes in your mouth, and put the firecrackers in your mouth. Leonardo looked down, if you put this thing in your mouth. Click, there was a faint sound in front. Martin was very alert, and he heard it was the sound of a camera shutter, thinking that a paparazzi had sneaked in, so he immediately turned the muzzle and said, who's in front? Come out quickly, or I'm going to fire. There was no movement over there. Martin gave Leonardo a look. Leo, prepare the shells. No, don't fire. Sayowis was not sure what Martin had in his hand, but he heard the two discussing bursting barrels and RPGs, and was a little scared by the thick barrel, so he hurried out. I'm just curious, come here to take a look. Martin remembered her, and had seen her several times in the restaurant, an actor in the crew of Atonement. When the people came closer, he asked, who are you? What do you do? The girl's eyes rolled around. As a professional liar, Martin knew at a glance that she was going to lie, and pointed at her camera. I've seen you. Don't force me to go to the crew to find you. Sayowis could only say honestly, my name is Sayowis Ronan, an actor. Martin stretched out his hand. Give me the camera. Sayowis felt wronged, but still handed it to Martin, who gave it to Leonardo, who took a look, and deleted the photo of him and Martin. Martin took out the battery from the camera. Don't run around. Don't take pictures randomly. Sayowis took the camera back, nodded hurriedly, and squatted beside Martin. I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. Martin looked at Leonardo. Let's start. Leonardo took a puff of cigarette, picked up a firecracker, lit the obviously lengthened fuse, and took a special look before putting it into the barrel to avoid putting it in his mouth. After confirming that it was correct, he stuffed the shell into the barrel. Martin didn't know the exact location of the old bastard, but he knew the locations of several popular places. He immediately turned the muzzle and tilted it slightly upward. Sayowis plugged her ears. With a muffled sound, Martin felt the steel pipe shake slightly, and the special firecracker flew out quickly. The next moment, the firecracker hit the pine branches more than 60 meters away to the left front, and fell and exploded. Boom. Pink smoke rose. There were too many crews stationed in the studio, and similar explosions occurred frequently, but no one paid attention. Martin shouted, load. Fire. Just as Martin's words came out, Leonardo had already lit another shell, and stuffed it into the muzzle with his hands and feet. In the distance, there was another explosion and red smoke rising. My turn. My turn. Leonardo faintly heard the panicked voices of the wild mandarin ducks, and was inexplicably excited. If you don't let me fire 2 more shots, there will be no chance. Martin handed over to Leonardo, and became the loader. The 2 firecrackers were lit and stuffed in, and Leonardo controlled the direction. The two cooperated tacitly. Sayowis didn't block her ears anymore. The 2 big stars in front of her completely broke her cognition. They were not stars, they were clearly 2 stupid people. But she thought it was very funny, and took advantage of the gap between firing. She asked, can you let me fire a shot? Hey, you two, can you let me fire a shot? Martin said, girls don't want to fire a cannon all the time. Sayowis pouted. Which bastard is firing a cannon? Suddenly, a roar sounded in the woods. Leonardo was not afraid of trouble, so he turned the gun and fired at that direction. With a loud bang, a strange man and woman ran for their lives holding their clothes. Martin's hand speed was super fast. As soon as the previous one was fired, the next one was put into the barrel. The explosion sounded several times, startling countless couples. Nicholson and Streep were older, and took a little longer to get into the state. Just as they were fully engaged, something suddenly exploded diagonally above their heads. The latter's adductor muscles tightened and almost cramped. Nicholson was frightened, and immediately turned into a slug, and withdrew in time. In addition to mental damage, he avoided physical injury. Fuck. Nicholson yelled, it must be Martin and Leonardo, those two bastards. Streep's heart trembled when she heard the names of the two men. She picked up her clothes and put them on randomly, not daring to stay any longer. Let's go. Nicholson knew very well that those two were as bad as she was a bastard, so he quickly pulled her away and said, let's go first, and we'll settle the score with them later. Boom. The explosion sounded in the air behind them. Just under a tree over there, Bale had reached the most critical moment. When a cool breeze blew, the explosion sounded above his head, making his body tense subconsciously. In recent months, Bale has been working out crazily in addition to filming and preparing for other roles. He will be filming the sequel to Batman next year. This is a super dedicated actor. He lost weight and gained weight suddenly in a short period of time several times. At the critical moment, his muscles tightened up. In addition to the cold wind and the shock of the explosion, the muscle fatigue accumulated in his legs broke out instantly, and both legs cramped at the same time. Bell's face was distorted with pain, and his arms and hands were powerless. Blanchett, who was held up by him, lost support and fell like a cannonball. Blanchett was also at a critical moment, and her whole body was tense. This fall was quite fatal. Bell let out a scream. Almost at the same time, Blanchett also screamed. She fell hard to the ground, and her smooth buttocks hit the dead branches. She was in so much pain that tears came out. Bell couldn't stand up and fell down. He stretched out his hand to Blanchett. Quick, help me to bend my leg. I have cramps. Blanchett struggled to get up and didn't care about anything else and went to help Bell first. The wind blew the hem of his shirt, and there were shocking purple marks on the exposed part. That fall was hard enough. The things on the ground also hurt. Arsehole. Blanchett lifted one of Bell's legs and helped him to bend his leg, which arsehole did it. Bell was in great pain, but he bit his teeth hard and didn't make a sound. Blanchett asked, should I call for help? Bale took a breath and said, I'm fine. Don't let anyone see me. I can't put it on for the time being. The two of them could only support each other helplessly. Chapter 307 will be beaten to death. At the edge of the pine forest, another firecracker flew out, exploding a cloud of red mist. Leonardo saw two familiar figures through the gaps between the trees and said, Jack and Merrill ran away. Martin pulled up the backpack containing the firecrackers and said, let's go. Leonardo quickly put the homemade mortar into the bag and followed Martin out of the woods. Saoirse Ronan reacted very quickly and immediately caught up with the two people. Martin jumped on the electric car, and Leonardo followed. Wait for me. Saoirse rushed over. After she got in the car, Martin drove forward. Leonardo warned Saoirse, don't tell anyone about what happened today. Martin gestured with his hand. The consequences are serious. Thinking back to the bad things these two idiots did, Saoirse was a little worried and nodded repeatedly. I swear to God, I will never tell anyone. Leonardo winked at Martin. In fact, they didn't care whether others knew or not. But along the way, no one really noticed them. Martin said, your name is Saoirse Ronan. You are filming an atonement. I remember you. Saoirse asked with a bitter face, can you forget me? Martin pointed to the digital camera hanging around her neck and said, what are you doing in the pine forest? Saoirse didn't want to say anything because it involved privacy. Leonardo took out a firecracker from his pocket and looked Saoirse up and down as if to see where to put it. Saoirse said quickly, I just think it's interesting to see those people fooling around in the woods, so I've been coming here to spy lately. I don't have much to do today, so I brought a camera. Martin stretched out his hand. Camera. Saoirse handed it to Martin hesitantly. Yours have been deleted. Martin looked through the photos carefully, and indeed they were all taken today. He said, you will be beaten to death if you do this. Saoirse is also an actor and understood what Martin meant. You won't tell anyone else, right? Leonardo deliberately teased her. That depends on what you do. Saoirse unconsciously shrank back and wanted to jump out of the car, but she was worried about the camera. She couldn't help but regret that she shouldn't have been a voyeur. Seeing that Leonardo was a bad guy, Martin decided to be a good guy. Leo means that you have to give us some benefits. He has seen intimate big sisters, so it was natural for him to get into the role of intimate big brother. "Well, you treat Leo and me to a good meal, and we will pretend we don't know about this." Sayowis quickly touched her pocket. Martin added, "It's okay to peep, it's okay to play around, but don't take photos randomly, or you'll get beaten to death. This guy's much better than Leonardo." Sayowis nodded, took out less than £5 of change from her pocket, and said, "How about I treat you to ice cream?" Leonardo said, "Sure." His companions all agreed, so Martin didn't say anything more. He drove forward a distance, and parked the car in front of an ice cream shop outside the commercial town. Leonardo covered the 2 bags, and followed Martin and Sayowis into the shop. The 3 of them each ordered a regular ice cream. Sayowis paid, sat at a table next to the glass curtain wall, and ate it slowly. Leonardo reminded Martin, "Look outside." Martin had already seen that there were people coming back from the north. Most of them were a little embarrassed. Sayowis scooped up a spoonful of ice cream, ate it in big mouthfuls, and said, "I saw these people today, in the woods, following Nicholson and Streep." Leonardo said, "How old are you to peep? Do you plan to be a voyeur in the future?" Sayowis was a little afraid of Leonardo, and didn't dare to answer. "Old Jack is here." Just as Martin reminded him, an electric car whizzed away from the door of the ice cream shop, with Nicholson and Streep sitting in the car. Except for some dirt and dust on their clothes, there was nothing unusual about the 2. Leonardo said, "Jack will definitely thank us for this special gift. If he doesn't thank us, well, give him a more expensive gift next time." Martin felt that today's ice cream was particularly delicious. "I think Jack must like our gift." Leonardo pointed in the direction where the electric car disappeared. "I saw it." He was very happy. The 3 of them ate very slowly, especially when they saw the people coming from the north passing by in a panic. They only felt that the ice cream was particularly delicious. After a while, the last electric car drove over from the north. It was very slow and the car was crooked, as if the driver was drunk. The electric car stopped at the door of the nearest ice cream shop. Bale and Blanchett got off the car very slowly, as if in slow motion, and limped into the shop. "Let's find a place to sit down and rest first," Bale said. "I called my assistant. She will be here in a while." At this point, he stopped automatically, because he saw Martin. Blanchett found that in addition to Martin, there was also Leonardo, so she pulled Bale and said, "Take a rest first." Bale sat down with great difficulty. His cramped legs were very uncomfortable. What's worse, Blanchett pulled his vitals when he fell down, and it hurt. Blanchett sat down, and her butt just touched the hard plastic chair, and she bounced up, feeling a burst of burning pain. In the woods, her butt landed first, and she fell too hard. Everyone, including Martin and Leonardo, and the employees of the ice cream shop, turned their eyes to him. "Please bring me a cushion, thank you." Blanchett was indeed a top actress. She did not show any abnormality, and still maintained her demeanor. The waiter brought a cushion over. Blanchett gave a tip first, and sat on the cushion with her, but that was not so painful. Sayowis lowered her voice to the lowest level, with a hint of flattery. "I saw them in the pine forest. They followed Jack Nicholson and Meryl Streep." As soon as these words came out, Martin and Leonardo roughly guessed what might have happened. Martin gave Leonardo a look. The bastards had a perfect tacit understanding with each other. Leonardo didn't care about the feelings of these British actors. He turned around and asked, "Chris, are you injured? Do you need help?" Martin observed very carefully and then said, "Kate, you don't look well either. If you need any help, just tell me." Blanchett didn't have a good impression of Martin, and said with a straight face, "No need." Martin was very friendly. "If you need anything, just tell me. Leo and I are here." Blanchett nodded slightly. Because her butt was so painful, her face was not very good after all. The waiters in the store whispered, "Martin and Leonardo are so nice, especially gentlemanly. That Blanchett is ugly, and he is such a bad person. The reporter from The Sun is at the door of the studio. Wait until you get off work to sell the news to them." The hurried footsteps at the door interrupted the private chat of these women. 2 people ran into the store and came to Blanchett and Bale. The latter 2 whispered a few words, and their assistants each helped the boss leave the ice cream shop. After these people left, Martin and the other 2 finished their ice cream and left the store together. After getting on the electric car, Leonardo asked, "Where are you going, kid?" Sayos didn't want to face the fierce Leonardo, so she tugged at the sleeve of the amiable Martin and said, "Can you take me back to the atonement crew?" Martin knew where the atonement crew was staying, so the electric car drove towards that place. Sayos saw that Martin was very friendly, so she asked again, "Can I take a photo with you later? I especially like the summer in jeans you played." The electric car passed through the service area town and came to a medium-sized studio. Sayos got off the car, took Martin, and asked Leonardo to help take a photo. Then, she waved to Martin, "Goodbye, Martin." Sayos ignored Leonardo and ran into the studio. Leonardo got into the driver's seat and said, "I found out that Nicholson should give up the position of the bastard boss. You are much more of a bastard than him." Martin got into the car and spread his hands. "Stop slandering people. In the ranking of the three bastards, Nicholson is the boss, then you, and finally me." Leonardo looked back at the studio, where the atonement crew was located. Sayos Ronan, "I wonder how old she is?" Martin couldn't help shaking his head. Sure enough, the most bastard people will have the most filthy thoughts. "Leo, please don't be so shameless and plot against a little girl." Leonardo was so angry that he laughed, and he wanted to drag this bastard to hit the tree together. "How could I know someone like you?" Martin said lightly, "Because we are the same kind of people." Leonardo was powerless to refute. The two handed the homemade weapons to Bruce to deal with, and quickly left the studio, and returned to the hotel, where they were staying. After waiting for less than an hour, Nicholson came back as expected. "Hey, Jack, what's wrong?" Leonardo asked automatically. "Why do you look so bad?" Nicholson took off his sunglasses, threw them on the table, looked at Martin, then at Leonardo, and questioned, "Tell me, what did you two do?" Leonardo habitually glared. "What did you do?" "We." Nicholson pointed at his eyebrows. "You are acting." Martin was helpless. "Leo, can you stand up and make some progress? Can you not use your three tricks? Drag someone from the street, and everyone knows that Leonardo frowns, glares, and roars when he acts." Nicholson shook his head. "The Oscar judges will only vote for you if they are blind." "That's right." Martin put his arm around Nicholson's shoulders. "He is too bad. When doing the public relations during the award season, you should say good things for me and ignore Leo." The despised Leonardo suddenly realized that something was wrong. Martin should have been on his side, so why did he stand on Nicholson's side? Could this man be more shameless? Leonardo decided that he must find time to have a good talk with Nicholson and ask him to give up the position of the boss. After all, the most jerk of the three jerk can be the boss. In fact, it doesn't matter whether he is a jerk or not, the main thing is to have fun. After all, at his level, having fun is the true meaning of life. This is the case with changing women, and the same is true with messing things. Chapter 308, Professional Troublemaker for 40 years. These three bastards are used to hanging out together. In life, making money is for enjoyment, and creating fun is also a kind of enjoyment. Nicholson stared at Martin. "Jack, I admit that Leo and I were the ones who set off the firecrackers. When the wind and waves were the strongest, Martin's rudder kept turning. Originally, we just wanted to set off some firecrackers from a distance as a gift to you." He had already found a reason. "You said that you had hooked up with Meryl in 1981. This is to celebrate you and Meryl becoming silver lovers." Leonardo wanted to laugh, but held back. "Yes, a silver love gift for you." How could Nicholson believe these two bastards? "Keep making it up, and I will help you join the Writers Guild and win the Best Screenwriter award later. I swear, we are definitely giving you a gift." Martin said this with a clear conscience, because it was really a gift, and then continued to make it up. "But when we got there, we found those two bastards Bale and Blanchett. Do you know what they were doing?" He heard what Sayos said. "Those two shameless people actually followed you, and peeped at you, secretly watched you, and then messed around together." There was no sign of Leonardo acting this time. A little actress named Sayos from the Atonement crew discovered it, and she told us. "Jack, you can go to the crew and ask her." Martin continued, "How could we allow those two bastards to do such a dirty thing? You are the boss of the trio. If we have to do anything, it should be us who do it, not those two bastards." So we fired at them. Leonardo tried hard not to use 3 tricks in a row. Martin and I are protecting you. Of course Nicholson would not believe it. And then you bombard me? Very good. You wait. As your boss, I will definitely give you a big gift in return. Martin smiled. We are family. No need to be so polite. Leonardo said, you should keep it for yourself. Nicholson was thinking about something else. It is very interesting that these two bastards can bombard the woods or the sky and explode in midair. He sat on the sofa and crossed his legs. Hand over your weapons and I will believe you. Martin pretended to be embarrassed. This is our homemade secret weapon. Nicholson said, I will contact the reporter of the Sunday. Martin said without hesitation, you are the boss. I will listen to you. Leonardo, this scumbag, secretly winked at Martin. Martin understood and nodded slightly. Nicholson urged, hurry up, take it out. Martin took out his mobile phone and called Bruce. Not long after, Bruce brought 2 black cloth bags into the room. Martin opened the bag containing the firecrackers, and Leonardo took out the handmade mortar and carried it on his shoulder. Nicholson was knowledgeable and picked up a firecracker and said, this is a special firecracker that is often used during festivals in Chinatown. He looked at the steel pipe again and nodded. Who came up with the idea of using the steel pipe to control its direction after firing? What a scumbag. Leonardo immediately betrayed Martin and pointed to his side. Martin reminded Nicholson, you like to smoke cigars. Don't put them together with cigars. If you put them in the wrong mouth, they will be gone. He specifically emphasized, no matter what you do, it is your personal behavior. You can't say it is related to me and Leo. Nicholson promised. When has old Jack ever betrayed his brothers? Leonardo deliberately said, there are more people in the pine forest at night. You can play if you want, but don't go there to fire cannons. This reminded Nicholson, and he waved his hand. It's agreed that the things belong to me, and the rest is none of your business. Martin and Leonardo exchanged glances, and the former said, be careful old Jack, if you want to have fun, you'd better find a loader. Nicholson nodded, I know. He picked up the bag, left the room, and returned to his suite. The seriousness on his face disappeared, and he laughed happily at the 2 bags. With the steel pipe on his shoulder, Nicholson stuffed a firecracker into it and made a gesture of aiming and firing. But there was no ignition, which was very unpleasant, and he could only imagine it randomly. As we all know, the game of firing cannons is very different from thinking about it and actually doing it. Nicholson really wanted to actually fire a few shots, and it was easy to find a loader. As a veteran troublemaker, he took out his cell phone and called his old partner who he had worked with for 25 years. Meryl, come to my room. I have something good to show you. Meryl was very dissatisfied in the afternoon. What good thing? Just your broken thing. It's as soft as a slug. Having said that, Meryl still went to Nicholson's room. In another room, Leonardo asked, do you think Jack will go tonight? Martin asked, if it were you, would you go? Leonardo spoke from his own perspective. How could I resist something so fun? He laughed. With Jack's 40 years of messing around, there's no way he'd let go of this opportunity. Martin was worried about Nicholson's safety. Will old Jack be beaten to death if he's caught? Leonardo said, probably not. His face is very iconic. He'll be beaten half to death at most. Playing is playing, but Nicholson can't really fall into the trap. Martin thought about it and called Bruce to ask him to keep an eye on Nicholson. It was almost time for dinner when Kate Winslet called and wanted to talk to Martin about rehearsals. Martin thought for a moment and said, let's wait until tomorrow. I have to go out tonight and maybe back a little late. There was no filming for Martin in the next 2 days, so Kate said, okay, I'll contact you after get off work tomorrow. In the car coming back from Pinewood Studios, Kate put down her phone because the filming of those scenes was not going smoothly. The crew had to temporarily change the plan and shoot separate scenes first to leave enough time for the 2 actors to rehearse. It was not easy to rehearse that kind of play. Kate was a mature actor and had no psychological barriers to this. She even considered the methods used by some people in the Hollywood circle. This play was very important to her. For the Oscar for Best Actress that she had always dreamed of, the scale was also the largest in her career. For the sake of art, it is normal to sacrifice some. Looking back at the past, except for those who were forced to be water queens, all others have made breakthrough performances. Kate knew very well that, if she wanted to win more votes from the judges and the future, public relations was the key, but breakthroughs were the foundation. Back at the hotel, where she was staying, she went back to her room, to rest for a while, and decided to talk to her husband, Sam Menz, the director of this project. As the heroine, the initiator and producer of the project, Kate intends to take the initiative. It was getting dark, and Martin received a notice from Bruce that Nicholson personally drove Meryl out of the hotel and turned onto the road to Pinewood Studios. Leonardo said, "Let's go and watch a good show." It was not hot today, and the wind was a little cool after the sun went down. Martin took out 2 hoodies and threw one to Leonardo, correcting him as he walked. "We are not going to watch a good show. We are going to cover our brothers." Leonardo put on his clothes and said, "Man, you are a good person. No, we are really good people, and the royal family should award us honors." The two went downstairs, and Bruce was already waiting downstairs in his car. They got in the car and drove straight to Pinewood Studios. Martin asked, "It's so late. Are there many people in the studio?" Bruce knew the situation. There are many crews shooting night scenes tonight. The Harry Potter crew has been shooting night scenes recently. When they arrived at the entrance of the studio, the three saw Nicholson's car and immediately went into the studio to change to a battery car and headed straight to the Pine Forest. The Pine Forest studio was built decades ago, and many of the equipment are old. The street lights near the Pine Forest are a little damaged, and those that are not broken are also shining with a weak yellow light. Nicholson appeared from behind a pine tree, carrying a steel pipe and said, "Be careful, don't light the wrong one." Meryl lit the firecracker and stuffed it into the steel pipe. After a muffled bang, there was a bang in the air, and colorful smoke exploded. "Haha." Nicholson shouted excitedly, "Interesting. Come on, reload the shells." Meryl is steady in front of people, like a lady, but like all actors, she is completely different behind people, especially when she follows Nicholson. She loaded the shells in her hands and shouted, "Fire! Blow up all those shameless bastards." Compared to Martin and Leonardo, these two fired randomly and blew up everywhere. Amid the shrill screams, a pair of young men and women ran out from dozens of meters away and rushed towards the light. Nicholson, the old shameless man, called out people's names while firing shells to avoid embarrassing them. Look who it is, Hermione and Malfoy." Meryl was excited. The depression she had been holding back during the day was vented all at once, as if she was having an orgasm. Keep going, don't stop." Groups of red mist suddenly exploded above and inside the dark pine forest. Even though they were tormented by Martin and Leonardo in the afternoon, there were still many people tonight, and their shadows kept shaking in the moonlight. Suddenly, someone shouted, "The troublemaker is over there. Hey, don't run. Go up and get him together. Get him." 6 or 7 black shadows ran towards this side from a distance. Nicholson is old and knows he can't confront them head on, so he immediately calls out to Meryl, "Run." The two turned around and ran. The electric car was parked not far away. Nicholson got in the car, saw Meryl sitting in the car, and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. Just less than 100 meters away, 3 cars caught up with him. Then, more cars caught up. For a while, the north of the studio was in chaos. Martin and Leonardo put on hoods, drove into the chasing vehicles, and shouted to join in the fun. There are 2 of them. In the car in front, the young and energetic Malfoy shouted loudly, "Stop them. Stop those 2 bastards. Beat them so hard that their parents won't recognize them." Leonardo shouted with a choked voice, "Break their dog legs." Martin changed his British accent, "Break the 3rd leg of the man, and the woman will go crazy with the balls." The electric car in front reached the brightly lit place, and Malfoy shouted in surprise, "Jack Nicholson. Meryl Streep. Fuck, how could it be them?" Nicholson ran faster after his name was called out. Martin and Leonardo laughed. The Sun newspaper would be sold out tomorrow. Chapter 309, Notoriety. In the morning, at Buckinghamshire Police Station, Martin and Leonardo sat in the lobby, waiting for the lawyer to handle the relevant formalities. The latter held a copy of the Sun in his hand and said, "Jack and Meryl made the front page headlines. causing trouble at night at Pinewood Studios, and were complained by actors from multiple crews. Martin held the same newspaper in his hand. Look at the second page. Bale was accidentally injured on the set and temporarily admitted to the hospital. Cate Blanchett appeared in the same hospital. Leonardo thought of the two people he saw yesterday and asked, will he not be injured there? Who knows? Martin put away the newspaper and said, the old bastard is so loyal that he didn't even reveal that it was related to us. Leonardo put away his smile. Jack is notorious. Why would I, and you, be willing to mess around with Jack? Although he is a bastard, he is a loyal bastard. He never distinguishes right from wrong when doing things, but only distinguishes between relatives and strangers. Even to this day, he has never said a bad word about his old friend Polanski. Martin pointed to the front. It's out. Accompanied by the lawyer, Nicholson and Merrill came together. Seeing the two bastards, he had nothing nice to say. It's all your fault. Martin did not refute, but asked, is it fun? Nicholson thought of the wild couples who were bombed last night, and laughed. It's so fucking fun. You didn't see how embarrassed those idiots were when they ran out without even pulling up their pants. In comparison, Merrill was much more serious, and in front of people she was an elegant lady. As the group walked out, Leonardo said, you are loyal. Nicholson said, I dragged you to in here. If something happens, who'll bail me out? When they arrived at the door, Martin reminded, there are reporters outside. Nicholson and Merrill walked out of the police station together without changing their expressions. There were many paparazzi gathered near the door, and the four people didn't even look at them, and got into the same car. Martin shook the newspaper in his hand, and deliberately said to Nicholson, the two idiots who followed you yesterday are in the hospital. Without waiting for Nicholson to reply, Merrill turned around and asked, Jack said you found that bitch Blanchett, and followed me with Belle yesterday? Martin's words were meant to attract her attention. Yes, so we fired a shot over there. He handed the Sun in his hand to Merrill. The gossip in the Sun is 100 times more reliable than the political news in the Washington Post and the New York Times. Merrill took it, saw the news about Belle and Blanchett, and cursed coldly, damn bitch. Leonardo didn't mind the big deal. He only thought about the small matter, and continued, Blanchett and Belle treated you as aphrodisiacs. Merrill didn't reply to this, just said, I won't bother with you two about the past, let it go. Martin's words were very skillful, and he said them very naturally. One day I will treat you and Jack to a drink. Bring a few more friends out. Leonardo understood. Are there any beautiful actresses in the Mamma Mia crew? Nicholson had a great time last night and was very generous at this time. I'll treat you. Wait until the next weekend. I'll treat Merrill and her friends in the crew to have a drink together. Martin said, no problem. Merrill thought about it and nodded. Okay. Pinewood Studios, the crew of the Prestige. The originally planned shooting plan had to be modified. Narland sat in the director's seat, brows furious. How is Christian Bale? Emma Thomas brought a glass of water and handed it to her husband. I just called and asked. There's nothing wrong with his leg. It's just a cramp. The problem is his lower body. Narland learned about what happened and couldn't help but worry. Is he seriously injured? Emma Thomas thought about the wording and said, the sponge was slightly torn, and there was a mild subcutaneous hematoma. Fortunately, it's not very serious, and no surgery is needed. He will be fine after a few weeks of rest. Nala nodded. We can only postpone all the scenes with him. Let's postpone it for the time being. Emma Thomas shook her head, and had some opinions about Bale, trailer, hotel, even studio. There are so many places to go, but he had to follow Blanchett to the woods. Narlan was a little worried. Who did it? Is someone targeting our crew? Emma Thomas had already asked clearly. It shouldn't be. Bale and his crew were disturbed in the afternoon, and the troublemakers went again in the evening. They were seen by many people. They were Jack Nicholson and Meryl Streep. She was quite helpless. Nicholson is a scumbag. He just did it for fun. The people from the Harry Potter crew next door were also scared. At least a dozen people were chasing him and Meryl Streep last night. Later, someone called the police, but Leonardo bailed him out this morning. Narlan had also heard of Nicholson's notoriety. This old bastard. Emma Thomas was practical. You have ideas about Oscar. This matter ends here. We are not the ones who are hurt, and the impact on the crew as a whole is not that big. Nicholson is a senior, has many friends, and has a certain influence in the academy. This kind of person may not be able to accomplish anything, but it is easy to ruin something. Nolan listened to his wife's words and said, "Call Bale and express your concern. I'll visit him in the hospital, and I must show the right attitude." Emma Thomas is much better than Nolan in handling these chores. After sending Meryl to the studio, the three idle guys wandered around London for a long time and found a bar to drink. Nicholson drank a glass of whiskey, and bad ideas came to his mind with the alcohol. "I just called and asked. Bale is in the hospital. His sponge is torn. So pitiful. Let's go to the hospital to visit him tomorrow." Martin picked up the bottle, poured wine for the three people, and said, "Be a human being. Don't be a devil in human skin, okay?" Nicholson said, "You and Leo killed him." Leonardo said, "Isn't it to help you?" Hearing this, Nicholson's nose almost crooked. "I really want to thank you." Martin put his arm around Nicholson's shoulders. "We are best friends, and there is no need for you to thank us too much." He said seriously, "Well, next year you help me do something. Just cooperate with me, and today we will just help you with this matter." Nicholson said, "According to what you said, I was frightened by you, so I should thank you?" Martin was surprised. "Didn't you say you wanted to thank us just now? We helped you get rid of the peeping Tom. Just think about it. Bale and Blanchett treated you, and Meryl as Indian magic oil, and they brought a camera or a video camera. You would be in danger, and the whole world would know about it." He pondered for a moment. The Oscar-winning actor and actress Sang Linman. Just think how fast it would spread. Leonardo almost burst out laughing. Nicholson was helpless. "It's just a small matter, and you exaggerate to this extent. I'm really old, and it's time for me to give up my position." The three of them laughed and chatted, drinking and chatting, and they were very happy. Men can live a good life without women. Of course, life will be better with beautiful ladies. Martin received a call from Kate Winslet and prepared to leave early. "You can go." Nicholson burped and said, "Martin, I have good news for you. I have saved a batch of the shells you gave me yesterday. If you are in the parking lot, Leo and I will go and set off some fireworks for you to celebrate." Leonardo also drank a lot. He patted Martin on the shoulder and said, "Kate and I have been good friends for 10 years. I don't have any other requirements. Be nice to her. Don't use the rough methods you used to deal with Heidi Klum, Angela Lindwall and KK. Be gentle." Martin pushed Leonardo away and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Kate asked me to familiarize myself with and rehearse a few scenes. It's a serious job." Leonardo shook his head and said no more. When Martin left the bar, Nicholson asked, "What exactly happened?" Leonardo said vaguely, "Kate called me when I just arrived in London 2 days ago and discussed some special scenes with me. She felt that with practical experience, the performance would be better." Nicholson agreed. "You are absolutely right." Leonardo asked curiously, "Have you also experienced it during the filming?" Nicholson looked disdainful. "What you played with are all the leftovers from our play. Think about Marlon's butter hands back then. Who dares to use them now?" Leonardo was defeated. When it was dark, Martin rushed back to the hotel. Because he had to rehearse with Kate in a while, he went to the bathroom to take a shower, washed off the smell of alcohol, brushed his teeth, and changed into dry new clothes. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, there was a knock on the door. Martin went to open the door. The person outside was Kate Winslet. He opened the door. "Kate, please come in." Kate entered the room with the script and said, "I'm here to bother you after work." Martin went to get her a bottle of water. "Let's not say polite words between us. Then let's get to the point." Kate sat on the single sofa and said directly, "The delayed scenes are the most important part of the sublimation of the emotional relationship between the hero and heroine. If the shooting effect is not good, it may affect the entire film." Martin understood. "I understand that it takes a transformation process from physical attraction to emotional outburst." Kate was silent for a moment, then said, "I have been preparing for this project and role for 2 years. Martin, you know how much I want the Oscar for Best Actress." Martin nodded. "Your acting skills are better than all the Oscar-winning actresses." Kate stood up and took off her coat. "I have no way to retreat, and I don't want to retreat. You will help me, right?" Martin owed Kate a favor and couldn't refuse. "Yes. I asked Leo, and discussed it with Sam. Kate walked towards Martin. They all told me that on-site experience is the best solution. She said, remember the rumors I mentioned about Nicole Kidman's performance in Eyes Wide Shut? It is said that Kubrick used actual shooting during the actual experience. The top actors are often drama maniacs, and Kate seems to have entered this state. Chapter 310, No Life Without Madness. Art comes from life. The actual life experience can bring more inspiration and passion to the creators, allowing the actors to create characters with artistic explosiveness. Kate and Martin's rehearsal can not only familiarize themselves with the roles, but also experience life and improve each other's artistic pursuits. Killing two birds with one stone. In the script, there are at least a dozen scenes with particularly high artistic content. Although at most only half of them will remain in the final film, they must be filmed on the set. Martin is a dedicated and good actor, and also a good actor with artistic pursuits, willing to make personal sacrifices for performing arts. The only problem is that in most of the scenes, he is extremely passive, and the rhythm is completely controlled by the heroine Kate. Nearing midnight, Kate struggled to get up, and prepared to leave. No more rehearsals at this time, Martin invited. Stay here tonight. Kate turned around, glanced at Martin, smiled slightly and said, you have to remember, we are here for work. What can Martin say? All he could say was, I understand. It's for the perfect artistic interpretation of the role, and for the common pursuit of art. Kate said, I'll come again tomorrow night. We need to be more involved in these scenes, and have harmonious emotional exchanges. No matter what, I will fully cooperate with you. Martin got dressed and sent Kate to the door. Just tell me if you have any requests. I'll be there whenever you call. Kate stopped in front of the door, like Hannah in the script, gently brushing Martin's young face. I know you won't feel any pressure. Don't think too much. We are just working. This is just a small part of the long artistic journey. Martin's heart was so big that he couldn't think too much. He nodded immediately. Devote myself to art. I have long been aware of this. Kate opened the door and left. Martin closed the door and slept peacefully until dawn. After breakfast, he arrived at the crew on time. 2 days without the male lead role passed, and Martin joined the filming again. The crew was running normally. Both Kate and director Sam were as focused on their work as before. Martin naturally did not interfere and continued to work very professionally. Before the end of the work, director Sam called a meeting with the main cast and crew. Except for the special artistic shots, the scenes before the separation of the hero and heroine have all been completed. He looked at Martin and Kate. Tomorrow we will start reshooting the artistic scenes. We have delayed the progress for a few days before. We only have 3 days to shoot this part. I hope you can quickly adjust your state and devote yourself to the role. Martin did not speak, but just nodded. Kate said, I have found the emotions and feelings that the heroine needs. Sam said again, continue to clear the scene and shoot tomorrow. The meeting lasted for a short time and soon ended. When leaving the studio, Kate and Martin walked all the way. She said, I will continue to rehearse with you in the evening. Is it okay? Martin has a strong pursuit of art and also wants to perform these scenes perfectly. He asked, still at the same time as last night. After leaving the studio, Martin drove Kate to the parking lot, and they left separately. Not long after dinner, Kate appeared in Martin's room on time. The two of them already had a tacit understanding, so there was no need to say much. They followed the specially designed script and scenes, familiarized themselves with them, and communicated with them emotionally, just like last night. Sometimes, real experience can really solve many performance problems. When shooting the next day, Martin clearly felt that Kate was in good shape, completely controlling the rhythm and guiding him into the role. The artistic shots that had been stumbling before were basically passed in one take. Director Sam was also in good shape, and his shouts could be heard from time to time on the set. Kate, yes, that's the feeling. Not only the fishing net, but also the feelings created. Push hard with them. Although Martin was passive, he was also inspired by Kate and went all out. Every time the scene was over, Sam praised Martin. Well done. Keep your fighting spirit and keep going. Martin could only respond with a shy smile like a male protagonist. It only took 2 days, to shoot all the artistic shots. Martin also saw the professionalism of Kate and Sam. Anyway, if it were him, he would never be able to reach this state. Someone once said that acting is not crazy and not alive. At that time, Martin had struggled from the bottom for more than 20 years before he gradually became a decent actor. Even in many famous old actors, he had never seen such a state. He had not seen it with his own eyes, but he had heard some people talk about some examples, such as the one who played Farewell My Concubine. After coming to Hollywood, Martin, Nicholson and Leonardo did more than just fool around together. They would occasionally discuss similar topics. Leonardo thought he was far from it. Nicholson, who was so proud, also thought he could not reach this level, but mentioned the name of Daniel Day-Lewis. In the past 2 days, Kate may have entered a similar state. In comparison, Martin felt that he was still at the level of an ordinary actor with slightly better acting skills. The crew finished shooting the artistic scenes 1 day earlier than planned, and simply gave a day off. Martin rested well and adjusted himself. After all, shooting such a scene was very torturous, especially for a male actor who could not control the rhythm. He slept in the morning, and went to the airport, to send Leonardo and Nicholson to Paris in the afternoon. Originally, the trio planned to have a party on the weekend. But a female model named Bobby Delevingne had an appointment, so Leonardo, the bastard who forgot his loyalty for the sake of beauty, kicked Martin away, and rushed to Channel's party. Nicholson was going back to watch the Lacquer Summer League. On the way back from the airport, Martin received a call from Lily. "I'm going to Los Angeles. When will you come back from London?" In Lily's room, the suitcase was open, and she packed some clothes. "If you don't have time, I'll go to school by myself." Martin couldn't go back until the filming of this movie was finished. He said, "The earliest I can go back is August. You go to school first. Who will accompany you to Los Angeles?" "Elena?" Lily snorted, slightly dissatisfied. "She asked me to fly there by myself." Martin said, "Book the flight information, and send it to me. I'll have someone pick me up at the airport." "Okay." Lily still complained to her sister a little. Elena said she would never go to Los Angeles. Martin ignored this and said, "It's good that you came to Los Angeles. In the future, you don't have to mail the engraving materials. It's more convenient." Lily was stunned holding the phone. Is this the reason why Martin helped her get the recommendation letter? The future college life seems to be miserable. Several images and lines of words flashed through Lily's mind. Humanoid engraving machine. Martin asked, "Why are you suddenly silent?" "Don't worry, you don't have to pay for the materials. They are all free, and don't worry about not having enough. I will purchase in bulk from Australia." Lily walked forward and came to the door. She bumped her head against the door frame. Her eyes were red and tears of grievance almost flowed out. But she said, "I will work hard." Martin said, "I have confidence in you and fully support you." Lily was silent for a while and didn't want to talk to the person on the other side. In the receiver, Martin's voice came, "Old boo, place another order for all materials from Australia, twice the amount of the previous one. Lily is about to go to Los Angeles to study in college, so you have to give her a little gift." "Is this a gift? Is this a gift?" Lily was furious, but she couldn't say it out loud. She could only say politely, "Martin, don't spend too much." Martin said, "It's okay, it's just a small amount of money." Lily couldn't hold it in any longer. "Elena called me. It must be about booking a flight. I'll call you after the flight is booked." Martin hung up the phone. He wanted to call Jessica and ask her to pick him up at the airport, but after thinking about it, he called Thomas. If Martin doesn't find something for his agent to do for 2 days, he feels like the agent's commission is crying. A good celebrity client will never let his agent idle. After a day of rest and adjusting his state, Martin regained his vitality and invested in the subsequent filming. All the scenes of the male protagonist in his teenage years have been filmed, and the rest are the middle-aged Michelle. Accordingly, Kate has also become the old Hannah. To win an Oscar, in addition to the determination to sacrifice for art, you also need a breakthrough performance. According to the plan, Martin and Kate will change their appearance to meet the so-called Oscar taste. Especially the old Hannah. This role requires Kate to be old and ugly. Relatively speaking, Martin is still a handsome middle-aged man. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is 50% acting and 50% makeup. For the female devil, it is better to say that the makeup is in place than to say that Theron's acting is excellent. Theron has the determination to burn all the boats and torture a living beauty into a female version of abomination. This is the breakthrough advocated by the Oscars, which is very different from the standards of the 3 major European film festivals. The crew invited the top makeup artists and stylists in the industry. Martin and Kate spend at least 2 hours on makeup every day. Sometimes it even reaches more than 3 hours. Bruce will also find the right time to take a special shot of Martin's makeup. With the consent of the crew, he will post it on Martin's blog, which will cause fans to marvel. It takes 3 hours to put on makeup. Martin is really hard. I feel sorry for Martin for 5 minutes. Being a star is really hard and tiring. Martin has a hard time. Crazy fans are all over the world, regardless of country and region. In addition to filming, Martin occasionally takes time to check his personal blog or the official website of the Coke God cult. Seeing the fans' messages, he couldn't help but sigh. Old Bruce, you know what? I used to feel uncomfortable and even disgusted when I saw these. At that time, it was no exaggeration to say that he was envious and jealous of the traffic. Bruce looked at the fans' messages and asked, "Not now. Everyone likes to hear compliments." Martin said directly, "I have become the person I used to hate the most." He suddenly thought of Blake Lively. "I even slept with a female fan." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 311, The Girl Who Wants Firecrackers. In the studio set that was decorated as a prison restaurant, Martin walked forward with his coat draped over his arm. His seemingly calm face showed the vicissitudes of decades, and he looked introverted and autistic. One could tell at a glance that he was an old man with a lot on his mind. Not far away, Kate, with grey hair, sat at the table. Her old face had changed, and people could only vaguely recognize her as Kate Winslet. She quietly watched the former teenager approaching. Her eyes flashed with embarrassment, and her expression was inferior. Hannah's ups and downs in life were all gathered on her aging face. The two people's eyes met, as if they had crossed decades of time. Martin nodded slightly, pulled out a chair, and sat opposite Kate. When their eyes met, Kate nervously stretched out her hand and moved forward little by little. Martin held her hand. "Stop. This shot is over." Sam Mendes did not leave the director's position and said loudly, "Kate, change your position and shoot again with your back to the restaurant door." The various departments of the crew returned to their positions, and Martin also returned to the restaurant door to continue shooting this shot. This morning, they were filming the prison scenes. At noon, Martin and Bruce went to the restaurant to eat. More and more crews were stationed in Pinewood Studios. Even Matt Damon's Jason Bourne came. Similarly, there were a lot of people in the restaurant at mealtime. When there are a lot of people, conflicts are more likely. When Martin went in, he found Emma Watson and two girls confronting Saoirse Ronan, and it seemed that there was a verbal conflict. He faintly heard words like Irish bitch. It might be Saoirse's agent or family, who quickly pulled her away and took the initiative to give in. Emma Watson was like a peacock who had won a battle, and she went to the food collection area with a proud look on her face. Martin and Bruce took the plates and went to get their meals. There were a lot of people, and it was a little crowded. When Bruce took the con, he was squeezed by the people on the side and accidentally touched Emma Watson's arm. He turned around and said, "Sorry." Emma Watson had just gotten mad at Saoirse Ronan and was in the middle of a celebrity temper. Seeing a strange face, dressed in ordinary clothes, and speaking with an American accent, she curled her lips and said, "Rude American country bumpkin, be careful." Bruce frowned. He had used a mortar shell to fight a British guy, so he didn't have a good impression of the British. Martin was right next to him. When he heard it, he immediately turned around and said, "Hey, Emma, watch your words." Emma had seen Martin at the premiere last year. She shrugged, joined her two followers, and turned around and left. Bruce said, "Forget it, let's not argue with a child." The two picked out the food, took their plates, found an empty table, and sat down to eat. Bruce said, "She feels spoiled." Martin said, "Now she has high commercial value and can create huge profits. Not only does the entire crew and the audience spoil her, but even Warner Brothers spoils her." Not far away, at another table, Emma Watson was as proud as a child who was spoiled by countless people. She was sticking corn on her fork and was in a bad mood. "That Irish girl is a bitch, and the two American country bumpkins are not good people either." The follower Carly asked, "How about we deal with those two bastards?" Emma Watson had a bad temper, but she was not stupid. "Why bother with those country bumpkins? It damages my style." She looked at another follower, Cheryl. "You pay attention to that Sayowis. Find a chance to tear her mouth apart." Cheryl was eating. Carly slammed the table at her. "Didn't you hear what Emma said?" Cheryl swallowed it quickly and said, I heard it. After lunch, Martin was going back to the trailer to rest. When he passed by the studio, he found Kate sitting alone in front of the door, reading the script and thinking about the role. Kate also saw Martin and waved to him. "Come and chat with me for a while." Martin entered the studio, pulled out a chair, and sat opposite her. Bruce took a bottle of water and leaned against the inside of the door to drink water. Martin and Kate chatted for a while and discussed the scenes they were filming. Kate was fully committed to the role. Although she didn't think of herself as a character in her daily life, she also put in a lot of effort. She said, "Michelle and Hannah's reunion has a lot to express, but they don't know how to express it. Michelle is silent and introverted, especially after middle age." Martin sat comfortably on a chair with his back to the studio door, gesturing and saying, "When we meet again, the communication between us is more experienced in eye contact and expression, and the less language, the less." Kate nodded. "Hannah needs to maintain her humble dignity." Suddenly, she stopped and said, "Someone is peeping." As soon as she finished speaking, Bruce rushed out of the studio door. Martin also stood up and saw Bruce grabbing a girl's sleeve and pulling her into the studio. I didn't do anything." Sayowis Ronan raised her hands above her head with a digital camera hanging around her neck and said to Martin, "I just took a sneak peek." Although the two were wearing makeup, she could recognize them. Martin asked, "What are you doing here?" Sayowis said quickly, "I had nothing to do after lunch, so I wandered around. I happened to come here and thought you might be here, so I came to see you. Just look for me directly. There's no need to peep." Based on the last time, Martin felt that this girl might have a slight verism. He pointed at the camera. "You're taking secret photos again." "What are you taking?" Sayowis shook her head repeatedly. "No, I just came here, and I was discovered as soon as I showed my head." She muttered to herself, "It's not suitable during the day, it's better at night. It's not easy to be discovered in the dark." Kate interrupted and asked, "Do you know each other?" Martin pointed at the girl and introduced, "Sayowis Ronan from the Atonement crew. British actor or Irish actor?" Sayowis replied, "I'm Irish, but I'm developing in the UK." She turned her burning eyes to Kate. "Ma'am, can I take a photo with you?" Kate smiled and nodded for Martin's sake. "Of course." Sayowis took off the camera and handed it to Martin and ran over to stand next to Kate. Martin first looked at the photos that had been taken in the camera, and there were indeed no photos of this side. But he saw a photo of Emma Watson. The background was near a toilet, and from the angle it was obviously a candid photo. This girl was peeping and taking candid photos. She could learn anything at such a young age. Maybe she would be beaten to death one day. Martin was too lazy to care. He raised the camera and said, "Ready, 1, 2, 3. The camera shutter sounded continuously, and he took several photos in one breath. Sayowis was very excited. She took Kate's hand and said, "You are the actor I admire most. I will be like you when I grow up." Kate smiled and encouraged, "You will succeed." Sayowis suddenly appeared. Martin and Kate did not discuss the role, left the studio, and went back to the trailer to rest. Martin walked out not far when he found Sayowis still following him. He asked, "Aren't you going back?" Sayowis asked curiously, "I heard that Belle was injured and hospitalized." She quickly explained, "I didn't tell anyone about what happened that day." Martin nodded. "I didn't make a mistake. You are a good girl." Sayowis didn't just wander over here. She had a purpose. She asked tentatively, do you still have the firecrackers that were set off in the woods? Martin turned his head and looked at her. What do you want to do? Sayowis kept her mouth shut and lowered her head, but she rolled her eyes and tried to look up. Seeing that Martin was as kind as before, she said, there are a few bad guys who are older than me in the Harry Potter crew. They always like to bully people by relying on their status as stars. They have laughed at me more than once, just because I'm Irish. Martin understood. It was not a coincidence that you appeared in the pine forest that day. Sayowis realized that she had let the cat out of the bag and quickly covered it up. Martin suddenly remembered what happened at noon and had a vague guess. He winked at Bruce. Old Bruce went to the trailer and brought back a box. Martin took the box and handed it to Sayowis. Don't use it carelessly. Don't put it in front of people. Sayowis took it, opened it and took out one. She found that it was only as long as her little finger, much smaller than the one she saw that day. She said, it's a little small. The big ones are all used up, and the small ones are also hidden by Leonardo. Martin warned, don't tell anyone else. If Leonardo finds out, he will kill you. Sayowis thought of Leonardo's evil words and deeds that day. She was shocked and opened her mouth wide at first, then covered it, and nodded to Martin. Martin waved his hand. Let's go. Thank you, Martin. Sayowis bowed slightly to Martin. You are a good person. She ran away with the box. Martin asked Bruce, have you tested the power of that thing? It's very small. Bruce specially asked someone to do it. If a 10-year-old child explodes in his hand, it will hurt at most for a while. Just like the fireworks on the crew, it's okay to scare people. Martin didn't say anything more and returned to the trailer to close his eyes and rest. In the afternoon, the crew started filming as normal, and Martin went to the church area of the set, where a temporary cemetery was built for filming. One of them belonged to the heroine Hannah. In addition to its own commercial attributes, the main purpose of this film is to help Kate hit the Oscars, and her role naturally has to be a tragic figure. As a person who has worked in a concentration camp, a death ending is a must. Martin and Felicity Jones, who plays his daughter, walked on the path beside the church and walked towards the cemetery together. The latter is about the same age as Martin, but both in temperament and demeanor, she looks more than 20 years younger than Martin. This is also one of the few outdoor scenes of the crew. After director Sam shouted through, the two stood in the cemetery built on the set. Felicity looked at Martin and said, if I hadn't known in advance, I wouldn't believe you were only 25 years old. Martin shook off his role and said, maybe I've experienced more. Felicity thought for a moment and said, just now when I talked to you, I had a feeling that you were like my father. Martin laughed. I hope my daughter will be as beautiful as you in the future. Hearing this, Felicity laughed happily. Not far away, Kate saw that the situation was not good and immediately came over. Chapter 312. Human heart is sinister. Kate came in from outside the studio and patted Felicity's arm. Your mother is here. Go meet her. Felicity smiled at Martin and walked out of the studio quickly. Kate said, she is the daughter of a distant relative of mine. Don't mess around on the studio. Martin was very innocent, spread his hands and said, Kate, I didn't do anything. Yes, I didn't do anything. Kate thought of the rehearsal some time ago, but I didn't refuse anything. Martin was even more innocent. I'm a good person, so I don't know how to refuse other people's kindness. I don't know how to refuse to help others, especially friends. Kate pointed to the empty place in front and walked there first. Martin took off his coat and threw it to Bruce and followed. Kate said, this play is almost finished, and when the crew wraps up, Sam wants to invite you to visit his home in London. Martin couldn't help but look back. Sam Mendes was directing the crew to set up the venue, and there was a car driving scene to be filmed later. Kate asked, are you going? I'm not going. Martin explained, my sister went from Atlanta to Los Angeles to attend the California Institute of the Arts, and I'm in a hurry to get back. Kate nodded. Okay, I won't force you. Bruce came quickly from behind. Kate said, old Bruce seems to be busy. I won't disturb you. Martin took the phone Bruce handed over and asked with his eyes. Bruce whispered, Louise called. Martin walked to a deserted place and said to the phone, why are you calling suddenly? Is there something? Louise's laughter came from the receiver. I talked to Kelly on the phone today and got a message from her that sculptor Lily Carter is coming to Los Angeles to study at the California Institute of the Arts. The words were already said, so there was no need for Martin to deny. Yes, she will be coming from Atlanta soon. Louise said. Kate said that the reader will take some time to finish filming. You can't come back in a short time, right? Otherwise, I will receive Lily for you and send her to the California Institute of the Arts. Martin said. Thomas will take care of it. I can prepare 2 letters of recommendation for her, one from the college and one from the university club. Louise knew that Martin attached great importance to those people in Atlanta and said, joining the club will be of great help to her future development. Martin reminded, you can go, but don't make trouble. Louise laughed. I'm a woman, what can I do? She said something funny in a serious tone. You gave me and Kelly so many works of art carved by Lily Carter. If she really becomes a master, the carvings in my hands will appreciate in value. For the appreciation of property, I have to help her well. Martin could only say, I'll give you some more later. Louise responded and quickly hung up the phone. Martin then returned to the set and threw himself into work. There were still several night scenes to be filmed today. When it was dark, the lights of Pinewood Studios were bright. The night scene shooting of the Harry Potter crew entered the final stage. 3 actresses came out of the set and walked towards a nearby toilet. Unlike other temporary sets, because this crew will shoot for many years in the future, many things are built to high standards, and even the toilets are specially rebuilt, not temporary trailers. Why didn't I see that little Irish bitch in the restaurant today? Emma Watson asked her companion. Cheryl replied, I didn't notice. Emma Watson seemed to give an order. Carly, Cheryl, do what you should do. If you see that Irish bitch again, think of a way to make trouble for her and don't let her have an easy time. Cheryl was suspicious. Will this cause a dispute between the 2 crews? Will the atonement crew come to you? Emma Watson stared at her. Carly grabbed Cheryl's shoulders. If Emma didn't speak for you, would you have gotten the role? But Emma Watson was laughing. Don't be like this. We are all friends. Cheryl understood that in front of the high and mighty Hermione, she was just a pitiful follower. Carly patted Cheryl's face. Find out your place. Cheryl nodded silently. Emma went to the women's room first. When the Harry Potter series was first filmed, Emma Watson was an innocent, cute and kind girl. As Hermione became famous, everything changed under the influence of fame and fortune. In front of the media and the public, she seemed like a little lady. Privately, they have been spoiled. Faced with the fame and fortune magnified countless times by the entertainment industry, most minors have no ability to resist erosion. For example, Saoirse Ronan developed a voyeuristic desire after becoming an actor. When they came to the bathroom, Emma Watson entered the front partition. Cheryl subconsciously chose the partition farthest from Emma Watson. After sitting down, she wiped her eyes and tears of grievance seeped out. At home, who is not the baby of their parents? Coming to the crew, they have to endure this kind of anger. Cheryl felt very uncomfortable, aggrieved, and angry. At the same time, outside the bathroom, Saoirse Ronan, with her petite body, easily passed through the dense green belt and approached the door of the bathroom. The crew and the stars are particularly disgusted with the existence of surveillance. Except for a few key locations such as the main entrance, there are very few surveillance cameras in the entire Pinewood Studios. For tonight, Saoirse made sufficient preparations. She wore a black pointed hood with an exaggerated white skull face hanging under the hood, and her black shirt pockets were full. As a little peeping Tom, Saoirse was already familiar with the environment and was quite agile. After a little observation, she quickly ran into the toilet, took out a lighter with her right hand, and took out the special firecrackers she had asked for from her pocket with her left hand. These super small firecrackers were too weak, and Saoirse was very dissatisfied. She made some modifications, removed some of the fuses, and connected more than a dozen fuses together. She tried it in the afternoon, and it was very fun, especially when used in the toilet. Saoirse bent down and leaned over with extraordinary skill under the light to peek from under the partition. When she followed here before, she noticed the shoes worn by the 3 people. Saoirse saw a pair of Chanel in the first partition. It must be the little baby that Carol Lagerfeld loved the most. She immediately lit the fuse, counted a few seconds in her hand, and threw it into the partition from the top. Bang, bang, bang. As the super small firecrackers exploded, Emma Watson let out a shrill scream. Ah, help, help. SYNOPSIS was satisfied, turned around and ran into the green belt, and returned to the original route, running towards the reader crew. Behind her, Emma Watson's shrill screams became louder and louder. SYNOPSIS cursed excitedly. British bitch. Slut pretending to be a lady. In the toilet, Emma Watson opened the partition door and ran out in panic, still screaming shrilly. After the first explosion of those firecrackers, they flew everywhere in the partition. Some of them inevitably fell into the toilet, and some exploded in the toilet, exploding some indescribable things, and then fell on Emma Watson. Emma Watson's pants were wet in a large area, and there was an indescribable unpleasant smell on her clothes. She held her head with both hands, squatted in the corner and shivered, shouting, "Carly, Cheryl, come and save me, save me." Several firecrackers fell into the partition next to Carly, frightening her so much that she couldn't speak, let alone move. Cheryl was the farthest away and was not affected. She opened the partition door and ran out, and saw Emma Watson in a very embarrassed state at a glance. Her pants were wet, her clothes smelled bad, and there was a piece of stained white paper on her carefully groomed hair. It was clearly a used toilet paper. Emma Watson saw Cheryl and habitually yelled, "Go and call someone to help me." Even with a crying tone, there was still a sense of condescension. "What are you doing? Go." Cheryl nodded heavily, as if she had made up her mind. "I'll go now." She ran past Emma Watson, rushed out of the toilet, and ran towards the crowded place, yelling at the top of her voice, "Come and save people." Someone attacked Emma Watson with firecrackers in the toilet. Emma Watson was scared to pee her pants. Who has extra pants? She yelled heartbreakingly, as if she wanted to shout out all the grievances of being a follower. Emma Watson was scared to pee her pants. The Pinewood Studios in the dark was still busy, but much quieter than during the day. This heartbreaking shout spread far away and reached several nearby crews. Emma Watson, peeing pants. These words are really attractive. Many people ran out to watch the excitement. In the toilet, after the firecrackers had finished exploding, and Emma Watson's fear was gradually disappearing, she heard Cheryl's roar and was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. How happy it was when she ordered her followers. How annoyed she was now. "Bitch." Emma Watson wanted to pull out every hair of that bitch and chased her out immediately. Bruce and Martin from the crew of the Reader got off the trailer, drove an electric car next to them, and rushed over there. They always make trouble when there is nothing to do, and of course they have to watch the excitement when something happens. "Who peed their pants?" Martin asked. Bruce turned around and drove towards the direction where the sound came from, saying, "It seems to be Emma Watson." The electric car was fast enough, and although the distance was not the closest, Martin and Bruce became the first to rush over. Under the bright street lights, Emma Watson was chasing a girl. She looked quite embarrassed, with a large wet area between her trouser legs, stains all over her clothes, and a piece of soft toilet paper on her hair. Martin immediately took out his mobile phone. Bruce drove with one hand and took out his cell phone with the other. These two idiots realized the huge news value of this. As good people who always consider the jobs of their journalist friends, how could Martin and Bruce miss such a scene? They took photos without hesitation. Chapter 313. Create news and sell news. More and more people gathered to watch the excitement. Not far away, the crew of Harry Potter also came. There are so many stars in the studio, and at this moment, Emma Watson overshadowed everyone and became the brightest star in the night sky. After taking many photos, Bruce didn't stop and ran to the crew. "What's going on?" Martin was still listening to the voice from behind. "I heard the girl in front shouting that firecrackers attacked Emma Watson." Bruce was also listening carefully and recording the voice. "By the way, it seems that someone used firecrackers to blow up Hermione in the toilet." Firecrackers blow up the toilet. What a talent. Martin immediately thought of someone and said, "The peeping Tom SYNOPSIS Ronan." Bruce nodded. "It's probably her. She just asked for some firecrackers at noon and had a conflict with Emma Watson." Martin and Bruce both came back, and many people in the crew rushed over there. There was no one on the trailer side. After parking the battery car, Martin prepared to go over to get the bag and return to the hotel. A black shadow suddenly flashed in the darkness on the left. Martin reacted very quickly. Before he could get to him, he grabbed the man's neck and pressed him down on the carriage. The man was wearing a black robe with a pointed hat and a white skull mask with an exaggerated face. He looked just like the killer in Scream. However, he was petite, a few sizes smaller. Saoirse lowered her voice and shouted, it's me, Saoirse." Martin pulled off her hood and said, "You're lucky I didn't beat you to death." Saoirse said, "Well, can you take me to the entrance of the studio later?" Martin got in the car to pack up and asked, "Did you do that to Emma Watson?" "I did it." Saoirse got all the firecrackers from Martin and knew she couldn't deny it. "When she went to the toilet, I threw it into the partition. It must be very exciting." She suddenly changed her tone. "Actually, I saw that you and her had some unpleasantness. You won't tell her, right?" Martin thought about it and decided to stick to it since he had set up a good person image. He took out his phone to show her the photos. Saoirse took Martin's phone and looked through more than a dozen photos. Although they were not very clear, they were all photos of Emma Watson in a mess. Seeing the toilet paper on the little witch's head, she laughed happily. Martin reminded her, "Watch your mouth. You are provoking the princess of all Harry Potter fans. You will be beaten to death." Saoirse nodded repeatedly. "I will never tell anyone." "Martin, you will not tell anyone, right? This is a secret." She asked Martin, "Can I have a copy of the photo?" Bruce took out a notebook and saved the clearer photos taken under the bright street lights into 2 USB flash drives. He gave one of the USB flash drives to Saoirse and said, "Keep it for your enjoyment." "Thank you." Saoirse put away the USB flash drive and said with regret, "It's a pity that I didn't see it at the scene." Martin reminded her, "Let's go." Saoirse took out an ordinary black bag, packed the burqa and mask, got out of the trailer, and got on the battery car driven by Bruce, and left the studio together. When they arrived at the parking lot near the gate, she got out of the car and waved to Martin, "My hotel is nearby. I will come to see you another day." Martin waved his hand and got into the car with Bruce. Bruce didn't start the car and asked Martin, "This thing should be worth a lot if sold to the reporter of the Sun, right?" Martin asked, "No pocket money? The extra income is enough to support my daily expenses." Bruce thought a lot. "I plan to buy a few new bags for Kim and Chloe, and I will exchange them for these photos." He didn't forget Martin. "Lily came to Los Angeles. You have to give gifts. I think this money is enough to buy a lot of saltwater crocodile teeth and buffalo horns." Martin checked the time. "While others haven't come out yet, hurry up and sell it. Don't show up in person." Bruce knew that he would appear in the media sometimes when he followed Martin, so he nodded immediately. "I'll find someone." He immediately took out his mobile phone to make a call. Pinewood Studios has many crews and celebrities, and is also the target of many gossip media reporters and paparazzi. There are reporters stationed here for a long time, such as The Sun and the Daily Mail. Judds is a reporter from The Sun, who has been stationed here for a long time. It was late today, and he was about to get off work. Suddenly, someone came from the studio and knocked on his car door. Jeds lowered the car window and asked, "What's up? You're from The Sun, I know." The man looked ordinary and could not be easily found in a crowd of people. "I have news to sell. Do you want it?" Jeds reminded, "It's better to have pictures or videos." The man nodded. "There are pictures. Harry Potter crew, Emma Watson's, absolutely exclusive." Jeds opened the co-pilot, asked someone to get in the car, and said, "I need to see a photo." The man took out his mobile phone and opened a photo. Emma Watson appeared on it. Judging from the background, she was in the studio. Jeds had been in the industry for several years and his eyes were trained. He saw at a glance that Emma Watson was not normal. Under the bright street lights, there was a large wet area between the two trouser legs. The stains on the clothes gave people a bad association. The head looked like a piece of toilet paper. Looking at the fierce and vicious expression, as if he was going to kill someone, it was not like the usual Miss Know-It-All at all. Jeds wanted to see more. The man took back his phone and said, "There are 9 photos in total, and each one is shocking." Jeds knew the value of the photos to The Sun and asked, "I want to know what happened specifically." The man pressed play on his phone and a recording was played. In the night wind, a girl's voice was faintly heard. Someone attacked Emma Watson with firecrackers in the toilet. Emma Watson was so scared that she peed her pants. Jed's was straightforward. Dude, make an offer. The man said, £40,000. No bargaining. He pointed to another car in the distance. Reporters from the Daily Mail and Metro will definitely be interested. The price was too high, and Jeds couldn't make the decision alone. Give me some time. I'll make a call. The man urged. Don't make me wait too long. I don't have that much patience. Jeds talked on the phone for a few minutes and said, I want all the photos, audio and oral news. £40,000. The man nodded. No problem. In more than 10 minutes, the two sides completed the news transaction. Martin and Bruce had returned to the hotel, where the crew was staying. Standing on the balcony of the hotel room, you can still see the bright lights of the studio. Bruce said, the person I found took £5,000, and the remaining £35,000 will be transferred to me soon. Martin was not short of money, so he said, just keep it for yourself, don't give it to me. Bruce was not polite to Martin either. I paid the purchase bill from Australia this time. Martin was in a good mood. The Sun should really thank us. We helped them get several big news. Bruce said, Bale and Blanchett, and this time Emma Watson. He remembered again, the clues about Harvey Weinstein that we provided to them in New York. Martin almost forgot about it and asked, is there no relevant report from the news of the world yet? No, they should be learning more about the situation. Bruce has been paying attention. I have received accurate information that the group chased from New York to Los Angeles, and they must have chased them. Martin kept it in mind, and this information might be used at any time. Bruce knew that Martin wanted to fight dog to dog. Martin checked the time. I'm going to rest early. We have to continue filming tomorrow. I'll ask about the situation at the studio. Bruce took out his phone and made a call. Pinewood Studios, Harry Potter crew. Emma Watson took a shower, changed into new clothes, and found Cheryl aggressively rushing up to grab her hair. Several crew members quickly stopped her. Emma Watson cursed, bitch, I'm going to teach you a lesson. Cheryl's face was full of innocence. You asked me to call for help. I listened to you and called. She burst into tears, and her emotions seemed to collapse. I listened to you and called for help, but you treated me like this. How can a person be like this? How can you be like this? The crew looked at Cheryl, then at Emma Watson, and cursed in their hearts at the same time. Both of you are bitches. Emma Watson jumped up and down. Bitch, I'm going to tear your mouth apart. Cheryl felt even more wronged. One of them was arrogant and domineering, and the other was wronged and innocent. Emma's agent and her father Chris Watson came in from outside and shouted, enough, stop arguing. The office finally quieted down. Stop arguing. Stop making a fuss. I'll handle it. Chris told his daughter and went out to find several producers of the crew, urging them to act as soon as possible, asking the crew to block the news and to talk to people from nearby crews, not to circulate pictures or videos and other explosive materials. Without these, the news can only remain at the level of rumors. There are too many people watching tonight. It's impossible to block it. Producer David Heyman said, I can only try my best. The commotion was too big, and the news might have reached the tabloid paparazzi. Chris said, then prepare a copy as soon as possible, saying that the crew needed to shoot, or a group of little girls playing a fool's game or something like that. David Heyman looked at the crew's publicity and public relations director and said, come up with a plan tonight. The other side immediately agreed and called his subordinates to an emergency meeting for consultation. Although the crew had made sufficient preparations, the next morning, a new issue of The Sun was published, and a series of photos and related news about Emma Watson appeared on the front page, shocking the whole of Britain. Even North America on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean spread the news at the fastest speed. As for the explanation given by the crew at the press conference, no one believed it. Afterwards, Emma Watson temporarily withdrew from the filming of the Harry Potter crew, and the paparazzi of The Sun took photos of her seeing a psychiatrist. This incident was finally called the Diapergate. Chapter 314, The Good Man Among the Bad People. At Los Angeles International Airport, shortly after the flight from Atlanta landed, Lily dragged her suitcase to the terminal exit. Although she was wearing ordinary jeans and a sports t-shirt, the young and beautiful brown-haired girl still attracted the attention of many people around her. A handsome guy with a bag on his shoulder immediately came over. "Hi, beautiful girl, are you traveling in Los Angeles?" Lily glanced at him and ignored him. The handsome guy put on the most sunny smile. "It's hard to call a taxi in Los Angeles, and the cost is also high. Why don't we share a car together?" Just 5 or 6 meters away, Thomas wanted to go over, but Louise reached out to stop him. "Don't worry, see what's going on. My bodyguard is over there. Nothing will happen." Thomas still took a few steps forward, facing the handsome guy. Lily also smiled. "No need, my brother is an agent of the Los Angeles Police Detective Department. He just called me and will be here soon." "Really?" The handsome guy automatically stepped back. "I'll find someone else to share a car." Lily's parents are not ordinary people. They have been well informed since childhood and have enough knowledge of the sinister nature of human hearts. She curled her lips and glanced at the leader on the Coca-Cola advertisement on the side of the terminal. She thought that such an ugly guy had the nerve to come and chat with her. Thomas hurried over. "Hi, Lily." Lily had met Thomas when the crew of Wanted was filming in Atlanta and said, "Thank you for picking me up." Then, she saw a woman walking behind Thomas. She looked about 30 years old, beautiful, sexy, smart, and capable. Louise Mayer. Lily Carter. The two introduced themselves and got into a business car at Thomas' invitation. Louise signaled the driver to drive and asked, "Are you going to stay at Martin's place first, or go to school?" Lily tried to act mature. "Please take me to school." The driver went directly to Valencia, a satellite city, where the California Institute of the Arts is located. Louise said, "Martin and I are good friends and partners. He is filming in London and can't come back, so he specially asked me to help pick you up." "Thank you." Lily opened the backpack she carried with her, took out a small gift box, and handed it to Louise. "Thank you very much for your help. This is a handmade product I made myself. Please don't dislike it." Lily didn't know Louise, but Louise knew Lily to some extent, and she didn't need to guess what was in the box. But the other party expressed her gratitude sincerely, and she was a young, beautiful, and lovely girl. Louise couldn't refuse and accepted it. "You're welcome." Lily took out another one and handed it to Thomas. "This is for you." "Thank you." Thomas then took the opportunity to quietly open the gift box and take a look, while Lily put the other one on the passenger seat on the driver's side. As expected, there was a hand-carved, very cute clown figurine inside. Thomas wanted to tell Lily that she didn't need to give it to me because there were many similar things, including the saltwater crocodile pendant, that you didn't give her. Louise opened it openly and sighed inwardly. She would need to buy a cabinet to store Lily Carter's hand-carved sculptures. Lily didn't know that her practice sculptures were becoming popular in Hollywood. When she came to the California Institute of the Arts, she gave one to Louise's assistant Nikki and Thomas' assistant Natasha. Natasha and Nikki looked at each other in surprise. Why did the brother and sister like to give sculptures? Isn't the Australian buffalo too miserable? Louise accompanied Lily into the college. She first met with Vice Dean Diana and the future mentor, and then went through various admission procedures and applied for a single apartment. The journey was very smooth and there was no trouble. After putting the luggage in the apartment, Lily did not forget Louise, who came to help. "I will treat you to dinner later." "No need." Louise took out a business card and handed it to Lily. "Martin is not in Los Angeles. If you have something, you can call Thomas or call me." Lily took it. The address on it was in Sherman Oaks. If I remember correctly, Martin also lived in Sherman Oaks. Louise took the initiative to invite. "You can come visit me when you have time." "Thank you." Lily couldn't put it into words, but she had a feeling that this Louise was weird. After sending Louise away, she immediately called Martin and focused on Louise's situation. Martin on the other side said, "You can find her if you have something to do, but don't bother with her if you don't." Lily said, "I've settled down." I gave a small gift to Louise and Thomas, who sent me here, as well as their entourage, and the seniors and teachers who received them in the school. In the studio in London, Martin had a very bad feeling and asked, "What gift did you give?" "A bullhorn carving." Lily said, "A clown figurine based on you. Give it to many people." Martin asked, Lily confirmed. Give it to many people. Martin slapped his forehead and said, okay, let's talk when I get back to Los Angeles. After hanging up the phone, Bruce wanted to laugh, but he held it back. Martin looked at him and said, laugh if you want to. He snorted coldly. Sooner or later, the Australian buffalo and saltwater crocodile will become rare animals. Bruce asked, will you continue to send them in the future? Martin was determined. I will send them all over Hollywood. Bruce, this jerk, deliberately said, in the future, everyone in Los Angeles will have one. Martin asked, how many did you bring this time? Before coming to London, Bruce specially handed a large piece of luggage to the crew and checked it in together. Bruce said, one is enough for each person in the crew. Martin nodded. The filming is about to end. You get ready. I want to give away a lot of gifts. The filming of The Reader has reached the final stage. Actors from the crew have left one after another. In addition to receiving souvenirs from the crew, everyone who leaves will also receive gifts from the male and female protagonists Martin and Kate. Kate gave English black tea. Martin gave a fang pendant with a bullhorn carving. 3 days later, all the scenes of the crew were shot. Sam Mendes announced the end of the filming. Before Martin could react, Kate picked up a latte art and sprayed it all over his head and face. Felicity Jones also took one to join in the fun. Martin fled in a panic, took the latte art thrown by Bruce, and sprayed Kate's face with a bang. Kate threw away the latte art, rushed over and hugged Martin, and stuck to him with her whole body, looking very excited. Martin hugged her back. Kate, you are a real artist, and your performance this time is great. Kate let go of Martin and held his face with both hands. I can't do it without you. You are a good actor who can really inspire people. You are a genius. They both laughed at the same time. An associate producer of the crew entered the studio and gave souvenirs. Martin and Kate received 2 books that Michelle read to Hannah. Although the crew will not be disbanded, most people will not participate in post-production. Martin handed the book to Bruce, shook hands with everyone with a gift, and came to Sam Mendes. He originally wanted to shake hands with Sam. Sam took the initiative to hug him, patted him on the back, and said, you did a great job in this play. Keep it up. I'm optimistic about your future. Martin nodded vigorously. Sam, you are a true artist. You gave me key guidance and suggestions when I was in trouble. These will benefit me for life. In terms of professionalism, he is far behind Kate and her husband. There is really no comparison. Martin then left the studio and took off his macape when Bruce suddenly got off the trailer. No. Don't do it. I'm here to find Martin. Bruce escorted Saoirse Ronan in from outside. The latter raised her hand and said to Martin, I heard that your crew finished filming today and came here to find you. Martin just changed his clothes and asked, what do you want to talk to me about? Saoirse glanced at the macape artist and said nothing. Martin picked up the bag, thanked the macape artist, said a few words, and got off the macape trailer first. When Saoirse caught up, he asked, you don't want more firecrackers, do you? Saoirse giggled, I still have some in stock. She was not without pride. Hermione is as proud as a peacock. She looks down on everyone. She bullied me several times. This time she was embarrassed. Martin had read the report in The Sun. He didn't know whether it was a public relations strategy or the truth. Emma Watson went to see a psychologist. But Saoirse cared a lot. I wish her depression will be cured soon. Martin thought to himself that she might take the initiative to come to him in the future. Many people say that I'm very talented and suggest that I go to Los Angeles to develop. My mother plans to take me there in 2 years. Saoirse has been in more than one crew, and the word naive has nothing to do with her. She asked, Martin, can I come to you when the time comes? For some things, Martin only needs to move his lips. Sure, I will introduce you to an agency when the time comes. Leonardo is a bastard, and you are a good person. Saoirse stretched out a hand and placed it in front of Martin. Martin took out a business card and handed it to her. Saoirse kept it. Thank you. She smiled at Martin and made a ladylike gesture. I'm going back. Martin waved at her. Saoirse ran away. Bruce came from behind. Martin asked, I'm a good person, right? Bruce told the truth. Among the bad people, you are a good person. Martin saw that he had packed his things and said, "Let's go back to the hotel to get the luggage. We will go back to Los Angeles. The post-production department of the crew will continue to stay in Pinewood Studios for post-production. Since there are almost no outdoor scenes, Martin asked Sam that he would not need to do post-dubbing for all the shots. Before the film was officially promoted, his work had come to an end. Back to the hotel, packed the luggage, Kate suddenly came. Bruce took the initiative to leave the room. Kate asked, "What time is the flight?" Martin glanced at the clock and said, "It's not too late to leave in 3 hours." Kate took out the script from her bag and said, "There is a scene that I need to dub. I want to familiarize myself with it again. Hurry up and do it before you leave." How could a good person like Martin refuse to make fun of others? During the 2-month filming in London and the experience of being a reader, Martin gained a lot and understood how a good actor can become a true artist. Chapter 315, An Artist Who Doesn't Fear Power. Under the blue sky of early September, Martin, wearing a Dodgers baseball cap, sat alone on a bench in front of the art gallery, patiently waiting for someone to come. A few minutes later, Lily, who had finished her class, jumped down from the steps of the art gallery. She fell behind the bench and shouted to Martin, "Scared?" Martin turned around. "How old are you? You still play this kind of game?" Lily's long hair was simply tied into a ponytail behind her head. She said, "It's not fun. I didn't scare you." Martin stood up. "I knew it was you when I heard the sound of running." Lily raised her long eyebrows in surprise. "So you care about me so much?" Martin walked towards the entrance of the college. "I knew you when you were a little kid. You ran and jumped, spoke with an accent, had disgusting hobbies, and were full of swear words. What don't I know about you? I have changed all the swear words." Lily whispered, "In fact, there are some things you don't know." Martin turned his head to look at her and asked, "What don't I know about you?" Lily smiled. "Girl secrets, I won't tell you." Someone came over and greeted her. "Hi, Lily." Lily waved over there. From the art gallery to the parking lot near the entrance of the college, at least 6 or 7 people greeted Lily. Martin asked, "A lot of people seem to know you?" "I've made friends with a lot of people, just like when I was in Merita High School. Lily was once a bully in the public high school. There are a lot of bitches who envy my beauty and do little things in private. I always team up to deal with them." Martin warned, "Don't go too far." Lily said aggrievedly, "No way, they all say I'm good." Martin knew Lily's style. This was a girl who grew up under the iron fist of her sister. She used the iron fist education on her brother Hall and then continued it to school. Lily was never polite to Martin. "Don't worry, I will call you if there is anything." And that Louise, she knows a lot of people and called me several times. Martin came to the front of the Escalade and opened the driver's door. "Get in the car." Lily got on the passenger seat. The car drove out of the college and headed straight for Sherman Oaks. Martin turned into the Coty community. When he approached his home, he met Jenna, who was walking with a cat. Seeing Martin's car, Jenna took the initiative to wave. Martin stopped the car and lowered the window. Jenna came over, looked at the passenger seat, and asked, "Girlfriend?" Lily immediately smiled and greeted, "Hello, little sister, you are so beautiful." Martin pushed her back. "This is my sister, Lily." Jenna nodded and looked at her carefully. "She has a good figure and appearance, and she is very talented." Lily had a good first impression of Jenna and rushed to speak. "Everyone I know says so. Do you think so too?" Martin glanced at Jenna, and Jenna immediately changed her words. "I invited you to the set, but you didn't have time. I'm too busy with work." Martin made an excuse and said, "Let's talk about it later." Jenna nodded and said to Lily, "Little beauty, come to the set with Martin when you have time." Lily replied, "Okay." Martin drove to the door of the house. Lily looked back and said, "She is a good person. She is really good." Martin had some understanding of Jenna through many contacts. Ignoring Jenna's special profession, her quality is still relatively high. He simply said, "One of your letters of introduction is from her father." Lily asked, should I visit her studio to express my gratitude and get closer to her? She remembered what Jenna had said just now. What movies has she starred in? She looks so good. I will definitely remember her after seeing her. Martin said directly, a movie by Shengu. She is the director and the heroine. The answer was too unexpected, and Lily couldn't wrap her mind around it for a while, and she didn't know what to say. Martin said, Jenna Jones' family are all engaged in artwork. She is said to be in this industry because she has problems with her hormone secretion. As for whether it was true or not, no one tried to find out. The car drove into the gate, and Lily's attention was diverted. When Martin's car stopped at the garage door, he jumped out and said, "What a beautiful house." Then, she smelled the smell of barbecue, and turned to look. "Hi, old Bruce, long time no see." Bruce was grilling meat, and waved to the side. "Lily, you are getting more and more beautiful." Martin drove the car into the garage. A long dining table and several chairs were placed by the swimming pool. Martin did not invite anyone else. Only he, Lily and Bruce had dinner together. Simple barbecue, vegetables, and fruits. Unlike the people he met, after arriving in Los Angeles, the three of them were all from Atlanta, real family. The three of them had a very happy dinner. After eating, Lily visited Martin's house again, got into the G-Class in the garage, and immediately jumped out. Martin did not care, and casually said, "If you need a car, you can drive it temporarily." Blake was very particular, and all the expensive gifts he gave were placed here, leaving only a few souvenirs. Lily noticed that the previous owner of the car was a girl, and shook her head. "I don't need the car now. When I get familiar with the school, I will find a place to work and earn money to buy a car myself." Before it was dark, Martin sent Lily back to school and told Lily to find Louise if she had any problems. He had already negotiated with Louise at a cost of several $100 million. When Lily left, Martin gave her a big bag full of gifts. Although she had 10,000 opinions in her heart, Lily accepted them with tears. The award season is about to kick off, and Martin will soon go to Canada to attend the Toronto Film Festival. The promotion and award winning of The Departed will start from the Toronto Film Festival. The film premiered during the film festival and will be released in North America in October. At present, the film has held an internal preview and a preview for theater managers and media people, and the response has been very good. In the conference room of the Warner Building, producer Graham King introduced the current basic situation to the main creative staff of the crew. The MPAA has rated it R, and the distributor has secured about 3,200 theaters to open the film. The North American box office is expected to be no less than $100 million US. Many people's eyes fell on Leonardo and Martin, except for Matt Damon, who was filming Jason Bourne in London. These two people were undoubtedly the most commercially appealing among the main creative staff attending the meeting. Nicholson, who was sitting next to Martin, suddenly said, "Don't look at me. I won't hold you back. You should thank me." Leonardo couldn't help laughing. Scorsese said, "Jack, what new ideas can you come up with?" Nicholson pointed his finger at Martin. "If you need any bad ideas beyond the regular promotion, you should go to him." Martin spread his hands. "I just came back from London, and I haven't figured out the situation yet." In front of others, he was very good at flattering the trio's eldest and second oldest, with Leo and Jack here. Commercial appeal is not a problem. Leo is popular with people of all ages, and Jack is an idol for middle-aged and elderly women. Graham said, "You three must attend every major promotional event for the film at the Toronto Film Festival and Los Angeles." Martin and the other two said they had no problem. Later, they focused on discussing matters related to the Oscars. The crew focused on the Best Picture and Best Director, and Martin would also strive to get a nomination for the Best Supporting Actor. The only surprise was that Leonardo would not use this film to impact the Best Actor. After the meeting, the asshole trio naturally came together. Martin asked curiously, "Why don't you use the role in this film to compete for an Oscar? All the resources for this film are concentrated on the Best Picture and Best Director, leaving too little for the other awards." Leonardo was very practical. "It's not hard for me to get a nomination for the role of Billy, but I have no hope of winning the award." There was no one else here, only the three of them. Nicholson did not forget to hold them back. "With your acting skills of staring, frowning, and roaring, there is no hope for any other role." Leonardo was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. Good. You are a good actor. You are amazing. Nicholson imitated him, staring wide-eyed and deliberately showing off. "I'm not amazing either. I only have 2 Best Actor Oscars and 1 Best Supporting Actor Oscar." Leonardo was hit hard and could not speak. Nicholson delivered another fatal blow. "Let me tell you, Martin has a much greater chance of winning an Oscar than you do." Leonardo looked up at the sky speechlessly and was almost in tears because of the blow. "You're not depressed, are you?" Compared to Nicholson, Martin is still a human being. "So many beautiful models with blonde hair and long legs are waiting for you." Leonardo approached Martin. "Man, you are my brother." Martin's words were not finished. "They all want to see what an 11-second sprint is like. I'm going to kill you." Leonardo used 3 consecutive moves: glaring, frowning, and roaring. "You 2 bastards." Nicholson said, "See. Compared to Martin, this scumbag, I'm a good person." The 3 of them laughed and joked and got into Nicholson's extended Lincoln. Martin put away those non-serious things and asked, "Leo, which movie are you going to use to impact the Oscar?" "Blood Diamond." Leonardo introduced briefly, "A movie I shot before The Departed, co-starring with Jennifer Connelly. The role of the male lead in that movie is more important than The Departed. The important thing is that the crew's primary goal is the best actor." Martin still remembers this movie, an event caused by a red diamond. It seems to have caused controversy. Debis was worried that the film would have too much influence, which would lead to consumers resisting diamonds. It also joined some diamond companies to boycott the film. Martin mentioned it. Leonardo said, "They have already protested to the crew. It's okay. This is a good thing in terms of art." Martin understood. "Artists who are not afraid of power." Nicholson interrupted, "That's right. The best actor and actress at the Oscars need to be packaged." He looked at Martin. "Did you do any packaging?" Martin revealed a little. "Yes, the agency has invested a lot of resources. I plan to be a children's love ambassador." Leonardo nodded. "This is not easy to collapse." Martin said, "So, I chose this. At first, he planned to take the path of equal rights, but for some unspeakable reasons, this path could not be taken." The 3 of them went to the bar to drink together and agreed to go to Canada together in a few days to participate in the promotion of the Toronto Film Festival. Chapter 316, Declaring War on the Trio. With the release of the main poster of The Departed, the film officially started to promote its release. On this poster, Leonardo, Martin and Nicholson are in a 3-way competition. The competition for the ranking is not very fierce, and the crew handled it reasonably. Leonardo is on the far left of the poster, and his portrait is also the largest, showing his ranking as the top brother. Martin stands on the far right, and his bust is 1/5 smaller than Leonardo. Nicholson's full body portrait is the same size as Martin, but he is behind the 2 protagonists. After all, he is a supporting role. The 2-minute official trailer is also being played on major TV stations across the United States in a loop, and a version with swear words has appeared on the internet. Martin's personal blog and the official website of the Coca-Cola cult have announced the specific time for the film to be released in major cities across the United States. On the website of the Coca-Cola cult, there is also a Martin version of the personal character trailer, which reproduces the classic scene of a bottle of Coke exploding on the head. Colin, played by him, faces the attack of criminals and grabs the Coke at hand to fight back. The crew did not get the millions of dollars of sponsorship from Coca-Cola for nothing. Martin, Leonardo, Nicholson and Scorsese divided into 4 groups and frequently attended various promotional activities. Sometimes they would gather together to cheer for the film. In October, when no heavyweight films were released, The Departed was undoubtedly a unique existence. In mid-September, the main creative staff of the crew went to Toronto. The Toronto Film Festival is different from the European Film Festival. There is no official award. It is closer to a platform for film screening, promotion and trading. Because of geographical factors, in the eyes of quite a few American movie fans, this is the world's largest international film festival. The world premiere of The Departed was chosen during the film festival. In the bar of the Four Seasons Hotel in Toronto, Martin took the wine handed by the bartender, raised it to Nicholson, and said, "Have we reached a tacit understanding?" The two had just discussed making a big deal about something next year. Nicholson sneered. Such a fun thing. I would have participated, even if you didn't ask me. Leonardo clinked glasses with Martin. You are really an expert in making trouble. The three of them drank a glass together, and Martin pointed to the TV hanging from the ceiling. Look, our director's interview. Martin Scorsese was interviewed by NBC this morning, and appeared on the news in the afternoon. Most of the content was for publicity purposes, and there was a section related to the three arseholes. The reporter asked. Some media reported that during the filming, the three main actors of the crew, Martin Davis, Leonardo and Jack Nicholson, formed a trio. Did this organization play a positive role in promoting the filming? Scorsese's expression was quite strange. They formed a very strange organization, which did help them to build a tacit understanding with each other, but more often they were causing trouble on the crew, which was a headache. Martin was quite innocent, and asked his two companions, we didn't cause trouble on the crew, did we? Nicholson and Leonardo shook their heads at the same time. Absolutely not. On TV, Scorsese said again, sometimes, I don't agree with them on the characters. They are as stubborn as cows. It takes me a lot of time to convince them, and reach a consensus. He emphasized, and when the three of them cause trouble, I think it would be better to use their pay, to hire a few cows to shoot. The TV interview ended here. Leonardo asked, are we as stubborn as bulls? He spread his hands. Are we not as stubborn as bulls? Martin said seriously, excellent actors must have unique insights into their characters. This guy Scorsese is declaring war on our trio. Nicholson, as the leader of the trio, consciously rushed to the front when he was about to do something. Leo, Martin, we have dealt with many people. Should we deal with Scorsese this time? Leonardo pondered and said, Director Scorsese is old, and his body can't be compared with yours. We have to do it within his tolerance. Martin looked like he was considering it seriously. Nicholson asked, you have a lot of bad ideas. Come up with a good plan quickly. The trio has been attacked by the director and must respond. He and Scorsese have been friends for decades, and knew what was going on. We are going to make Scorsese pay the price. You two bastards, listen to me. Martin gradually had an idea. This is what I think. As the most troublemaking trio in Hollywood, we must not only respond to the director's remarks, but also create an eye-catching effect, and make explosive news, which is beneficial to the publicity of the crew. In this way, the crew can reimburse us for the expenses of causing trouble. Nicholson said to Leonardo, see, he has the most bad ideas. Martin asked, this is my first time in Toronto, and I'm not very familiar with this place. Do you two know any ranches? Leonardo said, I know people who are rich and have friends. Nicholson said disdainfully, they are not true friends. They are after your money. Martin poured wine for the two of them. We are true friends. Leonardo deliberately put on a vigilant look. What are you trying to do with me? Martin patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, I will never plot against you. Wait. Nicholson raised his hand to interrupt the two bastards. You are off topic. Leonardo brought back the subject. What do you want to do? Martin said, it's very simple. The premiere is about to start. Should we give director Scorsese a big gift at the premiere? Nicholson laughed. Good idea. I agree. Leonardo thought more. Martin, is this a publicity plan you and the crew conspired? Martin neither admitted nor denied it, but just said, aren't we known as the strongest trio? Since we want to make trouble, we have to make a sensational hot event. Those small fights are boring. Leonardo suddenly remembered something. After Jack and I left Pinewood Studios, I heard that Emma Watson peed her pants in the toilet because someone used firecrackers to blow her up. Did you do it? How could I bully a little girl? Martin thought he had the highest quality among the trio. I swear, it wasn't me. Leonardo took out his cell phone and made several calls, urging Martin and Nicholson, let's go. There is a big ranch over there. The ranch owner is the cousin of one of my exes. Martin followed him out and said to Nicholson, having many ex-girlfriends is a lot of good. On that day, the news of Scorsese's TV interview spread quickly. Although he obviously used a joking tone in the interview, the gossip media didn't care about that. The entertainment media, which fabricated conflicts out of thin air, immediately started to stir up the controversy. The crew of The Departed is not in harmony, and the director and the leading actors are full of conflicts. Scorsese criticized the three leading actors for not acting as well as NIU. Shocked. 3 Hollywood stars are not as good as NIU. But the TMZ website, which was just established last year, sang a different tune from all kinds of gossip paper media and published several photos in a prominent position on the homepage of the website. All of them were related to the crew of The Departed. Whether in public or in private, the relationship between the three arseholes and Martin Scorsese was very harmonious, and there was no conflict. TMZ gradually showed its difference from ordinary gossip media. Some even called it the internet version of The Sun. The parties involved did not speak out until the premiere of The Departed. Toronto's Ryerson Theatre is the main venue of the film festival, and the premiere of the film was held here. Because the crew, from the director to the leading actor, gathered a large number of top directors and superstars, and there were also so-called contradictory reports before, a large number of media reporters gathered at the premiere. Hundreds of people crowded the media area. Moviegoers who came to the film festival also listed this gangster film as the first choice for watching the film festival, and the red carpet was tightly blocked on both sides. The members of the Toronto parish of the Coca-Cola God hung up the posters of the leader early, waiting for Martin to walk on the red carpet and participate in the famous scene that spread all over the world, drinking Coca-Cola together. Director Martin Scorsese came, and the great director was smiling and was not affected by media reports at all. The leading actress Vera Farmiga also arrived. As the only heavyweight female face in the main creative lineup, she also attracted much attention. Matt Damon, who almost missed all the promotional activities, rushed over from London, England to attend the premiere. He was very low-key and walked the red carpet as a routine. He neither communicated with fans nor declined media interviews. When the film was making a publicity plan, Matt Damon communicated with the crew and wanted to use the role of Ding Jenon to impact the Oscar for Best Supporting Actor, but was rejected by the crew because the candidate proposed by the crew was Martin Davis. One of the two protagonists went to compete for the nomination for Best Supporting Actor, and Matt Damon's role had to be abandoned. Robert De Niro, Al Pacino and Jodie Foster, who came to cheer, also walked the red carpet. Fans and media reporters at the scene found that the three main male protagonists of the film had not shown up. No way. Is there really a contradiction? Are they not participating in the premiere? The media area was talking about it and was about to explode. On the red carpeted platform in front of the theater, Robert De Niro found Scorsese, who was very familiar with Martin and Leonardo, and said, "No way, did you really have a conflict with them?" Scorsese just laughed. Robert De Niro felt something was wrong. Although Martin likes to stir up trouble, he is a smooth and sociable person, not to mention Leo. Suddenly, a truck horn sounded, and a van with posters of the three male protagonists of The Departed sprayed on it drove over from a distance. Whether fans or reporters, everyone's eyes were focused on that side. The van stopped in front of the red carpet, and Martin, who was driving, got out of the driver's seat first, and Leonardo and Nicholson got out on the other side. The three came to the back of the car and opened the rear door of the van. A piece of iron plate automatically slid down, and a slope appeared between the van and the road. Martin entered the van and pulled a cow out from it. The whole audience was shocked. Chapter 317, A Cow's Story. The fans were stunned, and the media reporters were taking photos crazily. At the front of the red carpet, Martin, Leonardo, and Nicholson were leading a docile old cow towards the theater. Nicholson wore sunglasses and smiled from ear to ear. It was the first time in his life that he walked the red carpet with a cow as a gift to his old director. He thought it was very funny. Leonardo looked at Martin and thought that only a bastard could do such a unique thing. Martin walked in front, leading the cow to the middle of the red carpet, waving to the surroundings. The fans around him screamed shrilly. The reporters who were able to follow and shoot on both sides of the red carpet seemed to be crazy, constantly pressing the shutter of the camera. Leonardo said, "We are going to grab the headlines of the North American entertainment section. This is such an interesting thing, we need to do it more often." Nicholson took 2 steps forward and snatched the reins from Martin's hand. "You've had enough of the limelight, it's my turn." Handing the reins to Nicholson, Martin walked towards the place where the members of the Coca-Cola cult gathered, took a can of Coke from Bruce who followed him, opened it, and held it high towards them. Hundreds of people nearby raised their cokes and shouted in unison, "Coke God, forever." Then, someone else shouted, "The leader is mighty." Hundreds of people followed suit, "The leader is mighty." At the entrance of the Ryerson Theater, Daniel from Warner said to producer Graham, "Did you see that? This is the leader of the Coke God." Graham nodded slightly. "There are many supporters." Daniel added, "As for this film, we have done market research and estimates. Martin alone can increase the film's first week box office by more than $5 million US. Graham has read the relevant reports. In my personal opinion, among the male stars born in the 1980s, Martin has the strongest commercial appeal, at least one of the strongest. Martin's value is not only reflected in commercial appeal." Daniel reminded, "Don't forget, today's plan was first proposed by him." Graham saw the reporters who looked like mad cows and said, "The news has already appeared." Daniel laughed happily. The three bastards, leading a cow, paraded through the city and approached the media area and the platform specially arranged in front of the theater. Al Pacino stroked his chin and said, "This is not the style of Leonardo and Nicholson." Robert De Niro said, "It must be Martin." He looked at Scorsese. "Get ready, your guys are bringing you a cow." Scorsese straightened his tie and said, "Why not a cow?" On the other side, Nicholson slightly increased his speed and pulled the cow to the opposite side of Scorsese. A large number of reporters gathered around. Nicholson said loudly, "A few days ago, you said that you like to guide the cow's performance. The three of us went to buy the most obedient cow overnight. Now, on behalf of the trio, I officially give you a cow. You can film with the cow in the future. I accept it." Scorsese took the reins, hugged his old friend Nicholson, and then called Martin and Leonardo, "Come here, take a photo together." Martin and Leonardo went over, and the four of them stood in front of the sponsor's background board and took a photo with the old cow. Scorsese later accepted an interview and said, "This gift is very precious. I will take it back to the United States and teach it to act so that the three idiots can see what it means to be a good actor who listens to the director's instructions." After saying that, he laughed. Martin and the other two also laughed happily around. Matt Damon, who had already entered the theater, saw this scene clearly through the glass window. He saw it very clearly. Since the filming in New York, he has been excluded from the core of the crew. The so-called trio was also set up by Martin Davis. Matt Damon could not enter that circle, but he also had his own circle. "Let's go," he said to the manager next to him. "Let's go into the theater and wait for the screening." The manager followed him and said, "I just talked to Graham. The crew has some opinions about your absence from most of the publicity due to the filming of Jason Bourne, but it's not a big deal." Matt Damon said, "I'm not the core." He turned and asked, "Have the crew and Warner Brothers decided to apply for the Best Supporting Actor nomination for Martin Davis?" "Yes, it's confirmed." The manager said the news he had inquired about. It is said that in order to ensure that he can get the nomination, Leonardo gave up the role in this film to compete for the Best Actor and chose the role in another film, Blood Diamond. Matt Damon nodded. "I see." In the media area, reporters almost surrounded Martin and the other two. Martin also accepted the interview appropriately. The reporter specifically asked him about his cooperation with Scorsese. "I have experienced life in the Boston Police Department, which has helped me a lot." He said all the prepared scripts, without worrying about conflicts with other people's speeches. "I like this role very much. Director Scorsese told me before filming that I only need to read the lines in the script, and the rest is up to you." 10 minutes later, with the assistance of the crew's publicity and public relations personnel, the main creative team broke through the heavy siege of media reporters and walked towards the entrance of the Ryerson Theater. "Moo," a cow mooed from behind. Martin turned around and saw that the docile old cow was still standing in the crowd, especially conspicuous. It stared at the people walking away, mooing, as if questioning why it was abandoned. Someone came and took the cow away, and then it would be sent to the United States. Scorsese has a ranch, and it is easy to raise a cow. The red carpet part of the premiere ended here. Many online media reporters immediately evacuated the scene and found a temporary office nearby. They used laptops and wireless network cards to access the internet and sent out news and photos of the premiere as quickly as possible. As soon as the news hit the internet, it attracted widespread attention. In the theater hall, the main creative staff of the crew came to the front row amid applause. The theater, which can accommodate thousands of people, was now full. Guests, reporters, critics, columnists and overseas buyers gathered together, filling the first 10 rows, occupying nearly half of the seats. Ordinary moviegoers occupied the other half. Before sitting down, Scorsese looked back. His many years of directing career made it difficult for him to have any more waves in his heart, but he still hoped that this film would have a good result, especially at the Oscars. Scorsese was ambitious to give up the biographical film that was specifically for the award and return to the gangster film that he was best at. Many people say that they don't care about the Oscar statuette, but in this industry and this environment, few people really don't care. In Leonardo's words, after being rich, beautiful and having a material foundation, people will definitely have some other pursuits. Martin sat between Nicholson and Leonardo, moved his hands and feet a little, and took out his mobile phone to take a look. There was an unread text message on the phone, and the sender was Robert. The ceremony has been completed, don't worry. Martin turned off the sound and vibration of the phone, and put it back in his pocket. The ceremony of asking for good luck has been carried out for the past few years. After each use, the fight for roles and movie screenings always went smoothly, and Martin certainly would not give up. Leonardo suddenly whispered, according to Warner Brothers estimates, this movie may become my highest grossing movie after Titanic. Martin said, I remember you are one of the investors. If the profit is enough, you will treat me to go out for 3 days and 3 nights. Leonardo asked, you also brought money into the group. It seems that the funds came from Asia. Why didn't I see that investor today? Martin learned, Wu Maoting can enter the United States, but Canada refuses him entry. Pacific Pictures and my studio are receiving him in Los Angeles. Nicholson looked at Martin and Leonardo at this time, showing the momentum of a boss. It's time to show. Talk less, be quiet. In my era, you will beat your brothers to death like this. Martin was too lazy to reply, and looked at the big screen. This is a vulgar gangster film full of American street culture. Maybe it's because of preconceived notions. Even though he personally participated in the film, Martin still thinks the Hong Kong version is better. It may also be that the freshness of the Hong Kong version can give people a clean and fashionable, or even a philosophical and romantic poetic feeling full of oriental meaning. This film shot by Scorsese is probably like the lower class Americans on the street, vulgar, direct and realistic. From police officers to gangsters, everyone swears on a daily basis. The characters are unrestrained and lazy. It can be said that the two films are very different in terms of expression and film types. The Hong Kong version is an elite police and gangster film. This The Departed is a street-based gangster film. The most important roles in the film are Leonardo and Martin's roles, but the real core is Frank played by Nicholson. This guy's definitely a genius in acting. It's just that he is old, knowledgeable, and has won enough Oscars, so he doesn't care. Otherwise, if the crew applies for a nomination for Best Supporting Actor for him, Martin will definitely stand aside in terms of performance and role alone. Even so, Martin still performed better than Leonardo in the rivalry. Not to say that Martin crushed Leo, but Leo also pales in comparison to him. Robert De Niro lowered his voice and said to Al Pacino, for so many years, Leo has never solved his old problems. Al Pacino nodded. Martin has good talent and smooth acting skills. Although he is not a talented actor like Nicholson, he may not be worse than you and me if he develops well in the future. Robert De Niro said, this movie is very interesting. It is the most entertaining work directed by Scorsese. Al Pacino said, it is very enjoyable to watch. Maybe it will help him create a personal box office record. Like all directors who are more artistic, Martin Scorsese's movies have average box office revenue, and often have to rely on a fly to make a profit. At the end of the film screening, the two protagonists all went on the road of no return as expected. Wending Jenon shot Colin Sullivan to death. The whole film ended. The scene rang out extremely warm applause. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 318, Black Dwarf and White Moonlight. This is the most entertaining of all my movies. In front of the theater, Scorsese said this to the reporter, lowered his head, and got into the car. The black car drove to the hotel, where the crew was staying, followed by a van carrying a cow. The cow will be sent away overnight tonight. Martin and the other two did not accept interviews, and got into the same car. Nicholson, who has been friends with the director for decades, said, Scorsese is in a good mood, and he is very satisfied with the film. Martin sighed. Nicholson asked, do you think the film is bad? No. Martin recalled and said, just the three of us. There are more than 200 curses in the film, right? Leonardo thought for a while, no less than a lot. Martin said, do you know why I sighed? I'm ashamed of the poor cursing language. Nicholson shook his head, your focus is really different. Martin said, cutting is also an art. Back to the hotel, the three went to Leonardo's room to drink together. Before they finished half a bottle of whiskey, 3 different text message alerts sounded at the same time. Martin took it out and took a look. It turned out to be the result of the questionnaire rating conducted by Warner Brothers for the premiere audience. Leonardo smiled. The average score of the premiere audience was A+, the best result. It's really good. Martin said seriously, I think I will get a very high positive evaluation. Nicholson agreed. It's mainly because of the idiot Leo. There was a promotional event the next day. The three of them didn't drink till late and left soon. Warner Brothers was very confident in The Departed and lifted the ban on various ratings of the film that night. By the next morning, Rotten Tomatoes had formed a freshness rating of 95%. In the media comprehensive rating released by MTC later, The Departed scored an average of 87 points. Roger Ebert, a famous film critic who participated in the premiere, gave a quick review in his column. This is Martin Scorsese's best movie since Goodfellas in 1990, and one of the best movies of the year. The quality of the film is guaranteed. Warner Brothers only made a little effort, and the media reputation rose. Another point is that Martin Scorsese has never made a bad film over the years, nor has he been overly commercialized. This has given him a good reputation in the critics' circle. In contrast, Martin's film has not yet been released on a large scale, so it is temporarily on hold. Unexpectedly, because he chose an art film like The Reader, the Los Angeles critics had a very good impression of him. Especially Kenneth Turan, the film critic of the Los Angeles Times. He also attended the premiere last night and wrote relevant comments in his column as soon as possible. Unlike Roger Ebert, Kenneth Turan focused on Martin. Los Angeles critics have always believed that Martin Davis is an actor with great talent and artistic pursuits. This can be seen from his choice of The Reader in the first half of the year, and the premiere of The Departed last night also proves this point. Martin plays a criminal undercover in the police. With his superb performance, he interprets the complexity of the character's heart and shows us a complex character composed of desire, power, and betrayal. This complexity makes it easy for the audience to resonate with the character and deeply understand the character's decisions and behaviors. Hollywood has seen many talented actors, and Martin is bound to be one of them. He uses an outstanding role to inject a special magic into director Scorsese's new film. He deserves to be rewarded this awards season. On the streets of Toronto, during a promotional event, Leonardo saw the Los Angeles Times brought by the crew. He asked Martin, tell me the truth, do you have any ass deal with that Kenneth Turan? That old bastard has scolded me a lot over the years, but he licks you so much. Martin said in a deep tone with a distant look, there is no way, my artistic pursuit is higher than yours. Leonardo was dismissive, do you have artistic pursuits? Martin told the truth, it doesn't matter whether I have it or not. The key is that the critics and the Academy judges think I have it. Leonardo couldn't help it, those people have problems with their brains. I looked down on the Oscars back then. They disliked me for not taking the Oscars seriously and for not respecting art. Later, I actively approached the Academy and the Oscars and actively rushed for awards every year. They thought I was deliberately rushing for awards and still didn't respect art. He asked Martin, are they sick in the head? No, they are not sick, they just look down on you. Martin revealed a bloody fact. If a black ugly woman pursues you, no matter how she behaves, or what she says, do you have 100 ways to reject her? Leonardo said, I can easily find 1,000 ways. He then reacted, pointed at his nose and asked, am I black? Poor? Martin shrugged. Kate now understands how to become their white moonlight. Leonardo looked down at his belly, pinched his increasingly wide face, and understood what white moonlight was. He sighed secretly. What a bunch of perverts. Isn't it good to appreciate beautiful things? Nicholson came over and said, what are you afraid of? Even if you become like me now, the women who are supposed to pounce on you will still pounce on you. He looked at Martin and decided to stand with Leonardo. Although you are 11 seconds, although you are not as old as him, you are better than him. Leonardo interrupted him. Stop, Jack, don't say any more. If you continue, I will jump off the building out of shame. Martin immediately criticized Nicholson. You are such a bad person. How can you say that Leo is 11 seconds? Leo sprinted 11 meters in 100 meters, which sounds much better. Leonardo nodded at the two of them. The day I get the Oscar statuette, I will give each of you 50 black clowns. Even if you cry, you have to finish those things. Los Angeles, Pacific Film and Television Production Company. Accompanied by her assistant, Louise sent away Wu Maoting, an investor from Asia, and turned to enter another reception room. Thomas was waiting here. When he saw someone coming in, he said, the premiere of The Departed was a huge success. The word-of-mouth response from all sides was very good. Martin's performance was highly praised by critics. Can we start now? Louise said, you have been managing the relationship with the critics, who have a good impression of Martin. You will continue to handle it. I will take care of the Academy judges. There are more than 1,300 judges for the actor awards. According to past experience, after submitting a nomination, as long as you get 200 votes, you can basically ensure the nomination. Not every judge will vote in the nomination stage. Louise asked, how are the talks with the few people I circled? Thomas said, they have clearly stated that they will support Martin and will mobilize certain resources to support him. Louise nodded slightly. We must do the work we should do. Thomas knew that Louise and the rich woman in Atlanta had jointly invested in hiring a professional public relations team and said, the resources invested by WMA have been handed over to me. At the critical film pulling meeting, Ari Emanuel will personally attend to help canvass for votes. Louise felt that this was not enough. At the critical moment of the nomination vote, it would be best if there was some eye-catching news. There are too many judges who will not watch the film, no matter how you urge them. They will only choose to vote with their feet and vote for people they have recently become familiar with. Thomas said, Martin has made some preparations. Louise nodded and said, the flattery of well-known figures can also influence the choices of many people. Thomas said, Martin will do these personally. Louise also said a key point, we must also pay attention to the smearing of opponents. Martin has been on a smooth journey in recent years, and he has stepped on many others on the way up. The two discussed this. Since Harvey Weinstein joined the game, not only has the amount of money spent on public relations increased exponentially, but every year there are scandals in popular films. The citywide smear campaign was a classic example. After Thomas left, Louise returned to the office, made a phone call, and said, Ritter, start it. Ritter Public Relations is a special company that provides publicity and public relations services to the entertainment industry. The annual awards season is the busiest time for business. Its founder and largest partner, Ritter Baker, is a friend of Louise in college. After receiving Louise's call, Ritter immediately instructed her assistant, let the first team take action immediately and send out all the emails and mails prepared in advance. On the same day, many members of the Screen Actors Guild and the Film Critics Association, as well as other judges of the Sentinel Awards, received an email in their email boxes. The new film The Departed, directed by Martin Scorsese and starring Martin Davis, will be released nationwide in North America on October 6th. A few days later, these people's mailboxes received another physical email with the same content. Four Seasons Hotel Beverly Hills. Lukaku from the News of the World sat in the lobby lounge, seemingly reading a newspaper, but his eyes were always looking at the hotel in trance. The automatic door opened, and a familiar fat figure entered the hotel. Lukaku whispered, "Harvey Weinstein is here." Hazard picked up his bag and walked towards the lobby. After following Harvey into the elevator, he glanced at Courtois, who followed him in and said nothing. The elevator opened with a ding, and Harvey entered the elevator. Hazard and several others followed in the elevator. He pretended to choose a floor, but found that the button light on the same floor was on, so he withdrew his hand. The elevator rose quickly, and when it stopped, Harvey got out of the elevator. Hazard followed him out, turned out of the elevator, and walked in the opposite corridor of Harvey, took out a special mirror from his pocket, and secretly observed the situation behind him. Some reporters from the News of the World have very sharp skills. Seeing Harvey stop in front of the door and open it, and then go in, Hazard turned back, determined the room number of Harvey's long-term private room from the room distribution map, and hurried downstairs. Once the room is confirmed, it will be convenient to do the following things. Chapter 319, Harvey's wife. There was no one else in the room. Harvey Weinstein sat and watched TV for a while. The entertainment channel was broadcasting the premiere of The Departed. Martin Davis walked on the red carpet with a cow in a unique way. All the fans and reporters were shocked. It's interesting. Harvey had never seen such a premiere before. He is really a talent. Unfortunately, this man did not get along with him, and recently caused Weinstein Films to lose a lot of money. Because of Heath Ledger's incident, the filming of I'm Not There was delayed by nearly 10 days than the normal plan. Every day the crew delayed, the cost would increase. There was a knock on the door at this time. Harvey went to knock on the door, and Matt Damon entered the room. Harvey asked, "Shouldn't you be attending the film festival in Toronto?" Matt Damon glanced at the premiere on TV and said, "The Departed crew didn't take me seriously, and didn't force me to promote it. I'm back to rest for 2 days, and then go to London later." Harvey asked directly, "Won't they help you get an Oscar nomination?" The nomination for Best Supporting Actor is for Martin Davis, so. Matt Damon shrugged. Harvey laughed. "Oscar for Best Supporting Actor? Martin Davis has a lot of ideas." His smile became deeper. "It's a good thing to have ideas." Matt Damon said, "I heard that he had a bad time with your crew in New York." Harvey didn't seem to care. "It made me lose hundreds of thousands of dollars." Matt Damon seemed to be complimenting him. "Oscar is your special show." Harvey thought of Pitt, who had been complaining to him about Martin, and said, "Rose McGowan made a fuss after filming Planet Terror." Matt Damon understood. "I will warn her." Harvey's cell phone rang. It was his wife Georgina Chapman calling. He went to the side to answer it. "Honey, is Toronto fun?" Georgina said, "Very interesting. Don't you want to come over?" Harvey said, "I have a lot of things to do here, so I won't go over." After the call, he chatted with Damon for a few more words, and Harvey left the hotel with him. In the hotel lobby, seeing the two leave, the 3 people from the News of the World immediately gathered together. Lukaku said softly, "We found Zabi's long-term room. Let's think of a way." Courtois stretched his neck and said, "Start with the hotel and monitor the phone calls in the room." Hazard reminded, "This is not New York. We are not on our own turf. We must be careful when doing things." The 3 of them took action immediately. At the same time, at the Four Seasons Hotel in Toronto, Martin came back from outside after finishing a publicity interview. Scorsese was going to treat him tonight, and he was too lazy to go upstairs. He simply went to the lounge and found an empty place to sit down and wait. At the next table on the left, there was a brown-haired woman. Because of her outstanding appearance, Martin took a closer look. The other party was about 30 years old, tall, and her figure and temperament were very much like a model. This person also turned to look at Martin. The two realized at the same time that they knew each other. Martin took the initiative to greet. "Hello, Georgina." Georgina and Kate Winslet have been friends for many years. "Hello, Martin. I didn't expect to meet here." Martin immediately mentioned their mutual friends. "Some time ago, Kate and I were filming in London. Kate also mentioned you specifically, saying that you helped design all the clothes she wore in public, which made her look much better." Georgina smiled. "Actually, Kate was mindful of our sisterhood and gave me a chance to sponsor her." Martin asked, "Remember that your Marquise brand has opened a design store in Los Angeles?" Leave me a contact number so that I can bring my friends to visit later. Georgina's clothing brand is a high-end line, and she immediately took out a personal business card and handed it to Martin. Similarly, Martin also gave her his personal business card. Georgina knew that her husband had some prejudices against Martin, but she had her own social circle and did not ask about the grievances in Hollywood. She was determined to create a new luxury clothing brand. She married Harvey Weinstein and at the same time married his network of contacts. Without much effort, many Hollywood big-name actresses wore her haute couture and walked on the Oscar red carpet. Georgina wanted to further expand her network. I hold fashion parties in New York or Los Angeles every once in a while. You are welcome to attend them. I've been there and was impressed. Martin met Wes Craven at Georgina's fashion party. I will definitely go again if I have the chance. Georgina smiled back. There was the sound of high heels hitting the ground nearby. Martin turned his head and saw Cate Blanchett coming over. Georgina waved to Martin gently. I should go now. Martin stood up and said goodbye. Goodbye. Georgina went over, took Blanchett's arm, and walked towards the hotel entrance together. Blanchett was wearing an evening dress from Georgina's brand Marquise today. She waited a little further away and whispered, Martin Davis is a sinister person. You should be careful when dealing with him. But Georgina heard the opposite about Martin from her good friend Kate. She smiled and said, he can't eat me. Blanchett was about to speak again, and the hotel's automatic door opened, and Jack Nicholson, wearing brown sunglasses, walked in. Seeing this old bastard, Blanchett immediately remembered what happened at Pinewood Studios in the UK. Even though she was well-mannered, she couldn't help it. She felt embarrassed and angry at the time. Blanchett said coldly, shameless. Who is Nicholson? He was a bastard when he was young, as famous as Marlon Brando in middle age, and the leader of the Bastard Trio when he was old. He stopped, took off his sunglasses, looked at Blanchett, and asked seriously, is your butt bruised and swollen by me okay? Do you want to do it again? It's okay here. I don't mind. As soon as these words came out, everyone around looked over, their faces full of gossip. Nicholson knew it was the firecracker incident at Pinewood Studios. Although he was misunderstood, he didn't care at all. As the leader of the trio, it was nothing to take on this little thing for the younger brother. He said loudly, I love Blanchett. Last time in England, I was careless when doing things and hit her butt. Although the actor's skin was as thick as a city wall, Blanchett was no match for Nicholson, and he shouted, shut up, you old bastard. Nicholson laughed. My room is on the 41st floor, room 9. You are welcome to come anytime tonight. Georgina also wanted to laugh, but she couldn't laugh. It was very difficult to hold it back. She simply pulled Blanchett and whispered, stop making trouble. Let's go quickly. Don't forget that you still have to attend the premiere of Babel. Blanchett no longer paid attention to Nicholson and walked forward with a tense face. When she reached the automatic door, she saw Leonardo watching the excitement with great interest. The two had worked together a few years ago. Although they were not friends, they were familiar with each other. She said, you are really a bunch of bastards. Leonardo shrugged and said nothing. Nicholson, the old bastard, was not done yet. He turned around and shouted, be sure to come tonight. Don't worry, I'll be gentle. Blanchett was getting into the car and her head almost hit the roof. Leonardo went over and hugged him towards Martin. You really don't want to save your face. Nicholson didn't care. You and Martin are so young, and you have thrown away your face. I'm over 60 years old. What do I need this face for? Martin waved his hand. This way. The two came over, pulled out a chair and sat down. Nicholson asked, am I loyal enough? I'm taking the blame for you. I heard that Bale took a 2-week break before returning to the Prestige. Martin replied, so, Leo and I both wholeheartedly support you as the boss. Leonardo said, I just got off the car and chatted with someone outside and found that you were having a very happy chat with Georgina Chapman. Nicholson asked, Harvey Weinstein's wife? Yes, that's her. Leonardo looked at Martin carefully and deliberately said, sure enough, you like beautiful women around 30 years old the most. Nicholson said again, Harvey wanted to deal with you, and then you set your sights on Harvey's wife. That's awesome, Martin. Even an old bastard like me has to admire you. You are worthy of being the one who is best at coming up with bad ideas among our trio. Martin was quite innocent. I just met her and chatted with someone for a few words. Why did it all become so different in your mouths? Leonardo said to Nicholson without further ado. I'm going to open a bet. I bet $1,000 that Martin will definitely get Harvey's wife in the future. Nicholson said, I also bet that Martin will get Georgina. Martin was angry. I bet $2,000. Absolutely not. He thought about it, and it was not right, and said, there must be a time limit. You can't wait for 20 years to get the bet, right? 2 years. Leonardo said, man, you're dimmed. Nicholson felt that he saw through everything. He added a time limit. It's clear that he has no confidence. Martin was too lazy to continue, and quickly changed the subject. The three of them discussed the premiere of Babel tonight. The film, starring Brad Pitt and Cate Blanchett, is also considered one of the biggest competitors of The Departed in the award season. At nearly 7 o'clock, Scorsese called, and Martin and the other two went to the restaurant on the second floor to have dinner with director Scorsese. After The Departed, regardless of the success or failure of the Oscars, Scorsese plans to take a 2-year break and will not make a new work until 2009 at the earliest. 5 marriages have put Scorsese under heavy financial pressure, but the high income from the continuous scheduling of films for many years is enough for him to stop and take a good breath. Therefore, marriage is also a source of motivation for artists to create. The more divorces there are, the more motivated the artists are. Scorsese wants to take a break. Martin doesn't care, but Leonardo will be affected to a certain extent. He has mainly worked with Scorsese in recent years, but at Leonardo's level, there will be no shortage of good scripts and opportunities to work with great directors. To exaggerate, the top feature film projects will go to Leonardo first, and only those that he despises will go to others. Chapter 320, North American Box Office Winner. Before the film festival ended, the crew of The Departed left Toronto and started a promotional tour in major cities across the United States. Wherever the 4 main creators of the crew went, they attracted great attention in the local area. During the period, they also went to Scorsese's farm in Massachusetts and took a photo with the old cow again. The video of the 3 bad guys sending the cow to the director was widely circulated on the internet, attracting the attention of many young people. Scorsese's gangster films have the weakest influence on the youth group. Martin has a good appeal in this group. On Thursday afternoon, in front of the Bay Theater in Mallory Square in Miami, people wearing red t-shirts of the Coca-Cola cult lined up for hundreds of meters. Martin signed and sold tickets here tonight. The 5 theaters showing The Departed in the theater's advanced screening were all full. Young audiences who came to buy tickets continued to join the queue, and the theater manager temporarily decided to vacate 2 theaters for additional screenings. In Los Angeles, Rachel and Phoebe led a large group of Martin's fans, wearing red t-shirts of the Coca-Cola Cinema, and marched through Hollywood Boulevard, and came to the El Capitan Theater. A huge poster of the 3 characters of The Departed was hung above the main entrance of the theater. Martin has finally become a big star, Rachel said. Phoebe shouted to the back, line up, don't mess around, we are about to enter. In just over 10 minutes, the place had turned into a sea of red, occupied entirely by the followers of the Coca-Cola cult and Martin's fan club. The two received a small amount of sponsorship from Coca-Cola and the crew, and raised some funds to book the entire Chief Rock Cinema to watch the advanced screening of The Departed. Of course, media reporters were indispensable. I was a fan of Martin when he only starred in Zombie Gigolo. Rachel stood in front of the reporter's camera and talked freely. As the leader of Martin's largest fan club, she is no longer the young fan she was back then. She smiled and said, I have witnessed Martin's growth along the way. He has finally come to the center of the Hollywood stage. It is so exciting to work with a first-line director like Scorsese. Before she finished speaking, a figure in a red t-shirt suddenly jumped in and shouted to the camera, I love Martin. Another fan flashed into the camera and raised his Coke to toast the camera. The leader is mighty. It was almost time. Rachel said nothing more and led the fan group into the theater in an orderly manner. The Chief Rock Theater was full. Although influenced by the gangster film genre, Martin's fans and the followers of the Coke God, especially the latter, would not buy tickets in a swarm, but in every theater showing The Departed in the United States, you can find people wearing red t-shirts. Correspondingly, fans who like Leonardo and Scorsese will also enter the theater to buy tickets. In the 3,000 advance screenings on Thursday, The Departed won a box office of $5.12 million. This is extremely rare for a gangster film. By Friday, the film was expanded to 3,290 theaters and was fully released in North America. The only movie released at the same time was the Texas Chainsaw Massacre: The Beginning, which was not even on the same level. The four main creators of the crew, including Martin, are still on a promotional tour across the United States, signing and selling tickets, and various advertisements and publicity have never stopped. The production investment of The Departed was as high as $90 million, which determined that the film could not be released in the single digits, then slowly accumulate word of mouth, and then gradually expand the scale of screening. Its distribution model is completely commercial. On the first day in North America, The Departed won $13.05 million, creating the best single-day box office performance in Scorsese's 40 years of film career. The four major directors of Hollywood in the 1980s, Lucas, Coppola and Spielberg, have all created miraculous box office results in business. Only Scorsese has always been relatively lagging. In a bar in Houston, Scorsese specially invited Martin, Leonardo and Nicholson to have a drink as a celebration. Cheers. Scorsese picked up his beer glass and clinked glasses with the three bastards at the same time. Nicholson drank it all in one gulp and said, "You old man are about to retire, but I didn't expect you to be able to make a new success at the box office." Scorsese was in a very good mood. "What you three have done is very eye-catching." Warner originally expected a maximum of $30 million in the first weekend. Now it seems that it is not impossible to make over $40 million. Now the first weekend box office includes advanced screenings. Martin is getting more and more familiar with the North American film market. "Our film has a strong reputation, so it should not be difficult to make over $40 million. Nicholson responded, "The first week box office of movies nowadays is getting more and more scary." Leonardo continued, "If it is a popular adaptation or sequel, with people like us, we might be able to make over $100 million in the first weekend." He further analyzed, "Although this film is an adaptation, the original work has basically no influence in North America, and it is not much different from the original movie. The original is not a sequel, so this result can be said to be a box office explosion." Martin said, "I hope the final box office in North America will be twice the cost line." A director of Scorsese's level must have profit-sharing clauses in the contracts he signs. He couldn't help but say, "If that's the case, I can rest assured about having a seventh child." Nicholson knew his old friend. "Test tube technology is very advanced." Scorsese said with emotion, "The more decisive and carefree you are when you are young, the harder you have to work when you are old." Leonardo said naturally, "So, I have never thought about getting married." Martin fully agreed. "After all, so many beautiful women like us, we have to be responsible for them and can't let them bear the stigma of destroying marriages." Scorsese and Nicholson were shocked by this man's shameless face. Leonardo asked, "What have you been through to become like this?" "Same as you." Martin said lightly, "I just walked a little too deep into the canyon." The main creative team moved from Texas to Louisiana, and The Departed collected another $14.89 million in North America on Saturday. Scorsese's personal single-day box office record was broken after only one day. The Departed topped the North American box office chart for 2 consecutive days, and the Texas Chainsaw Massacre couldn't even see its back. This Sunday, as expected by everyone, The Departed took the top spot in the North American box office chart with a box office of $42.82 million. The second-ranked Germany film, even though its hype has a huge influence, was still completely crushed and did not even take $20 million. Accordingly, Scorsese created the best opening box office in his personal directorial career. In terms of word of mouth, The Departed has been aggressive and extremely strong in North America. The Rotten Tomatoes freshness remains at 93%, the MTC average score is 87, and the IMDb score is 8.6, which are all guarantees for a steady box office trend. Most importantly, in the on-site scoring of CinemaScore theater audiences, The Departed has an average score of A, and the North American box office is expected to fall at around $180 million. Many North American media praise the film, believing that it, like Taxi Driver, Raging Bull and Goodfellas, has become a masterpiece of Martin Scorsese. This big budget and heavily promoted film is sure to be a success. The producers and distributors saw the hope of recovering the cost through box office alone, and stepped up the promotion of the film's overseas release, finalizing the release in multiple markets such as Asia, Europe and Latin America this week. This week, the main creative team of 4 is still running around the United States to promote the notice, and they are very busy. The film is a big hit, and has a great reputation, and they are all the most direct beneficiaries. Even Nicholson, a semi-retired old guy, can add a lot to his pension. If you want to be a qualified arsehole, how can you do things without money? People who are struggling for a living every day have no time and energy to do things. When Martin was in Chicago, he received a call from Thomas. "I have good news for you. Ali held a special award-winning meeting for you on Monday." Thomas' voice was filled with joy. "The company has selected 2 other people, together with Natasha and me, to form a public relations team. All the expenses and expenditures of the team are covered by the company." Martin asked, "How is the public relations promotion in the Los Angeles critics circle going?" Thomas replied, "Los Angeles film critics headed by Kenneth Turan and Todd McCarthy praised your performance in The Departed, and have published articles in their columns." He did not forget to take credit, of course. "Our targeted public relations also worked." Martin reminded, "Don't forget to contact for an interview. Regarding Entertainment Weekly, I have made an appointment with your neighbor Gillian Flynn." Thomas said quickly, "The interviews with Hollywood Reporter and Vanity Fair are both in progress, so there is no problem." In the award season, increasing exposure as much as possible can be said to be the basis for winning awards. Thomas also reminded Martin, "Try to mobilize your famous friends as much as possible." Martin said, "I have contacted them. Wait a little longer. It's not too late for them to speak out in December." The 2 sides quickly hung up the phone, and Martin continued to devote himself to the road show. Large-scale publicity and strong good reputation have kept the box office trend of The Departed extremely stable. The North American box office fell only 40% in the second weekend, and the North American box office reached $86.78 million. The film also achieved consecutive box office championships in North America. North America is close to breaking 100 million. Similarly, a film that sells well in North America will not perform too badly overseas. The Departed took $32.78 million in its first week overseas. However, the box office mainly comes from Latin America and Europe. In the East Asian and Southeast Asian markets, where it was released at the same time, the film suffered a Waterloo in terms of box office and word of mouth. This is also where Infernal Affairs has the greatest impact. With this high-quality film that is more in line with local aesthetics, The Departed naturally became a dog-tailed, vulgar and dirty film. Various negative reviews are endless. Just like Infernal Affairs has no market in North America, The Departed has very few box office in the East Asian market. Even South Korea, the back garden of Hollywood movies, had a box office of less than $1 million in the first week. The situation in several other markets was even worse. Chapter 321, Millionaire in the Making. Burbank, Pacific Film Production Company. Martin had just entered the reception room when an extremely enthusiastic middle-aged man came over and shook hands with him vigorously. Louise just stood by and laughed. Wu Maoting, an investor from Southeast Asia, said in accented English, "Martin, The Departed is a great success. Your performance is wonderful and shocking." Martin smiled and said, "Mr. Wu, thank you for the compliment." Wu Maoting asked, "Thank you and Ms. Mel for giving me this investment opportunity, allowing me to jump out of Asia and expand my business to the United States." Martin did not speak immediately, but glanced at Louise. Even if The Departed is a big hit at the box office, these Hollywood companies have ways to make the accounts lose money. Louise squeezed her eyes slightly. Martin understood that this is a long-term and reasonable operation. In fact, it is not difficult to understand. Wu Meoting has a mine in his hands. He dare not keep the money from the mine conversion in the local area, so he naturally wants to find a better investment channel. Another point is that those who can occupy the jade mine in Myanmar not only have guns, but also a lot of guns. Martin said nicely, it's also Mr. Wu's good vision. There were so many people at the beginning, but Mr. Wu chose to trust me and Louise, so he got the due reward. Wu Meoting expressed his desire to continue cooperation. I have experienced the openness and tolerance of Hollywood. Although there are unlimited business opportunities here, I trust the partners I have cooperated with more. Louise said, there will be opportunities for continued cooperation soon. Wu Meoting waved his hand, and 2 followers came over with a mahogany box each. He took one, and gave it to Louise first, and put the other in Martin's hand, saying, it's just a small gift, not a respect. At this moment, both the host and the guest were happy. Wu Meoting said goodbye and left. Louise and Martin came back from seeing someone off. She looked at the mahogany box on the table and said, is it jade again? Jade is also very good. Martin opened his mahogany box, and there was a piece of jade inside. It was almost full green, and the water quality was very good. As an outsider, he couldn't tell the specifics. Louise was wearing a jade bracelet inlaid with platinum. She looked at it carefully and said, it may be worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Martin said, for the mine owner and warlord, this thing is nothing. I think his family is richer than ours. Louise pushed up her black-rimmed glasses. Definitely richer than you. Martin nodded, picked up the box, and prepared to leave. I'm going to the agency. Louise took the initiative to invite, come to my place for dinner this afternoon. By the way, I changed the new layout of my bedroom. Why don't you go over and take a look? Martin is now single again. He said, well, I'll call you when I'm done. Louise said, I'll wait for your call. 3.5 years have passed since she met Martin. She hasn't changed much, but Martin has turned upside down. From a penniless little actor, he has become a star with great appeal. Louise has recently adjusted her mentality so that their relationship can develop in the long run. Martin left Pacific Pictures and went to Century City. When he entered the lobby of WMA, he met all smiling faces. On the way to Thomas' office, most people, whether they knew him or not, would take the initiative to say hello to him. There were also several agents working in the lobby, asking him if he had any new projects, and if he could help their clients. Martin mostly gave vague answers, and pushed the blame onto Thomas, saying that agents were supposed to be the ones carrying the load. Bruce stayed outside as usual, chatting with Natasha. When he arrived at Thomas' office, Thomas saw Martin, and picked up a document, and handed it to Martin. I just got this from Warner Brothers. The projects you've been working on with them have been a success, and they are willing to tell us something. Martin flipped it open, and found a comic book inside. Frank Miller's Batman, The Dark Knight Returns. Thomas said in detail, you asked me to pay attention to Christopher Nolan. I have got reliable information that the Nolan brothers have basically finalized the main storyline of the Batman sequel, which will be adapted from The Dark Knight Returns. The news that Min got from Emma Thomas also confirmed this. Martin asked as he watched, anything else? The protagonists of the film are Batman and the Joker. Like Heat, it adopts a two-hero duel mode. Thomas has been working hard on this recently. The Departed is a big hit. If the next one, Endless, also sells well at the box office, there won't be too many obstacles on the Warner Brothers and DC Comics side. Martin didn't waste any words and said directly, get the script, as soon as possible. I will. Thomas smoothed his hair. He recently had a hair transplant, so that the hair on the upper forehead would not appear too sparse. But the hair transplant was not very successful, and his forehead soon became shiny. This is a commercial blockbuster. I hope to get you a salary of more than $10 million US. Martin nodded. I hope both of us can get rich. Thomas was full of energy. I will. The two discussed the award season for a while. There are not many occasions where Martin needs to personally do public relations. The main task of an actor is to increase exposure, express a positive attitude at a canvassing meeting, and leave lobbying to professional public relations. Of course, the most important thing is to spend money. Thomas talked about the important part of public relations in publicity. The company has contacted relevant institutions to find a suitable opportunity to enter and set up a charitable foundation. He was worried that Martin would misunderstand. Charitable donations can be tax deductible, and a considerable part of the funds raised can be used for the operation of the organization. Martin understood. I know, you should get the procedural matters done as soon as possible. Thomas wanted to refuse, saying that this is not the job of an agent, but when he thought of the person sitting opposite him, who would soon be paid more than $10 million for a single film, he swallowed his words back. As a potential millionaire, Thomas felt that doing more work was no big deal. After all, he had Natasha as his assistant. As for CPU, each level is higher than the previous one. Martin stayed in Thomas' office for nearly an hour before he said goodbye and left. When going downstairs, Bruce followed him from behind and said, according to Natasha, Thomas works very hard. Martin thought of Thomas's increasingly sparse forehead and said softly, you can tell. When he arrived at the WMA lobby, Martin just turned out of the elevator room when someone next to him suddenly called him, Martin. Before he could turn around, Jennifer Aniston, wearing a short windbreaker, walked over quickly, and regardless of whether there was anyone around, she stretched out her hands and hugged him tightly. Martin was single again, and he didn't care about other people's eyes. He hugged Aniston and kissed her hard on the forehead, saying, Jane, you are still so beautiful. Aniston held Martin's face, kissed him hard on the mouth, and said, congratulations, your new movie is a big hit. The agent Steve, who was following behind, coughed hard and reminded the two, this is not a place to talk. WMA's office usually refuses to allow reporters to enter. As for other rumors, there were many rumors when the two filmed Limitless together, but Martin and Aniston didn't care. Aniston looked at the increasingly charming little milk dog eagerly and said, I feel that you are different. Do you have an important job now? Martin asked. Aniston shook her head without hesitation. Martin took her hand and left, saying to Bruce, drive the car to the underground parking lot. Steve wanted to stop him, but seeing Aniston's charming smile, he stood there and said nothing, just watching Martin snatch his client. The two got in the car, and Bruce drove straight to the nearest 5-star hotel without Martin's instructions. At this moment, thousands of words are not as good as a single shot. The rest can be said after the Eagle Ball is played. When they arrived at the hotel, Aniston was hung on the wall as Martin's poster. In Martin's words, this is the highest worship of fans to their idols. It is also called happy worship. Just after the song was over, Martin's mobile phone rang. He picked it up and took a look. It turned out to be Julie calling. Aniston also noticed the name displayed on the screen and said, just answer it. Having said that, her legs turned into ropes, tying Martin and not letting him go. Although Aniston's desire to compete with Julie has long faded, it is also interesting to be able to make trouble for her. Martin pressed the answer button. Hi, Angie, what's up? Julie was very direct. I heard that you went back to Los Angeles. I haven't seen you for a long time. I'm going to have a drink with you. Martin looked at Aniston and then thought of Louise in the evening. He decided to calm down and said, I don't have time today. Let's do it another day. Julie's mind was active and guessed, are you with Aniston? Martin neither admitted nor denied it. Let her answer the phone. Julie said. Aniston's hand reached out. Martin said, you don't have to pay attention to her. Aniston insisted. Martin put the phone in her hand. Aniston picked up the phone and said quickly, I'm with Martin. Do you want to know where? Julie didn't think twice and blurted out, tell me now. Take your time to guess. Aniston hung up the phone directly, put her arms around Martin's neck, and deliberately asked, have you ever thought about calling me and Julie together? Martin shook his head, never thought about it. Really? She didn't believe it. Martin stopped talking and continued to play Eagle. It was almost time to get off work, and Martin went downstairs alone, went home to change clothes, drove an inconspicuous car, and rushed to the South Slope. Life is really hard, and you need to run back and forth, and you are so tired that your waist is sore. Martin came to Louise's mansion, and after entering the living room, he saw Louise mixing drinks for him behind the bar, pulled out a chair, and sat down to catch his breath. There is no way. Men are naturally weak in this aspect. He asked, are you going to the International Bartenders Conference this year? Louise pointed to the medals and certificates in the glass display case and said, how can I miss the only female bartender? Martin nodded and said, I recently mixed a new cocktail called Hole in One. Chapter 322 Another 100 million. In the early morning, Martin was woken up by the buzzing sound of his cell phone. He reached for his phone and saw Leonardo's name on it. He glanced at Louise, who was still sleeping soundly, then quickly got up and went to the balcony. As soon as he pressed the answer button, he heard Leonardo's annoying voice, Martin, come out and have fun. Martin looked back at the clock and said, are you kidding me? It's only 7 o'clock. Leonardo asked in return, don't you always get up at 6:30 for a morning run? Martin quickly said, I hit too many eagle shots yesterday afternoon and evening. Leonardo was confused by Martin. I remember you don't like golf. Martin immediately criticized him. You're so fucking stupid. He reminded him, think about it, what an eagle shot is. Hole in one. Leonardo is indeed a bastard. He understood it instantly. Aniston in the afternoon, and which one in the evening? Martin didn't answer, but asked, where are we going to have fun so early? Leonardo said, I'm at the Oaks section of the Ring Coast Highway. Just go west from your house. Remember to ride a bike and be an environmentalist. Martin was woken up and couldn't continue to sleep. He quickly washed up and took a look at yesterday's clothes. They were crumpled up from having too much fun. Louise turned over. Where are you going so early? Good morning, dear. Martin said, Leo asked me to go cycling. Louise said, boring. He is an environmentalist. You are not. Why ride a bike? She was dazed and still did not forget the hair salon. Is it for my own pleasure? Martin went over and kissed her cheek. I will be back soon. Louise lay still. I have prepared some clothes for you in the cloakroom. There should be a mountain bike in the garage. I have only ridden it a few times since I bought it. Martin entered the adjacent cloakroom and found that the cabinet that originally only stored women's clothes and bags was specially cleaned out to store men's clothes. There was also a note on the door of the cabinet, Martin Davis. He took out the sportswear and sneakers from it and put them on quickly. It was the most suitable size for him. Obviously, Louise paid attention. Martin said nothing, waved and left the bedroom. Saying hello to the housekeeper Mary, Martin went to the garage to get the mountain bike, rode it out and went out. From the south slope to the seaside road, although the slope is not particularly steep, it is downhill all the way, and it is so cool to ride. Martin found the feeling of his childhood. At that time, he rode a 28-bar bicycle and rushed down the hillside road. The brakes must have been broken, and he had to rely on the foot brake to slow down. Nothing happened, but the soles of his shoes were a bit broken. Not long after, Martin arrived at the seaside road. Leonardo was waiting at the intersection. Unexpectedly, Tobey Maguire was there too. Martin said hello to Spider-Man and said, let's go quickly. There are so many reporters following us. We can't let people see the three of us standing here chatting. Leonardo replied, green travel, do whatever you want. Martin said, people who talk about green all day will also turn their hair green. Leonardo didn't understand and asked Maguire, Toby, do you know what this means? Maguire shook his head. Martin rode on the mountain bike. Let's go. Leonardo and Maguire followed. The three of them were not fast, and they could enjoy the scenery while chatting. The two motorcycles and two cars following behind could only drive at a snail's pace. The Departed was in the promotion period, and Martin and Leonardo also cooperated with the paparazzi to take pictures. Martin asked one thing, isn't AA engaged this year? What about the bachelor party you mentioned? Leonardo looked him up and down. Do you still have the ability to attend? Do you think everyone is Leonardo? There were paparazzi here, so Martin gave him face and didn't mention the 11 seconds. Leonardo said, this year, Victoria's Secret is going to hold an unprecedented big show. It takes a long time to prepare. AA's engagement has been postponed until after the Victoria's Secret show. Don't worry, I will inform you then. He asked, the last time I saw Hedy, she asked you if you had any good ideas. Martin pointed to his temple. I have thought about it a long time ago. Tobey Maguire interrupted. You waste your vacation on them? Martin was somewhat familiar with him and asked, "Are there other fun things?" Maguire suggested, "Why not go to Las Vegas with me to play poker?" Martin said, "Leo and I also play poker." Bang bang bang. Maguire looked at Leonardo and asked with his eyes, "Where did you find such a great friend?" "The two are childhood friends." Leonardo understood what Maguire meant and shrugged. Maguire said, "Real poker is still fun. I plan to develop into a professional poker player. It's still that kind of poker game that's fun. Personal preferences are different, but Martin has always been incompatible with gambling and drugs, so he doesn't have the same hobbies as Maguire. I vaguely remember that this Spider-Man seemed to have a bad time playing poker later, but fortunately, Leonardo, his childhood friend, pulled him along. The three of them rode less than 4 kilometers, found a place to have breakfast, and turned back. Leonardo invited, "My other film, Blood Diamond, will be released soon, and you must come to the premiere." Martin would certainly not be absent. "Don't worry, I will definitely go. If Debis Diamond Company sends assassins to deal with you, I promise to knock them all down with coke." The release date of Blood Diamond is around Christmas. Debis Diamond Company is worried that it will affect the public's enthusiasm for diamond products. It has released news more than once, claiming that the Diamond Business Consortium will boycott it together. But Leonardo and the distributor Warner Brothers ignored them directly. Martin and Leonardo agreed to wash their faces in the evening, turn at the intersection, and ride back to Sherman Oaks. How fun it is when going downhill, how miserable it is now. Although the slope is not steep, who likes to ride uphill? Martin thought about whether to call Bruce and ask him to drive over. Then he remembered that he had gone to see the Kardashian sisters last night, so it was better not to disturb them. In this respect, he felt that he was much better than Leonardo. There was a reason why the trio could only be ranked last. It had nothing to do with age, but mainly because of their high quality. A horn suddenly sounded from behind. Martin stopped the car and turned around, and a red BMW stopped behind him. Elizabeth Olsen got out of the driver's seat and shouted, "Hi, Martin, are you exercising? Do you want me to give you a ride?" "Okay." Martin got out of the car, pushed it over, adjusted the angle, stuffed most of the car into the trunk, turned back and got on the passenger seat. Elizabeth started the car and drove up the South Hillside. Martin said, "This is the first time I see you driving." Elizabeth said, "I will be 18 next year, don't you know?" This sounded like there was something else. Martin pondered in his heart and said calmly, "When is your 18th birthday? I can prepare a birthday present for you in advance." Elizabeth said, "Next February, no need to prepare a present. Your presence is the best present." Martin said, "Remember to send me an invitation then." Elizabeth was very happy. No problem. This was the person who gave her a second life. If she could attend her 18th birthday party, it would be particularly memorable. She said, "I changed my agent, and now I'm a client of WMA like you." Martin said, "WMA has another amazing client." Elizabeth was not very old, but she could tell the difference, "Because I have 2 good sisters." "That's because you are good enough." Martin had read Forbes magazine a few days ago, which called the Olsen sisters human money printing machines. When the car reached the south slope, Elizabeth asked, "Are you going to Louise's place?" Martin nodded. "I'll get off here, and I'll contact you later." Elizabeth waited for him to get off the bike and waved, "Wait for my call." The BMW drove into the Olsen mansion, and Martin rode his mountain bike back to Louise's house not far away. Louise was too tired last night and hadn't gotten up yet. Martin packed up and lay down to catch up on his sleep. The handlebars of a bicycle were not as comfortable as holding something. At the same time, photos of Martin and Leonardo riding had appeared on the TMZ website. The internet is also changing the gossip entertainment industry. The release of The Departed in North America has come to its 3rd weekend. Thanks to the excellent media reputation and audience reputation, the box office trend of the film is extremely stable. Although it gave up the throne of the North American box office chart, it still closed at $17.55 million US, including the gains on weekdays. The North American box office has exceeded the $100 million US mark in one fell swoop, with a cumulative total of $118 million US. After The Hills Have Eyes and Wanted, Martin has achieved the achievement of 3 consecutive North American box office wins of over $100 million. Even if this is a movie with 2 or even 3 protagonists, Martin's salary for the next movie will definitely exceed tens of millions of dollars. This week, The Departed was released in more markets around the world, with more than 40 overseas markets and more than $60 million in overseas box office revenue. It is not a luxury to recover all the investment through the box office. Warner Bros. Is also stepping up public relations for the film's Oscar journey. The Oscar has a huge bonus on TV rights and DVDs. Scorsese's gangster films have a larger flying income. If there is an Oscar heavyweight award, it will be a huge profit. The 4 main creative team came out to get together again. This time even Martin drank too much. After Scorsese got drunk, he hugged the street lamp in the yard of Leonardo's mansion and shouted that his wife insisted on having a 7th child. Nicholson will go to Naomi Campbell tonight to find the place on the yacht. Leonardo fell into sadness uncharacteristically, crying and saying that the love of his life is Gisele Bündchen, but it is a pity that he can't give up so many good girls for her alone. Martin shouted to charge into Washington, capture the White House, and dissolve the Union. The 4 lunatics made a fuss for most of the night before they calmed down. Fortunately, Leonardo's mansion in Brentwood was large enough that, even if there was a big fuss, it would not affect the neighbors. The next day at noon, Scorsese woke up and saw the polished lamppost. He issued a gag order to the other 3. No one is allowed to tell anyone. If I hear any rumors outside, you can expect the Mafia to come and kill me. Chapter 323 New Shooting Techniques. Martin Davis created an extremely complex character in The Departed and brilliantly portrayed an undercover agent with completely different inside and outside. His acting skills have made him a leader among Hollywood actors born in the 1980s. In London's Pinewood Studios, inside the crew of The Prestige, Emma Thomas looked carefully at the newspaper in her hand. In just 3 years since he entered the industry, Martin Davis has had 3 films that have grossed over $100 million in North America. Although he can't compare with Elijah Wood and Hayden Christensen, who were blessed by The Lord of the Rings and the Star Wars prequels, Martin's transcript is more convincing. Nolan, who had finished his work for the day, came over and stood behind Emma. After looking for a while, he said, "What are you reading?" Emma handed the newspaper to her husband. The Departed has grossed over $100 million in North America and nearly $200 million worldwide. Nolan sat down, read the newspaper carefully, and said, "It's going to create Scorsese's highest box office record. It should be." Emma said the focus of the newspaper news. Martin Davis has had 3 films grossing over $100 million in North America in a row. I feel like he is one of the most commercially appealing male actors born in the 1980s. Nolan has seen the comparison part. Elijah Wood and Hayden certainly have the blessing of 2 major projects, but Martin does as well. He is a very smart actor and chooses projects with a purpose. He said one by one, The Mountains Have Eyes. Wes Craven is the producer and screenwriter. He is the godfather of Hollywood horror movies and has a strong appeal in the horror and thriller genre. Martin starring in this film is equivalent to getting a guarantee of success. Wanted, he collaborated with Charlie. The latter's triangle relationship with Pitt and Aniston was exposed, and the topic exploded. It was obviously a planned publicity. Although it is not certain whether Martin was involved, Charlie's role in the subsequent success of Wanted cannot be ignored. There is no need to mention The Departed. Scorsese's gangster movies have never lacked audiences, and there are also Leonardo and Nicholson. Hearing her husband's words, Emma Thomas said, "But in the whole Hollywood, there is no actor born in the 1980s who has outstanding appearance, excellent acting skills, and strong commercial appeal who dares to say that he is better than him." Nolan said from his objective perspective, Martin Davis still lacks a work that can carry the box office on its own. For now, Martin is already rare. Emma was somewhat affected by seeing Mean often at the club. "I regret it a little now. I should have insisted on letting Martin audition for The Prestige." Nolan said, "Hugh Jackman is not bad." But Emma shook her head. "Without Wolverine, how much appeal does he have?" After the failure of Van Helsing, he further declined. "Without Wolverine, he would be at most an ordinary second-tier actor." There is no need to talk about this when the film has been shot to this extent. Nala knew that his wife considered everything she did. Bale strongly recommended who, and I also have to consider it appropriately. Emma rarely interrupted her husband. Bale is too close to the Australian gang. I know you like to use British actors, and so do I, but between Australian actors and American actors, you still have to consider carefully. The biggest force in Hollywood is still the American native force. Nala nodded. I understand. Los Angeles, Angels Club. Mean left the crowd and found Bruce in the corner. He took the coke he handed over and bent his arms to show his muscles. See, I'm back in training. Bruce opened the can and asked, because Emma Thomas has been in London for the past 2 months, I don't have to drag you to eat sweets? Mean sat next to Bruce and said, yes, she likes sweets too much and doesn't care about body management. Bruce asked, have you contacted her recently? I called her 2 days ago. Mean said simply, I talked to her about the plot of The Departed. She watched the movie. Bruce touched the coke can with his hand. That's enough. Mean took a sip of coke. She was very impressed with Martin. Bruce said, if you have any difficulties, you can find me or Thomas. Mean smiled. The only problem is that she is a little young. If she was 10 years older, it would be very easy for me to take her down. It's not like now. She keeps pulling with me. Bruce knew Mean's strength very well. It's not bad at the moment to have a first-hand source of information. In the front, there was a sudden cheer. It was Chad Stahelski on the training ground who performed well in the shooting training simulating actual combat. Facing the target dummy, Chad used a shooting method that is relatively rare in Hollywood movies. He ejected the magazine, emptied the chamber, and left the shooting range. Martin stepped forward and bumped fists with Chad. Man, your recent training results are amazing. Chad said, my physical strength can only guarantee me 1 round. If I come for the second wave, I estimate that half of the bullets will miss the target. Marcus, who came with Chad, said, although I can't compare with Martin, you do have a good sense of the gun. He emphasized, closer to actual combat. Martin asked, when you encounter the enemy, what matters when shooting is speed? Yes, you have to be fast when drawing your gun and shooting. Marcus, who only left Afghanistan this year, said, when encountering an enemy at close range, you must ensure that the first shot is fast and accurate, so the target is a large target such as the enemy's chest and torso, rather than a relatively small head. Martin nodded slightly. Marcus added, but the battlefield environment is complex, and a weapon like a pistol may not be fatal if it hits the enemy's chest or abdomen, so you must make up the shot in time. Chad added, only dead enemies are good enemies. Martin gestured with his hands to shoot, hit the enemy first, so that the enemy loses a certain degree of active offensive ability, and then make up the shot, to make the target stay still for a longer time or permanently, and no longer pose a threat. Chad said, this is the shooting technique I plan to use in the new project, after referring to many parties. With excellent marksmanship, combined with your flexible skills, you can use the gun from a distance and fight at close range. Even a pencil can be used as a weapon to kill the target. Martin is very confident about this. Even though the project is temporarily in the early creative stage and the actual shooting and production will take a long time, he is still in peak physical condition at his age and will not be unable to fight. This is a very realistic problem. Everyone will grow old one day. Bruce and Mean came over at this time. The former interrupted and said, Marcus and I will be able to serve as gunsmiths and action directors, and even play some powerful villain bosses. Chad couldn't help laughing. Good idea, I will design some action routines and scenes specifically for you, and create distinctive shots. Marcus, a movie lover, was also very happy to appear in front of the camera. What about me? Mean said, don't I have any special treatment? Chad glanced at Mean's face and skin color, and said, I'll think about it carefully, how to design a role for you. Martin asked, what about the plot? I'll consider the action scenes and action design first. Chad is a stuntman and action director, so of course he prioritizes what he is best at. He said, the plot and characters all serve the action scenes, in order to connect the action scenes logically. Martin completely agreed. This kind of film is about excitement, with both the improvement of leveling up and killing monsters, and the excitement of passing levels and killing bosses. Chad scratched his head and said embarrassedly, I have considered all these, but the plot still only has one simple line. He looked at Marcus. It is about revenge for the dog, borrowing from Marcus's real experience. Martin said, don't worry about the plot, be patient and polish it, and tell me if you need a professional screenwriter. Chad responded, not for now, I'll call you when I need you. Martin turned to Marcus and asked, is the memoir going well? It's okay. Marcus smiled. Robinson is amazing. A lot of things I said are not systematic at all, but he can organize them into very organized text, just like in my memory. Both parties had already signed the agreement. Martin added, if you have any difficulties, just contact me or Chad. He and Mean walked forward, then gave Bruce a look. Bruce deliberately fell behind, slowing down Marcus' pace, and quietly asked, are all the issues concerning Daisy and John resolved? Marcus looked around and saw that there was no one around, so he lowered his voice and said, those 4 disgusting old black men will never be normal men again. Bruce whispered, Daisy and John can rest in peace. Marcus made a cross on his chest, may God bless them. Chad consoled, let's stop here. It's not worth getting yourself involved for those disgusting bastards. Bruce fully agreed, indeed. Marcus said, I've let it go of this matter. I'll focus on work in the future. Busy work can make me forget the pain of the past. As November approaches, the North American awards season is getting more and more lively, and many young players have been released. For example, Babel, starring Brad Pitt and Cate Blanchett, was screened on the first weekend of November, and its reputation and response were relatively good. The box office of this type of film will naturally not be very good. The focus of commercial marketing is the Oscars. Only by getting Oscar nominations and awards can there be good commercial gains. Other films such as The Queen and The Last King of Scotland also started with previews, accumulating and controlling word of mouth, and looking forward to gains in the awards season. Martin's publicity and marketing are also gradually gaining strength, especially in many outpost awards. Winning can effectively increase exposure. After the Gotham Independent Film Awards announced the list of winners, it was time to vote for the major Film Critics Association Awards. This is the season when the film critics can best demonstrate their presence and influence. Martin certainly will not ignore it. He has always had a good relationship with the Los Angeles critics. Chapter 324 I'm pursuing art. Beverly Hills, Windsor Castle Restaurant. At the booth, the waiter brought a variety of exquisite dishes and placed them in front of the 2 customers. Kenneth Turan, the most famous critic in Los Angeles, tied his napkin and looked at Martin across from him. A meal here costs a lot. Martin also tied his napkin and said, old friends get together, so we always have to eat something different. In fact, Kenneth Turan was very satisfied with Martin's choice of this restaurant, where the single person consumption was nearly $1,000. At least it was a sign of respect. If he went to a random street restaurant to eat barbecue, where would the style of Los Angeles' first film critic be? Martin specially invited Kenneth to dinner with a very clear purpose. He had done his homework. I have always remembered your guidance and help to me. Kenneth waved his hand. It's not guidance, just a few film reviews. When Martin is shameless, his skin can become as thick as mantle rock. When I first came to Hollywood, I was like a headless fly. I had no criteria for selecting films. Fortunately, I was lucky. Both House of Wax and The Hills Have Eyes were successful, which allowed me to gain a foothold in Hollywood. I was even luckier that I met you. Kenneth recalled carefully. It seemed that he had talked with Martin after the premiere of The Hills Have Eyes. This is what Martin said. Your words made me understand what path I should take in the future. An actor must have artistic pursuits, but at that time I didn't even have a place to stand, so I could only make money first. Kenneth nodded. That's understandable. Prioritize your life. Only when you have a worry-free life can you concentrate more on art. Martin said, I have never forgotten the artistic pursuit of an actor, so even in the face of many difficulties, I still worked hard to compete for the role of director Scorsese. I spent half a year practicing Boston accent, spent nearly a month experiencing life in the Boston Police Department, and followed the people in the detective bureau to arrest gangsters and traffickers, and finally impressed director Scorsese. Kenneth affirmed what Martin did. This is what an actor should be like. You did a great job. The role in the film can be so outstanding because you are well prepared. Yes, it was an extraordinary experience. Martin has given people an in-depth understanding of Kenneth Turan in the past 2 years and has figured out his personality and preferences. Director Scorsese and Jack Nicholson gave me a lot of guidance on the set, which brought my performance to a new level and made great progress in my acting skills. Kenneth watched the film and said, "Your role in The Departed is better than any of your previous films. You have made great progress, even surpassing Leonardo." At this moment, Martin was more proactive than when facing a beautiful woman. "I can feel the progress and rise, so I don't want to stop. I have taken on the leading role of a purely artistic film, The Reader, directed by Sam Mendes and starring Kate Winslet." Kenneth had noticed the relevant information before and said, "Sam is one of the best among mainstream art directors. Kate has not taken on any commercial film since Titanic. She has been honing herself in the field of art. Sooner or later she will be recognized. They are all outstanding artists." Martin also said what he could say, "My role in The Reader spans from 16 to over 50 years old. It is too difficult to interpret. Sam and Kate helped me complete this process." Kenneth was somewhat surprised. The role spanned so much. Martin nodded. "Yes, because of the guidance and help of 2 outstanding artists, I can control this role," he said with admiration. "In the crew, getting along with Sam and Kate, I understand what an artist is, what performing arts is, and what efforts and prices outstanding artists can make for the art of film." Kenneth heard Martin's desire to further improve his acting skills and his pursuit of film art, and said, "Martin, you are not bad. One day you will catch up with them." Martin said honestly, "Compared with Sam and Kate, I'm really much worse. I feel I will never catch up." Kenneth felt that he had to give some encouragement to this young man with aspirations. "But you have been working hard and making progress." Martin just nodded vigorously and did not say that he would definitely do what Sam and Kate could do, because he could not do those things anyway. He was too focused and fanatical. Artists are really not something that ordinary people can do. During this meal, the two talked and laughed and had a particularly pleasant chat. After paying the bill, Martin did not send Kenneth Turan off. The latter was very careful about his reputation and did not want to be photographed eating with celebrities during the award season. After Kenneth Turan left for more than 10 minutes, Martin entered the mall from another door of the restaurant and went down to the underground parking lot. Bruce drove Thomas and arrived on time. After getting in the car, Martin asked, "Have you eaten?" "We finished long ago." Thomas asked with concern, "How was the talk?" Martin told him directly, "I'm an actor with artistic pursuits, and Kenneth Turan really appreciates this." Thomas breathed a sigh of relief. Of all the Film Critics Association awards, the most important are the Los Angeles and New York Film Critics Association awards. More than 70% of the Oscar judges live in Los Angeles and New York, and they pay attention to the news in these 2 cities first. We can't do anything about New York, but we have to take the initiative in Los Angeles. Martin said, "You have already talked to Todd McCarthy, the columnist and critic of The Hollywood Reporter. My reputation in the mainstream media in Los Angeles is at least not bad." Bruce participated in the award-winning competition for the first time and couldn't help but sigh. "It's really troublesome. Before coming to Los Angeles, I thought the Oscar selection was simply decided by voting based on the role and the quality of the film, but it turned out to be completely different." Thomas said, "Almost all those who are interested in the heavyweight Oscar awards or even nominations are working hard on public relations and marketing. We don't do what others do, let alone get on the nomination list. We can't even get the qualification to be nominated." Martin simply gave more intuitive metaphor. "Old Bruce, you can think of it as a Hollywood-style campaign for the Oval Office in Washington." Bruce nodded slightly. "Fortunately, we have done our work in advance." Thomas lowered his voice. "In the past 2 years, we have dealt with them a lot and expressed our feelings many times. Now that the work and the role are excellent, they will certainly express their opinions. The reputation of critics is much more important than that of stars." On the other side, Kenneth Turan came to the Los Angeles Film Critics Association as a columnist for the largest print media in the City of Angels, and always on good terms with senior film critics such as Todd McCarthy. He is the most influential critic in the association. The award season has begun, and it is also the time when critics like them have the most room to play. 6 heavyweight film critics from various media in Los Angeles gathered together to discuss the Film Critics Association Awards that will be announced next month. Someone suggested, Little Miss Sunshine is a good movie. Todd McCarthy retorted, but such a movie can't support the Best Picture award. Others nodded. Although Little Miss Sunshine is good, it seems to be missing something for the award season. Another person said, The Departed or Queen are both good. The former is better. Scorsese hasn't made such an excellent movie since Goodfellas. Todd McCarthy said, both Martin Davis and Jack Nicholson's roles are very brilliant. The latter took the initiative to declare that he would not participate in the award season competition. The former is too inexperienced and chose to avoid the fierce competition for Best Actor and compete for Supporting Actor. A young film critic named Justin said, it is a very wise choice. Strictly speaking, he has only been in the industry for 3 years. The actors who came to Los Angeles at the same time are still working as extras. He is not from an acting family, nor does he have the support of a godfather. He is not Jewish. Kenneth Cherenkov often reminded him that some things should not be said in person. Justin immediately changed his words. He is very lucky to be where he is today. He is still clear-headed and knows that things should be done step by step. Kenneth Cherenkov said, as far as I know, Martin Davis took over an art film directed by Sam Mendes called The Reader. In it, he played a role from 16 to over 50 years old. The time span is amazing. I called Sam today, and Sam thought his performance was amazing. Todd McCarthy took over and said, Sam is a director with artistic pursuits. He has won the Oscar for Best Director, and has worked with many actors with outstanding acting skills. He has a very high vision. He can give such an evaluation. Martin Davis must have given a convincing performance again. Another older film critic said, commercial films have been successful many times, and Martin Davis has not lost himself in the business. This is very rare for young people. Kenneth Cherenkov said something concluding, it is a good thing for young people to pursue art. We have been holding back Hollywood and related practitioners to prevent them from being overly commercialized. Such young people with pursuits should be encouraged. Todd McCarthy said, I agree. The two big guys spoke, and no one else had any objections. The Film Critics Association Awards are different from the others. There is not so much public content. The results are decided by internal voting, and then the results are announced. Kenneth Cherenkov said, the tickets are sent to the members of the association. You should communicate well, and try to get the results next week. We have always been ahead of other film critics associations. We can't let the New Yorkers get the upper hand. There are 3 major Film Critics Association awards in the United States. Only the 3rd place is determined, and there is no consensus on the 1st and 2nd place. In late November, after the Gotham Independent Awards were presented, the Los Angeles Film Critics Association announced the results of the association awards in the Los Angeles Times. The Departed won 2 awards, Scorsese won the Best Director, and Martin won the Best Supporting Actor. Chapter 325, Rumors. In a luxurious club in Beverly Hills, the screening of The Departed has just ended. Everyone went to the spacious entertainment hall. The crew has already prepared exquisite meals and fine wines, which will make everyone who attends the screening feel at home. Martin shuttled between the two, trying to make his presence felt in front of his peers, critics and well-known reporters, so that they could leave as many impressions as possible. The Ritter Baker team, jointly funded by Louise and Kelly, has been dispersed throughout the venue to carry out more professional lobbying. Not to mention Martin, a newcomer who has only been in the industry for 3 years. Even Scorsese, a big-name director with 40 years of experience, is doing similar things. Public relations, in the eyes of the Academy, deserves respect and reflects the determination to compete. But the white old men with an average age of 62 are particularly hypocritical. If the public relations efforts are too strong, they are easily judged to be rushing for awards. The degree of this needs to be carefully grasped. After a screening, the guests returned with a lot of gains. Coca-Cola, as the sponsor of the screening, prepared a suitable small gift for everyone. The crew members relaxed, their faces full of fatigue. Martin felt 10 times more tired than Heidi Klum's 2-day bachelorette party. Scorsese, who was standing next to him, thought that there were still more than 2 months to go, and he looked like he had no desire to live. Among the people present, only Nicholson, who held 3 little golden men, was relaxed. It was as if he was watching a group of monkeys performing a monkey show. Holding 3 little golden men, he was so calm. Martin glanced at the other 2 members of the asshole trio and invited Scorsese. Director, there is a special way to make people completely relax and restore their spirits. Scorsese said, don't do those messy things. Leonardo understood what he meant. The 3 of us don't touch those things. Martin said, we are mortal enemies with gambling and drugs. Nicholson said, how could we cheat you? Scorsese agreed, let's go. Martin took the 3 people from the underground parking lot to an inconspicuous car and went straight to the nightclub. A new member has arrived in the Face Gang. As the wheels rolled over, Scorsese's fatigue disappeared and he was instantly refreshed. How is it? Martin asked. Scorsese gave a thumbs up and praised. It turns out that you use this healthy way to refresh yourself and the effect is good. Life is for enjoyment. Nicholson was energetic, like you, working hard, all for the children and ex-wife. Martin and Leonardo didn't say anything, but took it as a warning. But everyone has different ideas. Scorsese enjoyed it, and even prepared to try for the 7th one through test tubes. In the City of Angels under the night, I don't know how many secret activities are going on. In another strip bar, 7 dancers came out of the VIP room, and the feet of 3 of them were wrinkled and white, as if they had been soaked in water for too long. Quentin pulled out a tissue, wiped his mouth, and said, it's not easy to accomplish something. Isn't sabotage your forte? Harvey's fat face trembled. You're right. If I want to win an Oscar during the awards season, I have to go all out. I'm not sure yet, but sabotage is much easier than construction. Besides, Martin Davis' weakness is here, and it's an objective factor that can't be eliminated. Pitt swallowed his saliva with the smell of feet and said, this little thing is too simple. Harvey smiled without saying anything, very bossy. This confidence is built on many successful battles. In the 1998 awards season, the most popular one was Saving Private Ryan. At the critical moment of voting, Los Angeles was full of rumors about the soldier. Many British and American World War II veterans stood up and attacked the film through the media for its serious misrepresentation. Harvey's film won the last laugh. The Oscars will never forget Shakespeare's classic case of defeating the soldier. Of course, the veterans don't have so much leisure time to automatically jump out and pay attention to the Oscars. In 2003, Chicago Park Pianist, the latter director Polanski is full of black material. Harvey does not need to make too much effort. People remember that past. There was also a less successful attack on Nash, the prototype of A Beautiful Mind, for anti-Semitism, which can be sentenced to death in Hollywood and even the American entertainment industry, but it was too much, and the effect was average. Harvey looked at Brad Pitt and said, didn't you ask someone to come over? When will they arrive? Pitt said, I'll be there soon. Harvey waved his hand gently. Since you want to do it, don't hesitate, do it boldly. He laughed. Just do it according to what we agreed. You are enemies, it's no big deal. Thinking of Gillian Aniston, thinking of the assassination of James Bond, which has been suppressed by Warner Brothers and has not yet determined the release date, Pitt got up and left the private room without hesitation. He waited in the hall for a while and waited for Richard, the editor-in-chief of Empire magazine. It was too chaotic here, so the two went to a nearby bar. Richard sat in the booth and said bluntly, Big Star, do you want to talk to me? The two sides often cooperated, so Pete didn't waste any words and said directly, no big deal, just some news. Richard asked, who is it about? Pete weighed his words and said, have you noticed that most of the media in Los Angeles are singing praises for Martin Davis, saying how outstanding he is, as if the best supporting actor he has set his sights on is his. Richard knew more. As far as I know, he is just trying to get nominated. Pete said, counting from the release of House of Wax, Martin has only been in Hollywood for a little over 2 years. A 25-year-old actor has already received a salary of tens of millions of dollars and is ready to compete for an Oscar. Tom Cruise was at this level back then. There are so many veterans who have worked hard for many years and are still lining up. What is he? It's really good for topicality. Richard understood that it is easy to attract people's attention to express different opinions in the midst of praise. At the same time, the reporter of American Rumor received a news clue and immediately rushed to the newspaper office to work overtime overnight. The next morning, Martin came back from his morning run and was eating breakfast. Thomas called and said, "Look at the American Rumors. There's a report about you." Martin said this, and Bruce went to the mailbox at the door, took out a lot of newspapers, and found the American Rumors. The newspaper published a news item in a prominent position on the second page. Martin read it carefully. According to reliable information, when the famous movie star Martin Davis was not yet famous in Atlanta, he had disputes with local gangs and drug dealers. The relationship was extremely complicated, and there were many disputes. The specific inside story was confusing. According to his old neighbor in Merita, Martin once shot and injured someone. Martin pushed it to Bruce. "He knows my past very well." Bruce read it quickly and said, "These people who play with pens are really talented. Everything they write is in line with the facts." Martin nodded. "The facts that are cut off from the beginning and the end. He did have disputes with gangs and drug dealers, and he also shot and injured people, but it was all self-defense. But this report will easily make people think that he is one of those bastards who shot people." Bruce asked, "Do you want to send a lawyer's letter?" Martin shook his head. "No use. It's December now, and this kind of news at this time is very targeted." Bruce said, "Was it done by a competitor?" "Possibly. Although it was news in a gossip newspaper, Martin still took it seriously. He took out his cell phone and called Thomas. "I'll come to you." The two went out and drove to Century City. Martin called Jessica again and asked her to pay attention to the developments on the internet. Jessica said, "There is no relevant information on the internet for the time being." They came all the way to Century City. As soon as Thomas entered his office, he handed Martin the latest issue of Empire. It should be a premeditated and planned action. Martin took it, and the magazine had already turned to the page with the relevant report. In The Departed, which is currently being screened, the role played by Martin Davis is highly praised, but he still looks green and immature in front of a veteran actor like Nicholson. We can understand this, since Martin Davis has only been in this circle for 2 years, starting from the premiere of House of Wax, when he officially appeared on the big screen. He is just a new actor and certainly cannot compare to the many veterans who have worked for many years. Bruce was next to Martin and watched the whole film as well. It seems to be all true. He savored it carefully and felt that something was not right. There is another meaning between the lines. Thomas said directly, "This report clearly tells everyone that Martin is a newcomer with very little experience and has only been in the industry for more than 2 years. Martin continued, "The average age of the Oscar judges is as high as 62 years old. Most of them have struggled for many years before they have a certain status. Why was Tom Cruise rejected as a child? It's because it's too easy to become famous and make a lot of money at a young age." Thomas said, "The senior members of the Academy have never liked this type of actor." He stated a reality: the Oscars for Best Actor and Best Supporting Actor, from the nomination list to the award, have always been the world of middle-aged and elderly men. Martin knew this and said, "Spreading rumors at a critical time. No, these are not rumors at all, but objective realities that are undoubtedly aimed at me." These were also his weaknesses, and his opponents seized on them and stabbed him hard. Bruce asked, "How big is the impact?" "American Rumors are okay. After all, they are gossip media." Thomas said, "Empire has a greater influence." Martin thought for a moment and said, "Let's move the interview forward." He said to Bruce, "Contact Atlanta and Jody. I remember Jody went to work for TMZ." Thomas reminded, "It would be best to find out who is pushing it behind the scenes." Martin looked at the Empire magazine and remembered one thing. The author of Endless had worked here for many years. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.